So what exactly is ChatGPT? Well, basically, ChatGPT is a type of computer program known as a language model. It understands human language and can generate text just like a person would. This ability lets it perform a range of tasks, from business planning to summarizing complex documents, translating languages, and even making creative pieces such as poetry and science fiction novels. But how does it accomplish these tasks? The secret lies in a concept called machine learning. This is a way of teaching a computer to learn from data information, very much like we learn from experience. So ChatGPT has learned from a huge amount of text information taken from the internet. It doesn't really understand what it reads, but it remembers how words and sentences fit together in patterns. So if you start a sentence, it can guess what might come next because it has seen similar sentences before, making it a powerful tool for generating human-like responses. But sometimes it might guess wrong, because after all, it's only just guessing based on what it has seen before, not because it truly understands what it's saying. ChatGPT is important because it changes the way we use technology. Think of it as a digital assistant that can help both people and businesses in different ways. It can talk to customers, create articles or blogs, translate different languages, help with scheduling, answer common questions, and even help in teaching. And the best part is that it can work non-stop, all day, every day, and every night. This allows it to handle jobs that are repetitive, which lets people concentrate on more creative tasks and solving more important problems. However, it is important to be aware of some of the challenges that comes with ChatGPT. While it's excellent at generating human-like text, it can sometimes give inaccurate or misleading information. That is because it doesn't understand information like we do. It only recognizes patterns. And there can also be issues related to copyright, as it might reproduce text that looks a bit too similar to its training data. But remember, every tool has its strengths and its limitations. And in this course, we will help you navigate its incredible potential, but also handle its limitations responsibly. So in the next lecture already, we are gonna get started and learn how to properly use this amazing tool. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. So now that you know what ChatGPT is and how it works, theoretically, it's time to learn how it works practically. Let's jump right in. So we're going to start off by going to chat.openai.com. This link will also be in the resources. If you already have an account, just go ahead and click on login. If you're brand new, then click on sign up. It's completely free, it's super fast, and I'll see you inside. So once you're in, ChatGPT is rather minimalistic and very easy to use. But with that said, we're still gonna go through its different features, interface, and how to best use it. Let's start off by going to the left. The most basic and important thing to know about is how to start a new chat. We're gonna go to the upper left corner and click on new chat. And this is gonna give me two different versions that I can use. It's gonna be ChatGPT 3.5 and 4. If you just signed up, you are not gonna have different versions to use. And that is because I am using the plus version of ChatGPT. The plus version means that I have access to a slightly smarter version of ChatGPT, and that costs $20 per month. And if you're worried about having to sign up and pay that price to use this course, rest assured you don't. Everything we do in this course, every single prompt that you will learn, works 100% with the free version of ChatGPT. And while the free version currently is 3.5 and the plus version is 4, in the future, those numbers are just gonna go up. But rest assured, this course won't be outdated. It just means that everything you learn in this course will just work even better with a smarter AI. So what is the difference? Well, first of all, the free version of ChatGPT is much faster, but slightly less accurate than ChatGPT 4. ChatGPT 4 is about 60% more accurate than 3.5, which means that for complex tasks, it is going to do a better job at creating more unique essays, do some better formatting, and just have more human personality than the free version. But with that said, ChatGPT 4 is slower. Let me show you how these work differently. Let's start off with the 3.5 version. I'm going to start off by giving it some basic instructions. I'm gonna write a 500 words article on Napoleon Hill. Hit enter. And as you can see, it's gonna create this article incredibly quickly. So that literally just took a couple of seconds and we're getting all these massive amounts of data. Now I'm gonna go ahead and start a new chat by clicking up here and use ChatGPT 4. So I'm going to use the exact same instructions, write a 500-word article on Napoleon Hill, and now notice how much slower ChatGPT 4 is. You're gonna notice that the wordings that it used is going to be much more unique, much more human-like, and overall be more creative. Also factually more accurate, but it takes a longer time to get the text done. Now I'm gonna let this one finish so you can check it out. So if you want to compare the results from the two, I'm gonna scroll through the ChatGPT 4 version, and you can just pause this lecture and read through it. That's all. And then I'm gonna move back to the third version. I'm gonna scroll through this, pause this lecture if you want to read it. And you're probably going to notice that the wordings are very different, but the results in both cases are amazing. With that said, even if you're using the Plus version, I still recommend that if you have smaller and very quick and easy tasks that you want to get done, use the 3.5 version because it's just much faster. Not everything needs the mega mind of ChatGPT 4 to get accomplished. So once you get the response, there are two things you can do. The first thing is if you don't like the response that you have gotten, you can actually edit the instructions that you have written. By hovering your mouse over what you have written and going to the right, clicking there, you can add in more instructions or remove everything and give something completely new. Let's say that I think this is too long. Instead, I decided I want it to be about 200 words. So I'm gonna do write 200 words article on Napoleon Hill and click on save and submit. Now it's going to redo that entire piece of text, and we are going to get a new result. And here is the new article. The history is still saved. If I still want to access the previous response and see what the previous instructions were, I can just go ahead and hover my mouse to the left of my logo, and then you can see it now says 2. If I click on this, here we can still see the original instructions and the original response. And again, I can just head back to the latest one. Now, if I don't like the response that ChatGPT has given me, but I still find that my instructions are spot on, I just want a new version of it, I just go down and click on regenerate response. And then what's gonna happen, we are going to get a new response from ChatGPT. And here it is. And if you want to access the previous response, you just go to the left of ChatGPT's logo here and you click on this arrow. Here's the previous answer, here's the latest answer. And once again, if I go back on my instructions, you're gonna notice that there is no 2 options here because we only did 1 response. If I click on regenerate response here, then I could scroll through the multiple responses ChatGPT generates. But here there's only 1 response, and in the latest instructions here, there are 2 responses. So in this way, all of the history of all your redos and everything is always saved in the conversation. So if you get lost in all of your data and say, oh, I had a really good instruction, what was it? Well, you can scroll up and you can start looking through what it was in order to use it again. So looking over to the left, you're gonna notice that we have now 2 different conversations here. In order to organize all the different conversations, all you have to do is hover your mouse over and click on the little pen button here. I'm going to call this Napoleon Hill article GPT 4. Just so I know what it is. And then I'm going to choose this one and I'm going to call this Napoleon Hill article GPT 3.5. So this way I'm able to organize every conversation that I have with ChatGPT. When should you keep going on the same conversation and when should you be creating a new one? It is all about the topic you are using. For example, in this course, you are going to learn how to create a complete digital marketing strategy from scratch. And for every single little part of that strategy, you are going to get a copy-paste prompt. That is, copy-paste instructions to give directly to ChatGPT to get a specific result. And that is what I have done in this conversation specifically. So on the question, when should you create a new conversation and when should you keep to the same? It is all about the topic that you are writing about. Whenever you're staying within the same topic, you should keep the conversation in there. So for example, here I am building a complete digital marketing strategy. And if you scroll down here, you can see that I have written a lot with ChatGPT. Literally the entire strategy, every single part of the website, every page I've created, every product list, every email that you will learn how to write, the SEO, the different articles, everything is from ChatGPT. And since this is all a part of the same strategy, it's all a part in the same conversation. So jumping back here, if I wanted to continue writing on Napoleon Hill, I would keep this conversation going until I have my article on on Napoleon Hill. But I would never ask about Napoleon Hill in the digital marketing strategy conversation. So in conclusion, every conversation should have a specific topic. Stay within that topic. This is important because ChatGPT remembers your data. And whenever I start a new conversation by clicking on a new chat, we start from a blank slate. So remember that one topic per one chat and keep everything in there. So scrolling down, the only additional thing to know about ChatGPT's interface is that you can click on your account name here and you have a couple of things to explore. You have the help and FAQ if there's any questions about ChatGPT itself. For example, there would be any billing issues. If you're a Plus user, all of that info would be in here. You can clear your conversations by clicking here, but you can also clear them manually. By going up and hover my mouse over, I can click on the trash can and then just click the check mark and that conversation will be deleted. I'm gonna do the same with this one. I click on the trash can and delete it. Just be careful because when you delete this information, there's no getting it back. It will be gone. And then we have my plan. We are a Plus member and that's currently $20 a month. That might change in the future. Again, you don't have to be a Plus user in order to get the full benefit of ChatGPT and this course. That is just a bonus. Then we have settings. We can change the theme. We can use a light theme, which is naturally going to be light. I prefer to use the dark theme. We can clear all of the chats by clicking here. There are beta features such as web browsing and plugins. Now, if I activate these two and then move over to GPT-4, the beta features are only for Plus members. I can access them by hovering my mouse over GPT-4 and then going down to browsing. By using browsing, ChatGPT will have access to everything currently on the internet. It's currently in beta and it works very, very poorly. I don't recommend using it. Plugins, very similar. If you click on plugins and then no plugins enabled, plugin store, you can choose a bunch of different plugins that can take ChatGPT to the next level. You can do Excel formulas actually written out for you. You can have Instacart where ChatGPT goes shopping for you. Once again, it is not in its full version. It is in the beta version and it works very poorly in my experience right now. Once it's released live, we will update the course and add these things in. But right now, they're not really that usable in my opinion. And then at the bottom here, we have data controls. And I strongly recommend that you keep chat history and training on because that is where the value is of ChatGPT, where it's learning all of the information about you in a specific information so that it can get smarter and it can help you more and more. That is why we stick to one topic per conversation. Then we can export all of our data and here we can delete our account. With that said, it is good to know that currently ChatGPT's information is capped to September 2021, meaning it doesn't have any information available of the modern times of what is going on right now. That will change quite soon too, and when it does change, we will update this course accordingly. But that is one of the limitations currently with ChatGPT, and we will show you how to work around that and make it work to your advantage still. So there are multiple ways of using ChatGPT, and I'm going to show you some of the most effective ways, and we're going to call them different modes of using ChatGPT. And the first mode is the most obvious, is the Q&A mode. Basically, you ask a specific question and you get a specific answer. The more specific your question, the more specific the answer. Let's take an easy example. So I'm gonna go ahead and write, who was the 13th president of the United States? Hit enter. So a specific question with a specific answer. Now, let's say that I wanted to take this a little bit further. I wanted to ask a completely different question. The first thing I'm gonna do, because it's gonna be a different topic, is that I am going to name this so that I know what it is about. If I want to keep this, I'm going to call it the 13th president of the United States of America. And then I'm going to move up to new chat. And now I'm just gonna write something a little bit more complicated. When did the Industrial Revolution happen and how has it influenced today's society? This is going to be interesting. And not only are we getting a factual, thorough answer, but we're also getting an answer where ChatGPT is taking its pattern knowledge and taking it slightly further. For example, the second Industrial Revolution, also known as the Technological Revolution, happened from the late 19th century to the early 20th century. This phase saw a major advancement in technology and infrastructure, and it's gonna take it further. So it's not being limited to the first Industrial Revolution. It's not being limited to only take a small piece of information. It takes the question and it looks at it broadly. We're getting a summary down here, and at the end it says, these are just a few ways that the Industrial Revolution has influenced modern society. It was a transformative period in the human history and has shaped many aspects of the current world. What we begin to realize quickly is we have the most knowledgeable piece of intelligence in the world right in front of us that we can ask any question and it can give us any answer to. And these are just 4 questions in themselves. There are so many more modes that we can be using. Let's take a different example. I'm going to go and create a new chat. Other than using questions, which we're going to call the question mode or the Q&A mode, we can also use an instructions mode, meaning we are going to give ChatGPT instructions to create or do something for us. Here's an example. We could, for example, write a short poem about autumn. And this is a completely creative feature. Let's send it away. And here we have the answer. And it's mind-boggling to think that even though ChatGPT just sees patterns and doesn't understand the information, the creativity that it has access to is insane. If you think about it, seeing patterns and creating something completely new, this is an original piece of work. And creating something that's brand new from old patterns, that is what we are doing with our brains as well. When we go to Google, we research information, we take information that we know, and we create it into something new. It's just that ChatGPT is doing that for us. It's amazing. So as we start gathering up our conversations, we need to remember to keep things organized. For the Industrial Revolution, we're going to call it Industrial Revolution. And later on in the course, I'm going to show you how to validate information and fact check everything as well. Whether you're using the free or the plus version, you need to know how to fact check the information that ChatGPT gives you. It will not always be accurate, and it will lie sometimes and make up stories just to fit its own narrative. But I'm going to show you how to fact check all of that. And then here I'm going to give this a name for autumn poem. Wonderful. So let's take the instructions a little bit further and make it more complex. Give me the ingredient list together with instructions to cook a vegetarian moussaka. If you don't know what a moussaka is, it is a Greek dish and it's usually with meat in it. We're asking for a specific recipe and also for ChatGPT to make it vegetarian. This is a very complex instruction to give, so let's see where it takes us. And here we're getting not only the results with the different ingredients for the different parts, but we're also getting instructions for the different parts, for the vegetable layer, for the lentil sauce, for the bechamel sauce, and also how to assemble it. And down here there's a note that says, please ensure all your ingredients are vegetarian friendly. Some cheese contains animal rennet, so you may need to find a more suitable alternative if you are cooking for strict vegetarians. There's an enormous intelligence in all of this. And normally when you are finding information or say a cooking recipe, that is a one-sided information. You find the information, take it or leave it. But here you are in a conversation. So that means if you have questions, you can ask them. If you want to modify, you can modify. We can, for example, say, make it for 20 portions. Maybe we're having a big party, and then send it away. And here we are. We are getting a new recipe, or rather the same recipe, but now adjusted for 20 portions. We're even getting a small disclaimer, or rather some tips in the beginning that says, for a large group of 20 people, you would need to increase the quantities. Please keep in mind that you will also need a larger baking dish or multiple standard sized dishes for this volume of ingredients. So beyond instructions, we can also ask ChatGPT to roleplay. Now the name is already a vegetarian moussaka recipe in here, so that's good. So I'm going to go and create a new chat. And now I'm going to ask ChatGPT to roleplay a character, and this can be used for educational purposes. So you can have discussions with famous figures in order to try to get into their psyche more, for creative endeavors, or just for fun. But honestly, there's so many great things that can come from having ChatGPT roleplay a character, since they have access to all of their work and can mimic the way they think and the way they act. Let me show you. Pretend you are Shakespeare and write a short dialogue. Now, naturally, we would expect ChatGPT to write just like Shakespeare would with this very old language. And let's see what we get. It looks pretty spot on so far. So unfortunately, I'm not equipped with a poetic voice and a skull to be reading to, but you can pause this lecture and read through it. Amazingly, it is truly copying the way that Shakespeare reads. And as we know, it's doing this by recognizing the patterns of the language from all of Shakespeare's work that it has access to. So let's take this even further. Now I'm gonna call this Shakespeare's dialogue. Let's take this even further and create a new chat and make a slightly more complex role-playing character. So I'm going to write, pretend you're Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm about to go to the gym, but I'm feeling unmotivated. Give me an inspiring speech to motivate me and get me to work hard. And here we're getting a response in the true spirit of Arnold Schwarzenegger. And it says, listen to me now and believe me later, my friend. Remember when I said that the mind is a limit? As long as your mind can envision the fact, then you can do something. You can do it. As long as you really believe 100%. This is where it gets interesting. I've seen it time and time again. I've seen seen it in my bodybuilding career. I've seen it in my acting career. I've seen it in my political career. But it all starts with the mind. So we're truly having the most intelligent bot in the world get into the mind of Arnold and give us a reply from Arnold's psyche based on everything he has ever created, and we can use that to our advantage. Now I'm using it for motivation, but I could be asking Carl Jung or Freud for psychological advice. I could be asking a philosopher for their ideas and thoughts. There is no limit in what you can achieve and dive into when you know what to ask ChatGPT. Another useful mode with ChatGPT is having discussions. Discussions are so useful because it allows you to go deep into any subject and learn more things from new perspectives. You can also have a discussion with ChatGPT to learn a language. You can have a discussion in order to practice discussing something. The applications are endless, but let's have a deeper look at this. I'm going to leave this called Gym Motivational Speech. I'm going to go to new chat, and I'm going to start off by writing, let's discuss the impact of artificial intelligence on society. That's no small topic. Let's see. So here we have a great start of our discussion. It says artificial intelligence has the potential to dramatically impact society in both positive and negative ways. And it talks about the economic impact, the healthcare, the education, environment, having a very sort of unbiased view. And of course, as a discussion, I'll just continue on and I'll ask, what do you think will be the most problematic aspects of AI? And then we can keep going with this discussion. Our discussion continues with thoughtful responses like job displacement. Automation and AI are expected to replace a substantial number of jobs over the next few decades, while new jobs are also being expected to be created. We can continue the discussion. What sort of new jobs do you think AI will create? You know, we can go on and on all day just talking about this subject. So while the discussion is very tempting to just go on, and you can pause the lecture if you want to read through it, let's continue exploring. I've clicked on a new chat here. I think the AI impact on society is a great name. And now let's have a different discussion. Let's say I'm trying to learn French. Have a very basic discussion with me in French so that I may improve my French speaking skills. And I'm going to send it away. So it's starting off and it's having a simple conversation with me. It says, bonjour, comment ça va? Hello, how are you? It's even translating it for me. And I don't really speak French, so this is difficult for me, but I'm going to write, très bien, et toi? I think that is, I'm good. How are you? I'm going to send it away, continue this discussion to keep learning. So it's saying, I'm an artificial intelligence model, so I don't have feelings, but I'm ready to help you. What did you do today? We're already starting an interesting discussion. But what I did today is at the limit of my French skills. But at any rate, you can keep having a discussion where ChatGPT is giving questions to you and you can answer in that language. And if you're struggling, help me with a reply. And then it says, sure, if you want to say I went to work, you can say, I'm not going to try, but it's helping me out. This is a fantastic way to learn new languages. Another amazing mode to use is simulation. You can simulate any scenario in order to practice it for the real world. That could be a business negotiation, that could be a sales situation, that could be learning how to treat an angry customer. You can simulate those situations with ChatGPT and literally get your practice in for the real world. Let's take an example here. Simulate a customer complaint about a late delivery. And here we're getting an example email, late delivery, order 123456, urgent attention required, and we're getting a pretty angry message from a customer. And then we can just send our message and go back and forth and estimate what the reply will be with different approaches. And then we can transfer these skills for when we get actually angry customers if you are in that situation. So let's take an even more complex situation. Let's say, simulate a house owner who I'm trying to negotiate a good deal on a real estate with. We disagree on the price. He is harsh, but a fair negotiator who wants no less than $200,000 for the house, and I am not willing to go above $150,000. And here we're getting a simulated version where we get to see the owner's response, and here ChatGPT is actually answering for us. So we get to see a play out of the scenario, and you can pause this lecture and read through this. Now let's say that, okay, that's great. I've learned from this. Now I want to try it myself. We could continue by writing, let me negotiate with you. You are the owner and I will be me. Send it away. And it says, absolutely, I'd be happy to simulate the role of the homeowner for this negotiation. Please proceed with your opening proposal. So I'm writing, I've seen the kitchen. It stinks. That renovation will already set me back $50,000. I cannot go over $150,000 for the property. So let's see what we're getting. ChatGPT will counter argument and then we keep going on and I can continue practicing my negotiation skills. Let's move on to the last mode. So the last mode is brainstorming. Brainstorming is an amazing tool to use with ChatGPT where you can take any idea, any vague plan, and have ChatGPT just throw different ideas at you, whether that is extra points to add to your presentation, maybe you have a startup going, maybe you're wondering something about your marketing strategy, maybe you have a friend who is in trouble and you need some pointers on how to deal with the situation. Whatever it might be, this is the next level brainstorming session. So let's start off with a rather simple instruction like this. Brainstorm ideas for an eco-friendly startup. Let's see what we get. If you've ever been trying to create a startup, you will know what a goldmine this is. Look at this: zero waste grocery delivery, recycled fashion, green construction, eco-friendly cleaning service, solar powered charging stations. The creativity is mind-boggling. And best of all, this is your list based on the instructions that you have given ChatGPT. So it's unique to you. It is not going to be a search result in Google, the first one that everyone is reading, that everyone will be copying. This is unique to you. And finally, to show you the complexity that ChatGPT is capable of, let's add in a lot more specificity and more context. And we're gonna write for a brainstorming session. Brainstorm ideas for a Shopify dropshipping store looking to sell a product within the price range of $20 to $60. I want the item to be durable but also unique to limit competition. Let's see. And amazingly, here is our results. You can pause the lecture and read through these. And if you want more, then all you need to do is write, "Give me more." That's the insanity of this, that it's just that simple. Ask for more and you will get more. So now you know how ChatGPT works and so many different ways to use it in. If you look to the left, look at all this that we have accomplished in just this short time that we've been spending together. Needless to say, there is an almost endless amount of ways to use ChatGPT. The potential is beyond this world, and we have gathered so much different data on so many different topics. And the craziest thing is, this is just the beginning. Moving on in this course, you will learn about prompt engineering, where you will learn to ask the best questions in order to get the best answers. Prompt engineering is an art and it is a science. When you learn to truly angle your questions in the best way, your mind will be blown over the answers that you can get and the results that ChatGPT can generate for you. Stay excited. See you in the next lecture. Welcome to the prompt engineering section of the course, where you are going to learn to take your ChatGPT skills to the next level. So first of all, what is prompt engineering? Well, prompt engineering is the process of crafting questions or tasks to ChatGPT for helpful and accurate answers. In other words, prompt engineering is the art and science of asking the best possible questions to get the best possible answers. So why is prompt engineering important when you could just be asking any sort of question into ChatGPT? Because it will help you to create better prompts to help you with problem solving, decision making, and learning. In other words, the better you are at crafting your questions, the better answers you will get, and the more time you will save, the better articles you can write, the better tasks you can complete, the better emails you can send out. Anything you're currently doing with ChatGPT will be improved by properly learning prompt engineering, because once again, better questions, better answers, better results. So how do you create better prompts? By being clear on what you want to know, to share specific information, and provide context for better answers. And we're going to show you exactly what we mean by this throughout this section, as you will get a bunch of good versus bad examples of prompt engineering. And this entire section is riddled with different techniques that you can start applying right away. Already in the next lecture, you will be getting a prompt framework that will allow you to write in exactly what your request is and fill in the blanks that we've written out for you to gather whatever information that you need to know simply by writing in the different blanks in the framework. It's basically like a cheat sheet for ChatGPT to ensure that you will always get the answer that you need for your queries. And then you will learn all the most important prompt engineering techniques, such as iteration, the ability to give ChatGPT more context based on the output it has given you to make the answers more and more accurate. And then you will learn all the best prompt engineering techniques, such as prompt priming, the ability to give ChatGPT enough context so that it can give you the best possible answers. And you will learn iterations, where you will give it more context based on the output ChatGPT has given you in order to make accurate answers even more more accurate. You will learn the act as technique, where you can have ChatGPT simulate any form of expertise so that all the answers will come through that lens, such as act as a lawyer, act as a digital marketing expert, act as a copywriter. All of the answers through the act as will, through that simulation, give you very different responses based on that profession or niche that you have written in. You will learn the fourth grader technique, where you can take any complex topic, even if it's astrophysics, and have ChatGPT explain it to you like you were a fourth grader. In other words, taking very complex text and simplifying it to the level where you can get a good understanding, whether it's for you or your readers. You will learn how to increase the ChatGPT accuracy by having ChatGPT ask you follow-up questions so that it can fill in all its blanks. You will learn the summarize technique to take huge amounts of text and have them summarized for you, whether it is for you to learn personally or use in any form of content. You will learn the teach me technique, where ChatGPT will teach you any skill you need to know in a step-by-step fashion so that you can properly learn it. The write like me technique, where ChatGPT will look at your writing or your brand's writing and then adapt to your style so that all the content or all the creative writing that you might be putting out will be constantly in the same voice. You will learn to ask for advice, whether that is in your life questions, whether that is professionally, whether that is what sort of content to put out next, what to write about next, what to do next in your situation. ChatGPT can help advise you. And finally, you will learn advanced prompt engineering and fine-tuning, where you will take all of the information and techniques that you have learned and then learn how to combine them in the best possible way to get the best possible results, and fine-tune them based on the result that you're getting from ChatGPT. In other words, once you get to the advanced ChatGPT section, you know that you're in for a treat, because this is where you get to be creative and take all of these prompts to the next level. This will be followed by an advanced prompt engineering assignment, where you get to prove to yourself that now you have unlimited possibilities at your hands, because I will request you to do some pretty difficult tasks with ChatGPT, and you will be surprised over how easily you can accomplish it. So I hope you're excited. Let's jump in the next lecture, where you will get your prompt framework in order to get any sort of response you're looking for instantly by using this cheat sheet. See you in the next lecture.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the prompt engineering section. Now, to jumpstart your prompts with ChatGPT, we would like to give you a framework which you basically can just copy and paste into ChatGPT. Just add in your details there and you will get great prompts from it. Let's dive right into it. So first of all, let's just cover all of the steps you need to take in order to get this prompt as good as possible so that you will get the best possible answers from ChatGPT. First off, we need to define the task, meaning that we need to identify the specific action or goal for the prompt. What are the goal with the prompt? What would you like to get from ChatGPT? After that's done, we need to give it some clear instructions, pretty much outline guidelines or rules for ChatGPT to follow. How long would you like that article to be? That video scripts, 2-3 minutes. How many words in that article? 200-300 words? That's what you need to give it. And then we need to offer some context. Pretty much give background information, give some examples or scenarios of relevance for ChatGPT to give you the best possible answers. To understand maybe your company, your business and brand, etc., what your goals with marketing is, what you have achieved before, etc., etc. And then we have the total prompt framework template here. First of all, we have the subject, we have the task, we have the instructions, and then we have the context. So let me just show you how you can copy this and paste it into ChatGPT and just rewrite it with your own words, with your own subject, task, instructions, and context to get the best possible answers from ChatGPT. Let's dive right into it. All right, so now we are in ChatGPT. So here you can see all of the things that you need to customize after your needs and your subjects, etc. So first of all, here are the frameworks: subject, task, instructions, and then context. So let's just start by filling in all of these. So first of all, you would like to write the subject. And for this example, I'm taking eco-friendly cleaning products. Let's say I am a business selling eco-friendly cleaning products. What do I want ChatGPT to do for me? Well, sell a ton of products, of course, but what task do we want to give ChatGPT? For this, I'm going to make the task write me a blog post to my website about eco-friendly products. But not only eco-friendly products, we would like it to be about eco-friendly cleaning products. So here you see, you need to be precise of what you're asking ChatGPT to do for you. Then let's continue with the instructions. This is super critical for your prompts. Now, first of all, and then type of content. So this could be anything from a YouTube video, it could be anything from a blog post, it could also be a job application or whatever you want ChatGPT to do for you. So in here, I am going to write blog post again. Blog post. The blog post should be between, and then the word count. How long would you like it to be? For me, I would say 500 to 700 words. And then I would like it to be written in a tone. So if you're having a brand, a business, a company, anything, and you are doing a lot of marketing, you maybe are doing marketing on Instagram and YouTube, maybe your blog, etc. You would like to keep that tone of voice consistent. So if you know your tone of voice, then let it know it here. If you don't, you can write something like written in a informative and persuasive tone. That's a good way to start. You don't need to know everything about your brand identity and stuff like that to write this. And include at least, and here is just completely free. Be creative here. So I have written in here number or specific details. So if you would like it to include maybe 3 biggest benefits of using eco-friendly cleaning products, then write that in here. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So include at least 3 benefits of using eco-friendly cleaning products. And then lastly, we have the context. Basically, some background information of maybe your company business or maybe for your job application, whatever information you're having to give to ChatGPT. Here is where you're giving that, because as much information you can give to ChatGPT, the better answer you will get from ChatGPT. That's how simple it is. So here we have, imagine you are creating this type of content. Once again, it's a bit repetitive, but that's only good. This blog post for the company. Now it could be either the company name, but it's better to give it some context. For example, imagine you are creating this blog post for a company selling eco-friendly cleaning products. And then to who are you selling? This is your targeted audience. Who are you trying to aim? Is it a job interviewer or is it a specific targeted audience for your email campaigns or for your blog posts, etc.? So here is the targeted audience, and this could be really good to write in. So let's write in targeted audience, targeting people looking for eco-friendly alternatives to the traditional cleaning products. So here you can see that we have already pasted in all of the details. First of all, the subject here, eco-friendly cleaning products, then the task, write me a blog post about eco-friendly cleaning products, and then the instructions. The blog post should be between 500 to 700 words, written in an informative and persuasive tone, and include at least 3 benefits of using eco-friendly cleaning products. And then the context. Imagine we are trying to put them in a scenario that they are working for our company. So imagine you're creating this blog post for a company selling eco-friendly cleaning products, targeting people looking for eco-friendly alternatives to the traditional cleaning products. Let's see what the answer will be. So here is our prompt, and then here is the answer. And the title goes, Unleashing the Power of Green, the Revolution of Eco-Friendly Cleaning Products. And then you can see that it has structured the blog post beautifully. 1, protect our waterways, improve indoor air quality, safe for all, etc. Now, if you would like it to include backlinks to another article or anything else like that, you just write it in either in the context here or in the instructions here. Let's go over a few more examples on how you can use this template. So let's say that you would like ChatGPT to write you a job application cover letter. So write a cover letter for a job application in the marketing industry. And then the instructions, the letter should be between 300 to 500 words, written in a professional and enthusiastic tone, and include at least 2 examples of relevant experience and skills. Context. Imagine you're writing this letter for a job application at a marketing agency targeting hiring managers who are looking for a candidate with a strong marketing background and passion for the industry. So you can see how powerful this is. I can just click on enter here to generate an answer from ChatGPT, and it will write this application for a marketing specialist position for me, a cover letter. How awesome is this? Now go to the resources, download this template, this framework, so you can jumpstart your prompt engineering. Good luck. I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys and welcome back. Inside of this video we are going to talk about something called prompt priming. What is it and how can we do it in ChatGPT to get the best answers? Let's dive right into it. So prompt priming, what is it? Well, it's a way for us to guide ChatGPT with clear tasks and context for better answers. Basically, as much information as we can give from the background from our company, from whatever goal we're having with all of these prompts. Whatever information that we can give ChatGPT, it will give out a better answer for us, a more specific one. So poor prompt priming, which means basically don't give any information, any background, any context, anything of that sort, that will just lead to generic and irrelevant answers, which makes sense, right? So good prompt priming gives tailored and specific answers that align with your goals. Let me show you how to do just that in ChatGPT. So first of all, let's have a look at an example without prompt priming, how inefficient this could be. So first of all, we're having a text here and I've already written, can you give me some marketing strategies for my shoe brand on Instagram? Then you might say, hey, there are some context in here. I am telling you that I want some marketing strategies for my shoe brand and have it on Instagram. Let's see how generic this answer will be. So here's the answer that we got. It's pretty lengthy, but absolutely here are some marketing strategies that you can use to promote your shoe brand on Instagram. High quality content, yeah, of course, user generated, Instagram stories and reels, Instagram shopping, influencers and partnerships, hashtag strategy, etc., etc. Let's have a look at what answer we are getting with this type of prompt. I'm a shoe brand looking to market on Instagram. Same kind of prompt there, but now we're giving ChatGPT some context, some additional information. 2 women in Spain between the ages of 25 to 60. What are some effective marketing strategies and best practices for this audience? We are looking for the best practices for this audience in marketing. Let's have a look at what answer we are getting from ChatGPT. So by just comparing this pretty general answer that we got earlier without any context, if I go down here, this is amazing. So the first that we are getting is localize your content. Tailor your content to the Spanish market by incorporating local language, culture, and trends. Age appropriate content. Since your target audience ranges between 25 to 60, make sure to create content that appeals to various age groups within this range. Partner with local influencers. You just see the amazing power of bringing context to ChatGPT about your business, about your brand, maybe your background within job searching applications, etc. Whatever your goal is, bring context by prompt priming. Here's another example on how powerful prompt priming really is. Now, I'm a recent graduate seeking a job in the tech industry. So already giving some context there. Could you provide some tips and advice on how to create a compelling resume? That's the goal. That's what you would like it to do. And cover letter that will stand out to potential employers. let's have a look at the answer that we're getting from ChatGPT. So this is so good. Absolutely. Here are some tips for creating a compelling resume and cover letter for the tech industry. And you can see here's the resume. And then here is the cover letter. So first of all, customize your role, tailor your resume to each job application, etc., etc. But really stuck out from me by giving some context that you just graduated. You can see here. If you're recent graduate, you might not have much work experience. This is how powerful it is to give ChatGPT context by prompt priming. You can supplement this by including relevant projects or coursework. Describe what you did, the technologies you used, and what the outcomes were. So ChatGPT basically knows that you are not maybe a favorite for a job position, but by just pointing out the technology that you're using and all different types of things that you can come up with that can make you a favor for this job position, they can help you by doing this. And you can go down even more into depth with this by making them describe a few other things that you can take to your advantage when it comes to job applications, cover letters, resume, etc. So by prompt priming, you will receive way better answers from ChatGPT. Okay, with that said, I'll see you in the next lecture. Hi guys and welcome back. Now inside of this video we are going to talk about iteration in prompt engineering. What is it? How can we use it inside of ChatGPT? Let's dive right into it. First of all, what is iteration? Well, iteration is when we are asking ChatGPT questions until you have the information you need by rephrasing and giving more context. Why are we using it? Well, by asking more questions, you're building a better understanding between the AI, the ChatGPT, and you for more accurate answers. Now, maybe the scary part is that the AI is actually learning about you, about the way that you're asking questions, about the information that you're giving. So it's like collecting all of this information base about you in a conversation, and then based on that information, it can give you basically better answers. It might be scary, but it's super helpful when we're using ChatGPT. So when are we using iterations? Well, if you're sitting on a lot of information but don't know how to get the best answers or formulations possible yourself. So you're having tons of information, but you don't know where to start. How should you write in this little text box all of this information in order so that ChatGPT knows what you are after? That can be really, really hard sometimes. So how are we using this technique? Well, by edit the question until you have the best answer from ChatGPT and provide more context for better result. Now, often ChatGPT works better when you are providing a little bit information at the time. If you're writing maybe a kind of a blog post article kind of thing with 2000 words, it can be a little bit tricky for ChatGPT to give you the best answer possible. Sometimes you have to take it in different blocks. So basically giving up a small portion of information at a time to receive your goal with the prompt. So let's dive right into ChatGPT and see how we can iterate our prompts. So here is a prompt I wrote with a little bit of context. As you can see, I'm a manager looking to improve my team's collaboration and communication. Can you suggest some strategies to enhance teamwork and create a more productive work environment? Pretty specific. If you need more clarification or ideas, I'll ask further questions. So if ChatGPT need more context from us, you just keep on asking until you're satisfied with the answers that you're getting. So by just prompting this, here's the answer that we got. Absolutely, here are several strategies you can employ to enhance teamwork and create a more productive work environment. So reading through this, set clear goals and expectations, improve communications, foster trust and mutual respect, encourage collaboration, provide constructive feedback, etc., etc. Now, if you are not satisfied with this answer, or you're feeling like, oh, I missed out on giving this type of information, either you can go ahead and rewrite it down here by sending a new message, or you can write, I forgot to tell you that I'm a manager in the tech industry, etc. Instead of writing all of this text down here, what you can do instead is you can actually go into your prompt. As you can see here, you have a little edit box here, and then you can go in here and edit it right away to get another answer, more specific answer that is more tailored towards what you're searching for. So here you can instead go in and like iterate this by doing and then you can write tech manager, for example. Just have a look at your prompt and ask yourself, how can I add more context to get a better answer? So I'm a tech manager looking to improve my team's collaboration. So you're telling that you're having a team that you would like to get a better collaboration and communication. So I'm a manager, for example, of 12 people looking to improve. So just add in more context to this if you're having information to get a better answer, and then click on save and submit. And as you can see, ChatGPT happily are generating another answer to you. So as you can see, it looks totally different. Clear communication, set goal and expectations. It's kind of the same, but it will be more catered towards the information that you're giving out. So this is one way to do it. The other way is just to keep on asking more and more questions, adding in more and more context and using this type of method like this. So here you can see that we have use technology, which is 1 out of 10 different points on collaboration and teamwork. And here it says utilize appropriate collaboration tools and project management software. So now we can just take this and copy it and paste it in here. Please share appropriate collaboration tools and project management software. Make a list of the top 5 to use for my team of 12 people. And then you just keep on asking how you can really improve the environment, the communication, and the collaboration between you and your colleagues or employees. This is a great way to just keep on asking questions and edit them to get the best possible answers. Let's have a look at the output. So basically, by just edit your questions, add in a more detailed context here, you are getting better answers. So you can do that. That's the first step, to edit your first question. Or you can just ask upon the answers that you're getting more questions. So please share appropriate collaboration tools and project management softwares. Make a list of 5. And here you can see it's suggesting Slack, Microsoft Teams, Asana, Trello, Jira, and Workspace, a lot of different tools. So by just iterating your question, basically editing your questions and making it more specific, adding in some context and background information, you're getting better answers with ChatGPT. Use this technique. Good luck. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the course. Now inside of this video, we are going to cover another prompt technique called act as. What is it? How are we using it in ChatGPT? Let's dive right into it. Now, act as, what does it mean? Well, it's a technique where we are asking ChatGPT to simulate the expertise of a specific professional. Why are we using this technique? Well, to access specialized and targeted answers from a simulated expert to save both time and resources. When are we using this technique? When you need expert guidance from an expert's perspective. Now, if you are asking ChatGPT, as you will find out in a second here, when I am going into ChatGPT and showing you this, if you're asking it a general question without any background, without it acting as an expert, you will get one answer. But if you are asking ChatGPT to act as an expert within a certain field or topic or subject, whatever, you will notice that you will get a specialized and more specific answer. How are we doing this? Well, by asking ChatGPT to act as a specific expert, providing the necessary context and information needed. So let's dive right into ChatGPT and have a look at it. Let's just ask ChatGPT a pretty general question. Give me 3 strategies to improve time management skills. Let's see what the output will be. So just by skimming through here, we can see that prioritize your tasks, use a system like Eisenhower box, and distinguish between tasks that are important and not important. So yes, ChatGPT, if you're asking a pretty general question, it will do a great job here. here. Use time blocking, leverage technology, etc. But if you're reading through here, it's pretty general. I would say the answer, it's really, really good, but it's pretty general if you compare it to this kind of prompt. Act as a productivity coach. And here was the prompt before. Give me 3 strategies to improve time management skills. But here we're asking it to act as a productivity coach. Let's have a look at the answer or the output that we're getting from ChatGPT when we're asking it to act as an expert in a certain field. Okay, so this is super impressive. While asking a pretty general question like give me 3 strategies to improve time management skills, and we are giving the answer leveraging technology. There are many apps and tools available, but they're not giving us a specific tool to really improve our time management skills. But if I'm asking it to act as a productivity coach instead, I'm right away getting the Pomodoro technique. This technique involves working for a set of amount of time, usually 25 minutes, then taking a short break of 5 minutes and then repeating the process. So we're getting a lot more details in the answers when we are asking it to act as an expert within a field. It's amazing how these small twitches, how these small prompting techniques can really help you get better answers to your questions. So definitely go in and use this technique. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to the course. Now we are going to dive into one of the favorite techniques of me and Robin, which is called the 4th grader. Let's dive right into what it is and how we can use it in our prompts to get better outputs. Let's dive right into it. Now the 4th grader, what is it? Well, it's us asking ChatGPT to simplify complex concepts for easy understanding. Why are we using it? Well, to make complex ideas accessible to all levels of expertise. So if you're having something that are super complex, maybe an article or blog post or whatever it might be, you can ask ChatGPT to explain it to you as you were a 4th grader. When are we using this? When we are talking to a diverse audience to ensure clear and easy to understand information for everyone. So if you're having an audience, maybe you're having a speech and you know that the levels of expertise is everything from beginner to intermediate to advanced, then you can definitely use this technique to have your speech written in an easy to understand style. Well, how are we using this technique? Well, by asking ChatGPT to simplify a concept as you were a child. Let's dive right into ChatGPT and have a look at the 4th grader technique. All right, so here we are in ChatGPT. Now, let me just paste this in. Describe the Pomodoro technique and its benefits for time management. Let's have a look at the answer without using this prompt technique. Now, skimming through this by not using the 4th grader technique here, describe the Pomodoro technique and its benefits for time management. The Pomodoro technique is a time management method developed by, and then it's really simple language already. Choose a task, set a timer, work on the task. It's really breaking down really good here from ChatGPT. But let's have a look at this version compared to explain it to a 4th grader. And let's see if it does a better job explaining this concept for a 4th grader. Wow, I'm so amazed with ChatGPT. Look at this. First of all, we're getting background history, all of that, and then we're getting a pretty lengthy text, I would say. Even though, as I mentioned before, it's pretty simple outlaid, I like how it is. But if you're having a concept that are super complex, then I would definitely prefer this answer instead. So I just wrote, explain it to a 4th grader, and it says, sure, let's simplify it a bit. The Pomodoro technique is like a fun game to help you finish your homework or any task faster. Here's how to play it. And you can see it's in 5 points. It's super short and condensed. The information is so easy to just consume. So if you're having lengthy articles, you're having lengthy homework, or you're having assignments that are super complex, or a subject that you don't understand at all. Try this technique. Let's go over another example so you can really see how powerful the fourth grader technique is and why it's mine and Robin's favorite of all techniques. So this time we have discussed the benefits of setting SMART goals for personal growth. Let's see what output we're getting here. So, discuss the benefits of setting SMART goals for personal growth. This is the text that we are getting. It's really, really good, well done by ChatGPT, but it's pretty lengthy and it's pretty complicated if you have never read anything about this. So, if this is a new concept for you, it can be hard to really read through here and understand what it's about. So, let's simplify it by asking, explain it to a fourth grader, and let's see what output we're getting now. So let's just read out here. So the first one, before we asked for as a fourth grader, we had specific. When goals are specific, they provide a clear direction. This means you know exactly what you need to do to achieve the goal. For instance, instead of saying I want to read more, a specific goal would be I would read 1 book per month. This clear direction can make it easier to stay motivated and to recognize when you achieve your goal. This is pretty clear, I would say. Let's have a look at what the prompt explain it to a fourth grader would say on specific. So specific, once again, this means your goal should tell exactly what you want to do. Instead of saying I want to be better at math, a specific goal would be I want to learn my multiplication tables up to 10. So it was pretty similar here, I would say, but as you can see in the beginning, it's really dancing down all of this text. It's pretty lengthy, I would say, to just one sentence. So if you're having complex information, maybe you are studying for a new job, maybe you're studying in school, whatever it might be, it can be about marketing concepts. So if you would like to understand SEO better or whatever it might be, if you're having something that is super complex for you, information that you have never read about or you don't know anything about, then just write in explain it to a fourth grader and you will get a more condensed explanation. It will be much easier for you to consume the information and to remember the information. So use the fourth grader technique when you're having something that are complex for you to learn. See you in the next video. Hi guys and welcome back. Now we are ready to go into the next prompting technique called follow-up questions. What is it? How do we use it? Let's dive right into it. Now, what do we mean with follow-up questions? This might be clear, but what do we really mean with follow-up questions in ChatGPT? Well, it's a way for us to encourage ChatGPT to go deeper into topics by asking you questions. So instead of iterate things where we are asking more and more questions to get answers, we are asking ChatGPT to do it for us. So if they need something more, they should ask questions. Now, why are we using this? Well, to get a deeper understanding of complex ideas and make smarter decisions. So if something is complex, then we just ask ChatGPT to ask us more questions so that they will receive more information so that we can make smarter decisions. Smart, right? So next one is when. When you have complex topics or topics you want to dive deep into to get detailed information, we are once again asking them to ask us questions so that we can get detailed information. How are we using this? Well, by asking ChatGPT to ask you questions until it has all the information needed to provide best answers. So let's dive right into ChatGPT to have a look on this technique. So here's the example prompt. Tell me how to put together information from different places to understand something better. And then you can write, if you need more information, ask me follow-up questions. And then you just send that prompt. Okay, so now the conversation is up and running. So tell me about how to put together information from different places to understand something better. If you need more information, ask me follow-up questions. So I got a really good answer here. To put together information from different sources to understand something better, you can follow a systematic approach. Here are some steps that you might want to consider. And it gave me 7 great steps. And then it asks me, could you please specify the topic or subject you are interested in? This way I can provide more specific advice tailored to your needs. This is exactly what we are looking for. Tailored answers to our needs. So it's starting to ask us questions. So I can continue on this. So could you please specify the topic or subject that you're interested in? And we can write, I am to become a student studying bookkeeping and accounting. And then you can send that off and see what answers we are getting. So you're getting more specific answers the more information you're giving. And by letting ChatGPT ask you all of these questions, you don't have to come up with the questions or the information yourself, because they are drawing out that information from your brain. So this is a great way to become more specific with all of your answers. You don't have to have all of the answers, because ChatGPT is going to ask you all of the questions so that you can get more specific answers to your questions. This is so good and so effective. Excellent. Now that we have a specific field, I can guide you on how to gather information from different sources to better understand bookkeeping and accounting. Here are some steps you might consider. Define specific topics. So here you can see tax, accounting, textbook, online course materials, scholarly articles. It's a lot of like study language in here. So you can see how specific you can become by letting ChatGPT ask you questions. The only thing you have to add at the end is this: if you need more information, ask me follow-up questions. And that's exactly what it did. You can see if I scroll up here, could you please specify the topic or subject you are interested in? This way I can provide more specific advice tailored to your needs. And that's exactly what we got when we just answered their questions. So use this follow-up questions technique whenever you feel like you can't really structure the information and you don't really know exactly what you're looking for. Okay, I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the next video, where we are going to let ChatGPT summarize text, reviews, articles, videos, and all of that good stuff for us so that we can save more time and do more productive stuff. Let's dive right into it. So summarize. How does this technique work? Well, it's basically us asking ChatGPT to condense large and complicated information into something short and easy to understand. Why? Well, to save time and get key points from complex and lengthy texts and videos fast. Well, when are we using this? Well, when you need an overview, make content shorter for social media, get key points from videos, or scan through reviews. How are we going to use this? Well, by giving ChatGPT articles, videos, and reviews to summarize and get tips on improving and getting better data. Let's dive right into ChatGPT and have a look at how we can do this. I hope this will blow your mind. So first of all, we need to give ChatGPT a task, and the task is to take this is an older article, as you can see, from 2022, but we are going to just copy all of this text, because imagine reading through this text. It will take quite a few minutes to do. As you can see, it's lengthy and pretty complex with all types of terms, etc. So I'm going to go over here to ChatGPT. I'm going to ask it, before I paste this text in, summarize this article with the key points in a number form. And then I'm just going to paste in all of this text. And as you can see, it starts to work right away. But when you're doing this with articles and stuff like this, you need to go back to the article and really see that it takes the right information from this page. So it's always up to you to double check that the information is correct, etc. So as you can see, it's throwing out all of the 10 key points, as you can see here. Amazing, right? And as you can see, it's still a bit of reading. So if you would like to condense this even more to save even more money, you just ask it to write one sentence per key point. One sentence per key point. Look at this. This is 1 sentence per key point. So this is how you take all of these lengthy texts, as you can see, all of this complex and lengthy text. And if it was more complex, what you can do is you can go over here and ask it and combine this with explain it to a 4th grader. You see how creative you can be with ChatGPT. This is amazing. As you can see here, all of this lengthy text that I'm scrubbing through here, as you can see, I'm scrolling to this. 1 sentence per key point. So this is a great technique. Let's have a look at the next technique on how you can take, instead of spending minutes or hours even on YouTube, you can take the transcripts from the video and ask the same thing. Let me show you how it's done. So the only thing you need is go to the video, click on these 3 dots here, and click on show transcript. Go up here somewhere, click, hold in the button, hold it in, and just scroll down all the way here. Right click, click on copy, go over here, and then write the same thing. Summarize this transcript to the key points. And then you just jump down a couple of rows and then click on paste, and then let ChatGPT do its magic. So here is all the transcript of everything that we're talking about in this video. So I'm just asking it politely to just summarize this video for me in key points. And as you can see, it's doing this in a list style. As you can see, it's so beautiful. So you can see here are the key points. Talking about online courses are profitable with the potential to impact other lives and teach about various topics, digital assets, membership sites, digital templates, music and art, digital services. This is amazing. So all of these video scripts, I didn't have to spend minutes on this. As you can see, this video was 8 minutes long. I didn't have to spend all of that time on that video to get the key points from this video. And this is what you can do. You basically just go over to YouTube, click on the 3 dots, and then you just copy all of the transcript and let it summarize it for you. So now we have one more thing for you business owners out there or marketers that you can really do. You can take reviews and you can copy all of the bad or the good reviews of a company, and you can ask it to give you tips on how you can improve this for your business. Let's go and have a look at how to do just that. So I just went here to Trustpilot and went to a brand called Lululemon Athletica. And as you can see, there are pretty bad reviews on Trustpilot. But what I can do is I can go in and look at my competitors' weaknesses by just clicking here, for example, on 1-star reviews. And then I could, oh, this doesn't look good. And then I can just take all of this by holding in down on my mouse and just taking the first page like that. And then I can just copy all of this. So it will copy all of this text. As you can see, there are tons and tons of pages. And I think there are between 500 to 2000 word limit on ChatGPT currently for one prompt, up to 4000, something like that. They are trying to expand this over time. So maybe when you're watching this, you can copy a lot of text in, but just keep in mind that sometimes you won't get prompts. So sometimes you have to copy and paste in at different times, so a little bit at a time. So let's take all of this text, it's copied, and then I'm going here, and then you would like to ask it to summarize this for you and maybe give you some pointers on what you can do better as a competitor. So summarize all these reviews and give me the most common problems people are complaining at, and give me tips on how I, as an competitor, you see what I'm doing here, can do this better for my customers. Awesome, right? So summarize all these reviews and give me the most common problems people are complaining at, and give me tips on how I, as a competitor, can do this better for my customers. I'm jumping down 2 rows, and then I'm just going to paste all of those reviews in and let ChatGPT give me advice and come up with all of the bad reviews summarized for me. So here are the common problems in the reviews. poor customer service, delivery issues, quality of products, refunds, and return policy issues. And you can see with a little text here as well, explaining, summarizing for me what the issues are. Problems with gift cards. So those are the most common problems. Okay, so this information alone can give you a lot, but just by doing like I did to have tips for improvements, as you can see here, they added that in for me. So I know how I can use this information to improve the quality of service, products, etc. in my company. So tips for improvements: improve customer service, and it says invest in a well-trained customer service team who can quickly and efficiently solve customers' problems, etc., etc. Here you go. Smooth delivery processes, maintaining high quality of products, clear and fair returns and refund policies, reliable gift card system, prompt response to compliance. So this is an amazing way. First, we have the article, summarize an article in one sentence per key point. Take that with you for sure. Transcript of a video, instead of sitting for minutes and minutes or hours and hours, take the transcripts and let ChatGPT do the work for you. Summarize the video with key points. If you're having a company, go into their company's review or your competition's reviews, just copy all of those reviews, paste those in. You can also do this with good reviews. So what are this company doing that is so good? So you know that, okay, I really need to do this as well to compete with this. And then you just look at loopholes in the company. What are they doing bad? What can you do better there? Ask ChatGPT for those answers. Awesome, guys. So I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, and welcome back to the course. Now inside of this video, we are going to go over an prompt technique called Teach Me. What is it and how can we use it? Well, let's dive right into it. First question, what is Teach Me? Well, of course, it's a bit like it sounds. Ask ChatGPT for step-by-step instructions to learn new skills or expand knowledge. Just like you're doing here, you're sitting here watching this video on me explaining to you how to do prompt engineering on ChatGPT. You could do the same, asking ChatGPT how to do prompt engineering, but in text format. Now, why should you do this? Well, to grow your knowledge base in specific fields to stay up to date. When should you do this? When you're looking to learn new tools or softwares and are looking for a quick guide. As you saw in a video back, summarize, this is quite the same thing. You're getting a summarize of how you can learn a few things, which is awesome. How are we going to do this? Well, by asking ChatGPT for step-by-step instructions, include the goal you have and the level of your current skills. Super important. Let's go ahead and dive into ChatGPT and see on how ChatGPT can teach me things. So here's a great prompt. So teach me. As a complete beginner, you're telling them the skill level that you are at so that they know that, hey, you need some beginner-friendly material in the beginning so that you really can learn this. How to use Premiere Pro, which is an Adobe program where you can edit videos, to edit marketing videos for Instagram step by step. So let's have a look at how ChatGPT can teach me this in steps in text. Okay, so here's the answer that we got. Sure, I'll guide you through the basic process of creating a video for Instagram using Adobe Premiere Pro. Since you are a complete beginner, giving out here the skill level of yourself is going to guide the ChatGPT better to give you a better answer. I'll start from the very beginning. So first off, they want us to install and open Adobe Premiere Pro, which is the program, and then they are going into creating a new project and naming it and giving out the location, render and everything, exporting and all of that good stuff, which is for a beginner. And then they are going over to import the media, creating a sequence, adding clips to the timeline. So we are really here at the beginning of your journey. So this is great information. They are also going over frames per second and all of that good stuff. stuff which you need to learn as a beginner in Premiere Pro. And then they are also adding transitions, text, adding music, and then all the way to exporting the video. So for you as a beginner, if you are not watching a lot of videos or you won't like to have it in text or whatever reason, this is great stuff. But let's say that you are not a beginner, you are a professional, then it can look like this. Teach me as a video editor professional how to use Premiere Pro to edit marketing videos for Instagram step by step. And here I wrote, you don't need to include anything about installing the program or importing the video. Let's see what type of guide we're getting now. Okay, so there we got the answer. Sure, let's dive into a more advanced tutorial for creating Instagram marketing videos in Adobe Premiere Pro. So instead of, if I'm scrolling up here to the beginner's guide, install and open Adobe Premiere Pro, they assume that we already have it downloaded. So it starts with setting up a new project. And of course, this is also for beginners, but here's the good thing. Look at this. So typical is square video or vertical. So here you can see that it's giving out the pixels on how long and how wide the thing should be, which is awesome. And then it just keep on giving out more advanced tips like organizing your media, because if you're having a project and you are editing videos, you have video files, you maybe have audio, maybe you have some b-rolls, which means like some cool transitions and some more media that you put in, maybe some images and text and all of that good stuff. So it just shows us how we can do this more efficiently. And then it's just go down and talk about advanced transitions, color correction and grading. So you can see by just adding in what level you are at, you can get better information. So if you are learning a software or a tool, just by using this teach me technique, you can get a guide super fast with ChatGPT. So I really encourage you to use this whenever you are wanting to learn a software or a tool, or maybe you would like to learn a new subject. So then you can just teach me how to do software engineering or oil painting or whatever it might be. So by just telling ChatGPT, hey, I'm a beginner, I'm an intermediate, or I'm an advanced at this, could you please teach me how to? ChatGPT will definitely teach you how to do that. Okay guys, I'll see you in the next video. Hi there and a warm welcome back to this section of prompt engineering. Inside of this video, we are going to talk about another technique called Write Like Me. What is it? How are we using it in ChatGPT? Well, let's answer those questions and let's dive right into the video. So, write like me. What is it? Well, it's us asking ChatGPT to copy yours or your brand's writing style. Why? Well, to create a strong brand identity and build trust and connection with your audience. Your audience can be that you're running a business, for example, and you're having a particular audience, or you're writing different types of letters within your company and you're having one type of style and you would like to shorten that process by letting ChatGPT help you out. So when are we going to use this? When creating content, for example, letters within your companies, it can be marketing posts, or it could be copywriting in your e-commerce store, whatever it could be, that aligns with your brand identity across channels. How? Well, to show ChatGPT examples of writing style or brand voice, including tone, acts, and special words. We definitely would like it to copy what you already write like. That's the key here. So let's dive right into ChatGPT and see how this is possible. All right, so here we have the prompt. Write a cover letter for a marketing position using the same writing style and tone found in my resume and previous cover letters. And then, of course, I'm going to jump down a couple of rows and write example. And then I'm going to paste in an example. And then sincerely, Jesper. So here's an example. Let's see how it's going to copy my style. So let's just go ahead and look at the similarities in these two cover letters. So here we have Dear Hiring Manager, starting the same. Maybe you would like to change a couple of things when you are doing this because you would like to make it more personal towards the hiring manager in this case. And then these were the first one. I am writing to express my enthusiastic interest in the marketing position in SEO currently available at your your company. So the tone of voice here is clearly enthusiastic, happy, exciting, and stuff like that. Let's see if ChatGPT can write like me. ChatGPT wrote, "I am delighted," which is also a way of being happy and exciting, "to submit my application for the available marketing position at your esteemed organization." And then it continues and continues. But just in the beginning here, I can see that it's copying my style, which is super cool. And then you can just read this through word by word. And then, of course, you can go in and just take all of this text, as you can see here, that it is written. "Warm regards," as you can see here, and then "Jesper" instead of "sincerely." So it has changed up a little bit of things, but it just keeps my style of writing. And you can do this for different types of things. Let me give you another example. So here I have written another example. "Write a social media post promoting our latest product using the same writing style and tone found in our previous post." And of course, I need to give them some context. I need to give them this post. And you don't need to give them posts all the time. If you've done this one time and you have it in one conversation up here, as you can see, there are several different conversations here. For example, here, marketing job inquiry, as it says here. Then you don't have to redo this all the time, because ChatGPT will remember your tone of voice. It will remember the conversation that you are within. So if I wanted to write a social media post promoting our latest products, I need to just give them something to refer to here. So I'm just going to give them that. So I'm going to paste in, this is our latest post, for example, and then I can just go down here and write like this. Awesome. So it gave me another one. So summer is here, and we've got just the thing to elevate your style. Our newest collection of sunglasses has arrived, and it's packed with a variety of classic and trendy frames to suit every taste. And if you think this is too long, I think this is too lengthy, I would just make it shorter. And it will definitely do that for you, as you can see. Upgrade your summer style with our latest sunglasses collection. From aviators to cat eye frames, our polarized lenses will protect your eyes and elevate your look. Visit us today to find your perfect pair. Summer shades. And you can see it already added in some emojis in here, because hey, it's Instagram, right? Or it's social media at least. And then you need those emojis, don't you? But you can see if you're giving some context and you're asking ChatGPT to write like me, then you will stay consistent all over the internet. If you are running a business, this is super important, so that whenever somebody is reading, for example, a blog post from you, they feel like, oh, this is you, this is this company that's writing this, so that you can stay then consistent on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, or wherever you are doing marketing. And this, as you saw in the beginning, can also be really, really good if you're writing, for example, cover letters for a marketing position or any other type of job that you are searching. Then it can definitely help you to stay consistent with your tone of voice. If you're enthusiastic, if you are happy and all of that good stuff, then just write in. Give ChatGPT something to write upon so that they can write as you. Okay, good luck. I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, and welcome back to yet another prompt engineering technique. Now inside of this video, we are going to cover something called Ask for Advice. What is it and how to use it? Let's dive right into it. First question, what is Ask for Advice good for? Well, it is like asking a friend for help or suggestions when you have a problem. We as human beings are having a lot of conflicting thoughts in our everyday life, in our business, etc. So by asking a friend for advice can help you come closer to a solution. Why are we using this? Well, to get information for problem solving, for decision making, or understanding different perspectives, which is super handy. And when are we going to use this? When you need assistance for example, chat support if you're running a business, for a Q&A section if you're having something like that on a website, or seek guidance in decisions. Now, how can we use this? Well, by asking ChatGPT for advice on a matter, include context and the necessary information needed for ChatGPT to give you the best answer possible. Let's dive right into ChatGPT and go over a few examples on how you can use just this. Now, one way of using this is, for example, like this prompt here. I'm having trouble finding reliable sources for my research paper. Well, that's a big problem, right? Because there's a lot of information online, there's a lot of information from ChatGPT, but how can you really find reliable resources on climate change? Can you give me some advice on how to locate and evaluate credible sources? Let's have a look at what ChatGPT answers here. Wow, this is amazing. Absolutely, here are some steps you can follow to locate and evaluate credible sources for your research paper on climate change. Utilize reputable search engines, identify primary and secondary sources, look for peer-reviewed publications. So you see, ChatGPT is really trustworthy here, in my opinion, because they are only giving out sources that are with credentials, that is objectively, publications, and all of that good stuff. And look at the sources that they are giving. Here are some sources, specific sources. NASA, NOAA, WMO. So this can really help you if you're looking for sources. If you're a student, for example, and you are looking for reliable sources of information, this is a great question. So let's have a look at another example of how you can utilize this technique by asking for advice. Here's another way to use this technique. So here's an example prompt. I'm struggling with time management, which we all do, right? Netflix, Instagram, TikTok, there's a lot of things that can distract us today, and often feel overwhelmed with my workload. What advice can you give me to improve my time management skills? Let's have a look at what ChatGPT give us here, because we all are struggling with time management skills, and this is like a friend asking for advice. So let's have a look at what ChatGPT can give us here. So the question was, I'm struggling with time management and often feel overwhelmed on my workload. What can I do to improve my time management skills? And here is a full list of it. Prioritize tasks, set clear goals, etc., etc. It's really good and in-depth. But if I would like to maybe make this more dense, I could ask them to make it 50% shorter, please. And let's see what it gives us. Absolutely. Here's a condensed version of the time management advice. And as you can see, it's way shorter already. We're already at 5, 6. You see, it's so fast, this machine. This can really help us in our everyday life, in our business, and all of that good stuff. I really love ChatGPT. And as you can see, it's way easier to condense and to read out this information. And if you want it to be even lengthier explanation, you can take this version, or you can just ask it to be more in-depth with the information. But this is giving you a pretty good overview of how you can manage your time management skills. Let's have a look at one more example on how you can use this. All right, so let's say that you are running a marketing agency. So it could be, one of our customers is struggling with low organic reach on social media. What advice can you give to help them improve it? Let's see what it will answer. Once again, we're asking for, here you can see, what advice can you give me? Not what answer, what advice can you give me? Let's have a look at what we're getting from ChatGPT. Super excited, actually. So we asked, our customers is struggling with low organic reach on social media. What advice can you give us? Absolutely. Improving organic reach on social media can be challenging, but here are some strategies that could help. Understand your audience. Identify who your targeted audience is. Well, that's a good start. Create quality content. Always a good thing. Use the right keywords and hashtags. Engage with your audience. Leverage. If you were here to ask a more specific question, what your audience size is, maybe what your age group was that you're targeting, maybe the country or the product that you're selling, etc., etc., you will give better answers. The more specific, the more context that you can give, the more information that you can give ChatGPT, the better the answer will be. But this is a great technique to ask for advice. That's exactly what we're doing. And here we're getting a lot of different types of answers and varieties of ways of how you can improve whatever you are doing. So this is a time saver for sure. If you don't have a friend beside you, you can ask ChatGPT to advise you on whatever you are running in as issues. So without further ado, I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome back. In this lecture, you're going to be learning about advanced prompt engineering and fine-tuning. So first things first, what is it? Well, advanced prompt engineering involves using more complex methods to guide ChatGPT's responses. So reasonably, you might wonder, what are more complex methods? Well, we're referring to two things here. Number one, learning to use the different techniques that you've been learning about earlier in this section and learning how to combine them to get the desired result. And number two, learning to use modifiers on those different techniques to get your desired result. For example, if you are using the fourth grader technique, which means you're getting a complex text explained to you like you're a fourth grader, you might find that the result you're getting is too simplistic. So what you can do is you can start scaling it up and use a technique like explain it to me like I'm a sixth grader, a seventh grader, an eighth grader, and just scale up that complexity until you hit your sweet spot. So that is how we start becoming advanced at prompt engineering, realizing the toolbox we have and adapting it. So why should we be using advanced prompt engineering? Well, to gain better control over AI outputs, enhancing accuracy and relevance. And this is all just a fancy way of saying the better we are with our prompt engineering, the better results we are going to get from ChatGPT. Your answers will only be as good as the questions you pose, and prompt engineering is all about getting the questions right. So when is basic prompt engineering not enough, and when do you need to use more advanced skills? When basic prompts are not yielding the desired results, or for more complex queries. So basically, whenever you're using any of the previous methods and you're finding that it's too limited, you're not getting the result you're looking for, that's when you need to start fine-tuning, meaning you need to start realizing that maybe this technique isn't working, or maybe you need to combine the technique you're using together with a different technique. And of course, complex queries might be that you're writing an article and you're looking for different tones of voices for different sections. Maybe the introduction needs to be simplistic, maybe the middle part needs to be more advanced, and maybe you need a bullet pointed conclusion at the end. All of this is going to require different types of prompt techniques in order to achieve that result. And so how are we going to get advanced at prompt engineering? By understanding AI's mechanism, which you've been learning all about, you can manipulate prompts for better context, tone, or detail. And that's exactly it. You've been learning a bunch of different techniques. Now you're going to learn how to combine them, what results you will get when you combine them, and then how to fine-tune the techniques. In other words, change them up based on the results that ChatGPT is giving you. So first, I'm going to be writing an article using advanced prompt engineering and showing you what it might look like. And then you are going to get your hands dirty and get some assignments where you will get to do the same. So let's get started. So we're gonna need two things in order to start writing our article, and you can do this with me or you can just watch me do it. Doesn't matter. In the next lecture, you're gonna get an assignment. You will be getting your hands dirty anyway. But we're going to start off. We need, of course, ChatGPT, and it doesn't matter if you use the free version or the plus version, they work just as good. And then also we're going to need somewhere to put the text in. I'm going to be using Google Documents. Doesn't matter if you're using MacBook Pages, PC, Microsoft Office, doesn't matter what you're using, just whatever text document. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be writing an article about AI's impact on healthcare, and I have a prompt prepared here. So first, let's look at the prompt and then dissect it. Act as a healthcare expert. Summarize the influence of AI technologies in the healthcare industry over the last decade. Use a professional tone of voice. So there are three different prompt engineering techniques being used here. First, we have the act as technique. We're using the act as a healthcare expert, which means that ChatGPT will be simulating a health expert, which means that the answer we will be getting will be angled through that niche, which is exactly what we're looking for this particular article. And then we're using the summarize technique, summarize the influence of AI technologies in the healthcare industry over the last decade. So rather than getting very specific text, we're getting a summary text. And then finally, we are using prompt priming, giving it some context to how it should be acting. Use a professional tone of voice. Now, chances are this is probably not going to be good enough, but it's going to be a great start. So I'm going to send this away, and then I'm going to start fine-tuning and iterating. So the results are in. If you want to read the results, I'm just going to scroll through. You can pause this lecture and read it. It's not important that you do, but you can if you want to, so that you know what we're working with here. Now, while the text is a good start, start, there are a couple of issues with it. First of all, it's not formatted in a nice article format. Rather, we're getting points here and short summaries of all these different points. The second thing is that it's using quite a difficult language, which is not going to be very read friendly for our article. So I'm going to start off by some iterations. And if you remember, an iteration is when I am giving ChatGPT more context based on the result that I have just received. And once I've done some iterations, I'm going to look at fine-tuning. And fine-tuning is simply adding in or removing a certain prompt engineering technique. So once again, iteration is all about providing additional context from the result you have gotten, while fine-tuning is all about changing the technique based on the result you have gotten. And with technique, we're referring to prompt engineering technique. So I've started working on the iterations, and I've written so far, change it into an article format and use more paragraphs to make it easier to read. Using proper paragraph spacing is very important when it comes to writing articles, especially if you're planning on publishing the articles online. And I've also written, write an introduction and end with bullet point conclusions. So all of this is just iterations. I'm giving it more context so it has a better understanding of what I want. I also want to fine tune it slightly. So here in the beginning where it says, write an introduction and end with bullet point conclusions, I'm going to add, write an introduction where you explain it to me like a fourth grader, and as the article progresses, make it increasingly complex. And then I'm going to change this, end with bullet point conclusions. And while it will understand typos, there's no need to add in the typos if you can see them. So now I'm using the fourth grader technique here as well. And I'm also making my own request. And this is a part of more advanced prompt engineering, where I'm saying, as the article progresses, make it increasingly complex. That is not a set technique in itself, but that is something that I desire for this article. So I'm gonna try sending it out and see what the results are and see if I'm happy with this. So a big part of being great at prompt engineering is about being creative. So let's send this away and see what we get. So the results are in, and I'm just gonna scroll through this. You can pause anytime if you wanna read the text so that you know what we're working with here. Also, I want to show you that it did sort of stop in the middle here. Usually what you need to do at that point is just write continue, and then it will finish where it left off. It didn't at this point, so I wrote continue. It started off with something else. So instead I wrote finish the conclusion section, and now it sort of redid the whole conclusions here and gave us some more. So once again, we're not always going to get the result we're looking for, but we are going to fine tune our techniques so that we make sure we get the results that we need. Now looking up at this is all looking incredible. There are some sections here that I might not be the biggest fan of, but I'm going to show you how I work with that. I'm going to start off by copying all of this, and then I'm going to leave the conclusions because it's down there. I'm going to copy it, jump in here, paste it in. Then I'm going to select Command A to select everything, go down to format, clear formatting, just like that. And now I'm just gonna do my own formatting. So I'm gonna make a header. Let's do this at 18. I'm gonna bold it. I'm gonna select everything and change it into Montserrat. I think that's a nice one. I'm going to center it. I'm going to change all of this text and make it slightly bigger into 12. There we go. And now I would just need to make some spaces here to do a better formatting myself. So as you can see, all of these has lost its formatting, but this is an easy fix for that. I'll just select them, bold them, just like this. And now we have a nice article in no time. So there are some things that I didn't like in here, and there often will be when we're working with ChatGPT, but that is fine. We can continue iterating or fine-tuning until we get what we want. But if there are minor mistakes, all we can do is like this, for example, the doctor's super helper. That sounds too much like talking to a kid. The doctor's helper, I'm fine. Imagine if your doctor had a super smart helper. I'm gonna change that to an intelligent robotic helper. One that could remember millions of things all at once and could see patterns that human might miss. So again, if there are minor things we don't like, we can easily just change them. Now let's head back. I'm gonna grab all of this information, paste it in, clear formatting, change it to Montserrat. I'm gonna change it to 12. I'm gonna bold, format it a little bit. Easy peasy, in no time we're getting an article. Now let's see how we can expand this. So we've gotten a nice article, but we want to expand it and make it even bigger. So now I'm prompting, advise me on what else I should be writing about in this article that has the same theme, AI's impact on the healthcare industry. Let's send it away. And once again, the results are in. You can just pause this lecture and read through this if you wanna see what we're working with here. Now I'm just gonna choose one that I want to expand my article with, and I'm going to go with down here. I think this is interesting. Training healthcare professionals. So now when I create a prompt, I'm going to use a version of the write like me technique, but rather than asking it to write like me specifically, I'm going to ask it to use a similar pattern of writing that it wrote the previous article with. So I'm going to write an article on training healthcare professionals through AI. Write in the same way that you wrote the previous article. I'm gonna send it away and see what we get. And once again, the results are in. I'm going to scroll through it if you want to read all of it so you know what we're working with, or rather the results we have gotten. I am a really big fan of this because it's truly writing like it did in the previous article. We have an introduction here. It's using a super simple language. As it progresses, the language gets increasingly complex. It's still explaining every single word, such as VR for virtual reality, etc., being very clear that the article is teaching the reader something. And at the end, we have a conclusion in a bullet point list and some final words. I'm loving this. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab all of this text, go in, I'm going to move down, I'm going to paste it in, select all of it, format, clear formatting, there we go. And rather than introduction, I'm going to call it Training Healthcare Professionals Through AI. Select all of it like this, change it to Montserrat, going to make it size 12 because that's how I like it. And now I just need to start formatting it properly. So I'm gonna bold this, and that's it. Now we have a big, nice 5-page long article going on here, at least 4.5. And if we go up to tools, that's in here, at least in Google Documents, and then word count, we can see that we have gotten 1,404 words in here. Very impressive. And this is how prompt engineering works in real life. We've been using iterations, which means giving it more context based on the information and the answers we're getting from ChatGPT. And we've been fine-tuning it, which means adding in more techniques and removing some techniques in order to get our desired results. In simple terms, the more you use ChatGPT and the more you learn of the different prompt engineering methods to use, the more advanced you will get, because you will start to see pattern in the results you're getting. So in the next lecture, we're going to start practicing you in this already and make you an advanced prompt engineer. You are going to get 5 different assignments to complete, and that's all I'm gonna say for now. I'm going to let you know more of the context in the next lecture, but just know that this will really expand your horizons and train you well. Hope you're excited. Time to get our hands dirty. See you in the next lecture. Welcome to the market research section of the strategy, where you're going to set the foundation for the entire strategy that's ahead. In here, you're going to learn 3 important things. Number 1, learning about your product details to understand why customers find your product attractive and how best to sell to them. Number 2, creating a target audience persona to understand who your customers are and how best to target them. And number 3, doing a competitor analysis to understand who your competitors are, what their weaknesses are, and how we can beat them. To easily accomplish this, we're going to use the Marketing Strategy Guidebook. If you haven't already, go to the resources and download it. We are going to move into the market research section simply by clicking there. And in every lecture, I'm going to show you how to use the copy and paste prompts in here, copy them, paste them into ChatGPT, change the one things that needs to be changed to get the result you're looking for. In order to create an effective marketing strategy, you need to have a product. But if you don't have one, don't worry about it. We're going to supply you with 3 different demo products. The first is an aromatherapy rollerball set. The second, a crystal-infused water bottle. And the third, blue light blocking glasses. You're going to get this product image and a transparent product image that we can use on our website in the next section. So even if you don't have a product, you can still use a demo product. Develop your valuable skills to create an effective marketing strategy where you can then take that expertise to apply for any marketing job you're looking for. Throughout this section, I will guide you step by step where to find the prompts, how to paste them in, what to change, and then where to save down that information. In the guidebook, we are going to have specific sections where you can paste in all of the information. And this is going to be important because we are going to refer back to this information later on in the course when we're building our websites, optimizing our blog articles, doing our email marketing, and understanding our strategy through Google Analytics. And once you've gone through this section with me and you've gotten your product details, your target audience persona, and your competitor analysis strategy, you can easily refer back to all of your data anytime. In the index part of your guidebook, there's a section called My Data. Whenever you need to refer back to the information we save in here, go down to My Target Audience Persona, for example, click there and you will find all of the information you need. With that said, let's move on to the next lecture and start doing our market research from the beginning, understanding more about your product details. When you understand the benefits and the features of your product details, you also understand why customers find your product attractive, and then you'll know how to sell to your customers. Meaning you'll know what to write on your website, on your product pages, in your emails, etc. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you are going to be taking your first step in your market research journey, and that is understanding the details of your product. This is important, and it's important to have it as a first step because understanding the details of your products means understanding what makes it so attractive to potential customers. By understanding what makes your product so attractive to customers, you'll also understand what to write on your website, what to write on your product pages, what to write in your blog articles, what to write in your emails, etc. as we continue building this strategy. So needless to say, you need to have a deep understanding of your product in order to start building a deep understanding of your customers so that we can start selling effectively to them. So before we dive deep into this lecture, there are 3 things that you need to have prepared. Number 1 is to have created your ChatGPT account. Now, if you haven't already, you'll find the link to ChatGPT in the resources. All you need to do is click on it, log in, and then start a new chat looking like this. Now, in this course, we will be using the Plus version, which means that we're paying to use ChatGPT. You are completely free to be using the free version. The main difference between the Plus version and the free version is that the Plus version is going to be a little bit smarter, is going to format the text a bit better, and just overall work a little bit better. With that said, the free version is amazing, and everything that we are going to be doing in this course, you will be able to do as well with the free version. We've tried it out and it works amazingly well. So if you're using the free version, don't worry about it. It's going to work perfectly. Now, the second thing that you're going to need is going to be our marketing strategy guidebook. So if you haven't downloaded the guidebook yet, go to the resources and make sure that you download it, because starting from now on, we're going to be using it a lot in all of the upcoming lectures. And third, you actually need to have a product or service to sell. Now, if you don't have any product or service to sell, don't worry about it, because we are going to supply you with demo products, and we're going to be building this strategy ourselves using a demo product. It's going to be the best practice that you can ever get. And if you're looking for a job as a digital marketer, then using a demo product like this and learning how to build effective strategies like this is going to be the highway to getting some real world expertise that you can then land for clients. So if you don't have a product yourself, don't worry about it. Here are 3 different demo products that you can choose from. Number 1 is going to be crystal infused water bottle. If you don't know what it is, don't worry about it, because this lecture is designed to get the product details even if you know absolutely nothing about it. The second option of demo product is aromatherapy rollerball sets. Now, if you don't know what an aromatherapy rollerball is, again, don't worry about it. You can choose any product here, and I guarantee you, with the help of ChatGPT, we're gonna deep dive and get all the product information that we need. The final demo product is blue light blocking glasses. Now, this is going to be the product that we will be using in order to build the entire strategy around selling it. So this is going to be the product that we will be using and building our strategy around. So once you've set up your ChatGPT account, you've downloaded the guidebook, and you've chosen your product, whether it's your own or a demo product, you're ready to get started. So let's begin by understanding what product details actually means. Now, product details means understanding the benefits and understanding the features of your product. Now, the benefits of a product means what experience is your product going to be giving your customers? How is it going to improve their life? How is it going to be solving a problem? How is it going to be making their life better? What sort of experience is your product going to be giving your customers? That experience is called a benefit. Now, a feature is not an experience. A feature is something specific about the product itself. So a product's feature could be what it's made of, how long it is, the dimensions of it, what color it is, what size it is, etc. Features are very specific about the product, while benefits is about what experiences that the product can give the customer. In order to be effective at selling your product, you need to have a deep understanding of both the benefits and the features. And the best way to get this understanding is by asking ChatGPT to make you a big, nice list of benefits and features of your specific product. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing we're going to do is make sure that we are in our guidebook. We're going to open it up, and then we're going to go to the market research section because that's where we are. Move down to product details and then click there. Now, in the beginning of each and every section, you will always be introduced with a prompt. It's going to say 1 prompt used in this lecture or 2 or 3 prompts used in this lecture. And those are going to be the prompts that we're going to be using in these video lectures, this one and the ones coming up. So all I'm going to do here is that I'm going to select all of this text, and you should do too. So if you're not here already and doing the same thing as I'm doing, pause this lecture and then just follow me. So I'm going to select it all, click on Command C, which means to copy. You can just right click and go copy as well. And then we're going to move over to ChatGPT. Now we're going to make sure that we are in a new conversation. So if you've used it before, make sure you create a new conversation. We're going to go down to send message, and then I'm just going to paste it in. So this is going to be our first prompt, the first command we give to ChatGPT where we expect a certain answer. So what we're saying here is, as a digital marketing expert, please provide a comprehensive breakdown of the key benefits and features in separate lists of product. So the only thing we need to do here is remove these brackets where it says product, just like this, and then we're going to add in whatever our product is. So if you're using one of the 3 demo products, it's going to be either crystal infused water bottle, or it's going to be aromatherapy rollerball set, or it's going to be blue light blocking glasses. That's what those products are. If you have your own, then you write that in. So I'm going to write in blue light blocking glasses. Explain how these features address customer pain points and what makes this product stand out from competitors. Additionally, highlight any testimonials, awards, or certifications associated with the product that can be leveraged to enhance credibility and trust among potential customers. So basically, we're asking to get the most appropriate and the biggest list of its benefits and its features, and scan for any form of reviews where you can get a deeper understanding of them. So now all I'm gonna do is hit enter and send this prompt away. So if ChatGPT is done with your prompt and you've gotten an answer, you probably have a ton of information right ahead of you right now. The most important parts are going to be the benefits and the features. Now, what I want you to do is pause this lecture and read through the entire list. So what I'm getting here is key features, the key benefits, the customer pain points, and the competitive advantage, and the testimonials, awards, and certifications. Understand that ChatGPT is an intelligent AI tool. Your reply is going to be different even if you're using the same product. So don't worry if you get a very different piece of text. Pause this lecture right now and read through everything in order to get a deeper understanding of your product. So once you've read through it and gotten a deeper understanding, our next step is going to be taking the key benefits and the key features and saving down that information. So all we're going to do, and just follow along with me, is that I'm going to go down to where it says key features, and I'm going to take all of this piece of text up to where it says key benefits here, and I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to go over to the guidebook, And then I'm going to move over to the next page. Now on the next page, you're going to have a section that says My Product Details. All I'm going to do is that I'm going to click in here because this is completely writable. And then I'm going to paste all of this text in. And just like that, you'll have saved down all of your most important information. Now you can format it a little bit better. Just make sure that I have a space in between the key benefits and the key features. Now remember, ChatGPT has the ability to lie and make up misinformation. So if there's anything in here that you're reading that makes you go, huh? Because you know the product, or if you don't know your product at all, you need to go to Google and do some manual research. This is important. Now to take my own case as an example, looking here, we can have improved sleep quality because blue light blocking glasses help reduce the exposure from blue light. I know this is true because I know what blocking blue light actually does and what those benefits are. So I have a little bit of knowledge of this product already. So I already know all of these benefits to be true. However, if we go down to key features, you can see number 5, it says prescription compatibility. Some brands offer prescription blue light blocking glasses catering to customers who require vision correction. In this demo example, I am not going to be catering to people with vision imbalances or that need vision correction. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to select this portion and remove it because it doesn't fit with this particular product. So make sure that you go through all the key benefits, the key features, make sure that the information is correct and that it fits your product specifically. And for the rest of the information in here, make sure that you read it through to get a deeper understanding of your product details. This is the next level of market research. All the information that's available out there, ChatGPT can find it for you, summarize it, and deliver it in a way that would take days, if not weeks of research on Google. So that is why this is next level. We just need to be aware that ChatGPT has the ability to lie. So we need to be sure that we fact check. And that's it. Well done. You now have your product details saved down and you now have a deeper understanding why product details is the first step of your market research and why they're so effective. Remember, if you can understand what makes a product attractive to your customers, that means that you understand how to sell the product to those potential customers, and you'll know what to write on your product pages, on your website, in your emails, on your blog articles, etc. So this is really the first and one of the most important steps we need to take in our market research. In the next lecture, we're going to go over and create our target audience persona. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. When you're just starting out with digital marketing and building your first strategy, you're not going to have any data whatsoever on who your actual customers are going to be. You don't know what they like, you don't know what they dislike, what their pain points are, what their approximate age are, if there's going to be mostly men or women interested in buying. And because we don't have this data, we're going to create something called a target audience persona. Now, a target audience is the person who is most likely to buy your product or service. A target audience persona is a made-up person who has all things in common with your real audience most likely to buy your product or service, like their age, their interests, their problems, their passions, etc. Having a target audience persona is so important because even if you have no data whatsoever, it helps you understand what your audience is looking for, what their problems are, and what their needs are. And by understanding this, you know how to talk with them in order to connect with them. And connecting with your audience is the first step to making a sale. So let's go ahead and create our target audience persona. All we're going to do is start off by going back to our guidebook. And if you've been following from the previous lecture, which I really hope, then you should be in the My Product Details with all your product details pasted in here. And by the way, if you had a little bit too many details, there's another page here as well that you can paste the information in. But just changing the sides like this, the next one is going to be target audience persona. And in this lecture, we're going to be using 2 prompts. So the first one, this prompt is going to be to generate your target audience persona. All we're going to do, and remember, just do as I do here, is go to the guidebook and select all of this text. Then I'm just gonna copy it, move back to ChatGPT, and in the same conversation, we don't create new conversations. We keep all of the same subject within the same conversation. I'm just gonna go in here and I'm going to paste that all in. Now the text is going to say, act as an expert digital marketer. Please provide a comprehensive target audience persona for a digital marketer selling, and then we're going to put in our product. And in my case, that's blue light blocking glasses. And then it's going to say, include the following information. And this is where we get really deep. It's going to include demographics, geographic location, psychographics, professional background, pain points and challenges, goals and aspirations, shopping habits and preferences, media consumption, influencers and decision makers, brand perceptions and preferences, and assume no prior audience data is available, which it isn't to us at this moment because we're starting from scratch, and base the persona on general market trends and consumer behavior for this type of product. At the end, give me a suggestion for different niches to target to best sell this product. Now, in other words, we are creating a fictional character. It's much, much better than instead of me sitting here spending days Googling, going through reviews, trying to build a picture of who's most likely to buy this product. I'm going to allow ChatGPT, who has millions and trillions of data points on basically everything in the world, I'm going to allow that AI that is much smarter than I to make the assumptions for me. In the end, we're still making assumptions, but the AI, ChatGPT, is going to be much more accurate with its assumptions. At the end of the strategy, when we use Google Analytics, I'm going to show you how we can get real data and then start updating our target audience persona with some real data. But for now, we're going to allow ChatGPT to create the target audience persona for us because it is going to assume with a much higher accuracy than I am able to. So now I'm going to hit enter. Once ChatGPT has generated all the information, I want you to pause this lecture and read it through carefully because there is a lot of information in here. There's no need to copy anything at this point. Just pause this lecture, read it through properly, and create an image in your mind of who this person is. Okay, you read it all? Amazing. Now remember, this is all fictional, and while ChatGPT has the ability to give you misinformation, so do you. We're only assuming who our target audience persona is here because we don't actually know until we start getting real data. And we're only gonna start getting real data once we've set the strategy up, real people are visiting our website and buying our products, and we can start using Google Analytics to see who those people really are. The demographics, the psychographics, the locations, all of that stuff, all that real data comes later on. So for now, this is an amazing amount of information we're having. And this used to take, I'm not kidding when I said a proper target audience persona could easily take several days and up towards a week to create. Now we can create it in literally minutes. It's mind-blowing what you can do with ChatGPT. So what I want you to do is scroll all the way to the bottom and see where it says suggestions for niches to target. This is where it gets interesting. I have 4 suggestions: remote workers and freelancers who spend long hours on digital devices, gamers, professionals in tech-heavy industries such as IT and design, and health-conscious individuals who value self-care. It's gonna be completely up to you which niche you decide to go into, but you need to make sure that you go into a niche, because I promise you, if you take your product, whatever it is, or if it's one of these demo products, there's going to be another store out there who is already selling it, and because they're a much bigger store than you, they're gonna sell it cheaper than you, and they're gonna reach more people than you, and you cannot compete with that. You can compete by making your product niched, by selling it towards a very specific set of people. For example, blue light blocking glasses for gamers. If you're a gamer, you're going to be much more interested in buying blue light blocking glasses from a website focused on gamers than just from any glasses store who are just selling glasses, because that is more targeted towards them. So scroll all the way down and choose one of the niches. Pause this video if you need to, and once you've decided, unpause. Okay, so if you're all done, now all I'm gonna do is move over to the guidebook, and we're going to move over to the second prompt. Now with the second prompt, we're actually going to update our target audience persona with the niche that we have chosen. So just below here, I'm going to copy this text, just like this, head back, I'm gonna paste it in. And then I'm going to go here and where it says gamers who are exposed to screens for extended times, I'm going to copy all of this, and where it says niche, I'm going to paste it in. I'm just gonna make some space here for formatting just because it's easier for my eyes to see what I'm doing. Then I'm gonna paste in the target audience persona without the target niches. So everything above here. So suggestions for niches to target. I'm gonna scroll up. I'm gonna grab all of this information all the way up to where it says persona. I'm gonna copy it. Then I'm going to hold shift, enter, enter in order to make some spaces. You just hold shift and hit enter twice. Paste it in just like this. And then I'm gonna hit enter. Once you've generated all the information, you can tell you now have a very different persona. The new persona is called Gamer Gary. The first persona I got up here was called Tech Savvy Tailor, which is a funny name. This one, the Tech Savvy Tailor, the one without a niche, had an age of 25 to 40 and an income of 50 to 100,000 per year. Now the new target audience persona has an age that is 18 to 35 and an income of 30,000 to 80,000 per year. So as you can see, the entire persona has been changed based on the niche that we're now using for it. So what I want you to do is once again pause this lecture and read through all of the text because this is important. This is who we're communicating with for the rest of the strategy, for building our website, writing articles, updating our product pages, and doing all of our selling, whether it's by email, whether it's email campaigns or emailing directly with the customers. This is our target audience persona, the person most likely to buy our product or service. So once you've read it through, what I want you to do is to copy about half, which I'm going to assume just roughly right now is at about the pain points right here. I'm going to grab all of that just like this. I'm going to copy it and move to the guidebook. And where it says target audience persona, I'm going to move to the next page and the next one, because here we have my target audience persona where we can paste it in. Now, these are two separate blocks. So what I'm going to need to do is that I'm first going to click here and paste all of this in and make sure that it fits. So it's all the way down to pain points. I'm going to head back and then I'm going to grab the rest, goals and aspirations, grab all this info, copy it, move back and paste it in right here and just make sure that everything fits. Now we can spend a little bit of time to just format it better. So right now, for example, it's easy to see if we have demographics there, geographic locations, psychographics like this, etc. It's not important, but it's something that you can do because it's just easier to read. But once we've done this, you are seriously all set up and you have your target audience persona. Now, you haven't spent that long time in the course, but you've already got a detailed product list of benefits and features and gotten a deeper understanding of what you're selling. And you've already got a niched target audience persona with a deep understanding of who you're selling to. I'm not sure how long you've been listening to me and we've been doing this at this point, but just in a very, very short time frame. This used to take a very long time. So this is super duper exciting. Make sure that when you pasted it all in, that you go up to file and click on save. You want to make sure that you have all of this information saved in your guidebook. We're going to be using this for the rest of the strategy. In the next lecture, we're going to start looking at our competitors to see what their weaknesses are and how we can exploit those weaknesses and turn them into our strengths in order to stand out from our competitors. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. Now, whenever you're selling any product, you will always have competitors. But just by finding your niche, you've already removed the vast majority of your competitors and made yourself unique. This is going to severely increase your chances of getting sales. However, even in your niche, you're still going to have competitors. We never get away from competitors. So in order to get sales, you need to make sure that you understand your competitors so that you can outperform them. And we're going to build our strategy around this and use GPT for just that. We're going to do this in 3 steps. Number 1, find your 3 direct competitors. Step number 2, find 20 of their latest reviews and ask ChatGPT to turn them into summarized list of pros and cons. And number 3, take all of the pros and cons list of all your competitors and ask ChatGPT to turn it into constructive feedback telling you how you can improve and create a strategy around it. The genius part with this strategy is you will get a deep understanding of what your competitors are doing great and what they're doing really bad within this niche selling this product. And by having ChatGPT summarize everything for you into a strategy, it will tell you what you should model to be successful and what you should focus on to do much better so that you can stand out from your competitors and start getting sales. This is how you will be doing better than your competitors, and this is the essence of a smart digital marketing strategy. So if that was too quick for you, don't worry about it. We're going to go through it right now, starting with step number 1. We're gonna find our top 3 direct competitors. So the first thing we're gonna do is open our browser, and then we're going to go into incognito. If you're using Chrome, just click on the 3 dots here and then new incognito tab. Incognito means that the browser isn't going to be using any of your previous cookies or history, meaning that you're going to get a cleaner search results. This is super important because you need to make sure that the search results that you're getting is not going to be affected by your previous history. You want to make sure that the results you're getting up is going to be what other people are getting up, which is going to be most likely to actually be your competitors. So we're going to go to google.com, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go down to where it says settings and then move up to where it says search settings. Now we're going to scroll all the way down and then choose our region. Now by default, the region setting is going to be on current region. That's problematic because I'm in Cyprus right now. That means that when I'm looking for blue light blocking glasses for gamers, I'm going to get search results that is going to favor all the businesses that are in Cyprus. Well, if I'm going to be shipping this product worldwide, I don't want these Cyprus companies to be showing up because they aren't my main competitors. I want the ones who are actually getting the most search results, or the search results in the region where I'm trying to compete in, to be the top results that I'm seeing. So what I'm going to do, because I'm selling globally, that means that most of my competitors and my customers is going to be in the US. There's no other country out there who is as happy to purchase products online as the people in the United States. So generally, that is a good bet to go on when you're selling globally. So I'm gonna click on show more, go down to where it says United States, select it, scroll down and click on save. Now remember, if you're selling in any other specific region, you're gonna want to click there. And if you're selling locally, it's very important that you choose that area because those are going to be your competitors showing up for that search term. Then we're gonna click OK. Now all we're going to do is search for the product and the niche. So for me, the product is blue light blocking glasses and the niche is for gamers. If the niche is something else, I would say for, and then it could be the tech-savvy people, or it could be self-help people, or whatever was your niche. So basically product plus niche. Then I'm gonna hit enter. So the first thing we want to know is that all the ones that says sponsored, those are paid ads. Those are not going to be our competitors. We're looking for the ones that are ranking on top because we are going to be competing of ranking in top in the search engine. So those are going to be our competitors. So we're going to skip all the ones that says sponsored, scroll down. We're going to skip all the marketplaces because we're never going to compete with Amazon. They sell everything. A direct competitor is a competitor that is selling the exact same or a very similar product as yours. An indirect competitor is someone who is selling a similar enough product as yours. So for example, a website selling glasses would be an indirect competitor because some of the glasses might be blue light glasses, but a direct competitor would be someone who's selling blue light glasses for gamers. And that is what we're looking for in this case, direct competitors. I'm gonna keep scrolling down. So here I'm getting something, a website called gunner.com. I'm gonna hold command and click on it, or you can right click and choose open link in new tab. It doesn't matter which one you do. And here's something called Gamer Advantage. I'm not sure what these are, so I'm gonna check them out. I'm gonna open that as well. Now we're gonna find 3 direct competitors. I'm gonna search for one more. Rolling Stone, that's not gonna be it. GMG Performance, I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna open that up as well. So now let's check these websites out. So the first one is gunner.com. Now remember, we're looking for direct competitors, meaning we're looking for those right now who are selling blue light blocking glasses towards gamers. Enhance your digital life, the original gaming and computer glasses. So this looks like they're selling exactly what we're looking to sell. They're selling blue light filters. They might even be selling some additional customizations to their glasses. But if I go to their shop, gaming computer, yeah, they're selling the blue light blocking glasses. So I know at this point that gunner.com is a direct competitor. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back and then I'm just going to select this URL right here. I'm going to go back to my guidebook. I'm going to go past my target audience persona. I'm going to go into competitor analysis and go to one more step ahead where it says competitor analysis links. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to add the first link in right here because that's the first direct competitor. Let's head back. I'm gonna move on to Gamer Advantage and I'm gonna check out what they're selling. Give the gift of sleep. Well, this looks like what we're looking to sell. Resmi, what is Resmi Lens Technology? They're definitely selling blue light blocking glasses. Are they selling it towards gamers? Play hard, sleep hard. So clearly these guys, and it's even called Gamer Advantage, they are selling blue light blocking glasses for gamers, which is also why they're ranking for this keyword. So this is another direct competitor. I'm gonna grab the link. I'm gonna paste it right down below. I'm gonna make some space just for formatting purposes. And I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna check out GMG Performance. No pain, just gain. Enjoy a unique gaming experience without digital eye strain. Discover GMG blue light blocking glasses. Well, that's it. Direct competitors. I'm gonna grab this URL and head back. Paste it in just like that. So that's step number 1, finding top 3 competitors. Step number 2 is going to be find 20 reviews of each competitor and ask ChatGPT to summarize them in a pros and cons list. In other words, a list of what they're doing really good and another list of what they're not doing so good, so that we can get a deeper understanding of how our top competitors are performing within this market. So let's get started. Now, our first competitor is called Gunnar. So I'm gonna go back and I'm going to close down these links. Now I'm going to change my search. I still want it to be set to the US and be in incognito just like before. And now I'm going to remove where I said for gamers. I'm going to say blue light blocking glasses, Gunnar, and then I'm going to add in review. So basically we add in the product, the brand, and then the word review, or rather reviews, because we're looking for reviews on these competitors now that we can grab and throw into ChatGPT. So I'm gonna search. So what we're looking for right now is that we're of course not looking for anything sponsored. We're looking for independent review websites. Now, we can't go to Gunnar's own website and grab reviews because those might be biased. Remember, they own their own website. They only put up the reviews they want to put up, so we can't trust those reviews. We want to use something like, if they're on Amazon, that would be a great website to use. Or it could be Best Buy, or it could be Trustpilot. These sort of independent websites where anyone can come in and put a review. Those are going to be the independent, valuable reviews that we're looking for. Scrolling down, we have Best Buy. Gunnar blue light gaming, and probably says blue light blocking gaming glasses in here, has 836 reviews. So I'm just gonna jump straight in here. Amazing. So while they surely have more than one product, this is definitely gonna give us the insight we're looking for still, because we're looking to see how they are performing as a brand with their products. We're starting out with one product, they have multiple. The insights are still gonna be as valuable regardless which product of theirs we choose, as long as it is a very similar to ours. And this is blue light gaming and computer glasses. They're identical to what we're selling. So scrolling down, the first thing we want to do is remove sort by from most relevant, and we want to go to most recent. The data we're looking for is to see how are they performing today. That is the most valuable information in order to beat our competitors today. So we're looking at what they're doing great and what they're doing bad currently. So here we have a bunch of reviews. So what we're looking for right now is going to be 20 reviews to add in. So before I go any further, make sure that you're actually doing this with me. Pause wherever you need to pause, follow what I'm doing on screen, because this is how you will be building up your strategy as well. Super important, don't just watch this, actually do this with me. So what we're gonna do is head back to the guidebook. And then we're gonna go back because we wanna go into the competitor analysis section of the book. And if you just open the book again, if you go to the index page and there's going to be a lecture called competitor analysis, click on it and you're gonna end up right here. You can see that we're using 2 prompts in this lecture. This is the first prompt that we will be using. So I'm just going to copy this prompt just like this. Remember where it says a 1 here, that's not a part of the prompt. This is the prompt, similar with 2. This is a part of the prompt. This is a description of the prompt. So I'm going to copy this prompt, head back to ChatGPT, and I'm going to paste it in. So it says, summarize the following reviews into lists of pros and cons. At the end, give me suggestions on how I may improve based on this feedback. And then I'm going to paste in the reviews. So I'm gonna do a space down here, and then I'm gonna remove the reviews, and then I'm gonna go back to the website. Now, first of all, I need to count how many these are. Now, amazingly, on this first page, there's actually exactly 20 reviews. So then all I need to do is that I'm just gonna pull this text just like this, scroll all the way down, grab all of the reviews, and don't worry about getting a bunch of extra data in here. ChatGPT will understand what is valuable and what is actually the review and what isn't. I'm gonna copy all of this, all of the reviews, and then head back into ChatGPT, and now I'm just gonna paste them all in, just like this. And now I'm going to press enter. Amazing, so here is our first list. Now all I need to do is do the very same procedure on the other two competitors. So all I need to do is go back to the ebook, remember the name, gameradvantage.com. Go back here, instead of Gunnar, write Gamer Advantage Reviews. There we go. Gamer Advantage Reviews, and then I'm gonna hit search. Now scrolling through, the first one I'm getting here is Amazon.com. So I'm gonna click there, Gamer Advantage. And just to be sure that these are actually our competitors, I can open link in new tab where it says visit Gamer Advantage store. Let's check it out. Yes, indeed, these are our competitors. So all I'm gonna do now is that I'm going to grab 20 of these reviews and get another list and do it at the final competitor as well. And I'm just gonna do this quickly and then come back to you to save us some time before we move back to step 3. But pause this lecture and make sure that you do this procedure on all 3 of your competitors, and then we'll continue. So let's continue. And at this point, you should have 3 pros and cons list from your competitors. And should you get any error that there were too many reviews or they were too long, don't worry about it. Just remove 1 review at a time until ChatGPT basically gives you the answer. It's okay that it's not exactly 20. Some reviews are going to be longer than others, and there is a cap on how much info you can actually give ChatGPT. So now we're going to head back to the guidebook. Go back 1 page until we're at competitor analysis. We're gonna move down to the second prompt that says turn lists into a marketing strategy. That's the prompt we're looking for. So I'm going to select it, I'm gonna copy it, head back, and then I'm going to paste it in. And then I'm going to format it like this. And it says, act as a digital marketing expert. Summarize the following list into constructive feedback that I can use for a digital marketing strategy. All pros and cons lists. So basically what we want to do is scroll all the way up now and find all of our lists and paste them right in here. So this is my first list. I am just going to select it all, copy. I'm going to remove this, paste it in. Hold shift, enter, enter. Then I'm gonna scroll down, find my next list. I'm going to select all of this, copy it, paste it in. Shift, enter, enter. Scroll down, find the last list, copy it, paste it in. I can remove that regenerate response down there. Didn't mean that one. And now I'm just gonna press enter. And finally, here it is. ChatGPT has now created a viable strategy that we can use to effectively beat our competitors. Here's some of the feedback that it's giving to us. Emphasize on the benefits, focus on promoting the glasses' effectiveness in reducing eye strain, improving sleep and eye fatigue, enhancing focus in gaming, and their stylish and lightweight design. I mean, that is not a generic advice. That is very specific. It's basically telling us how we should be advertising on our website, how we can better connect with our potential customers through email. Basically, it's telling us what sort of language to use that our customers are looking for. Address concerns, address potential issues such as the durability of the frames, shipping delays, smudging lenses, communicate any steps taken to improve these aspects to reassure potential customers. So then if I was creating a product from scratch, for example, as a business, I would make sure that I included in the kit for these glasses all the tools needed to keep the glasses clean and use materials to make them more durable in order to make sure that the glasses aren't able to be damaged as easily. Basically, we're getting all the information we need right here, right now, in order to bring a business, whether it's ours or a client, from basically nothing or where they are to competing and excelling past their competitors. And we're doing this in no time at all. It's mind-blowing how much data we're able to get through AI using ChatGPT in no time. So we're gonna make sure that we save down all of this data. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this entire list. I'm going to copy it, move back to our guidebook. I'm going to go back to our competitor analysis links. Now you can paste it down here if you want, or you can paste it in a new one. I'm gonna paste it in a new one. And here we have basically our strategy for beating our competitors. This is absolutely mind-blowing. So at this point, we have a deep understanding about our product and the details, meaning we understand what the benefits are and the features so that we can communicate it properly. We have a deep understanding of who our target audience persona is, meaning we can communicate the benefits benefits and features of our product towards the target audience persona. We know who to communicate and sell to. And now finally, we have a strategy where we can adapt our product and our language to our target audience persona based on this competitor analysis in order to stand out from the competition and outperform our competitors. We're basically taking their weaknesses and making it our strengths. This is how you build a super solid digital marketing strategy. And now we are so ready to build a website around all of this. I hope you've been following me every step of the way because we've got so much golden data now. It's incredible. So let's get started in the next lecture to start setting up our website and selling our product. This is where it gets really magical. See you in the next lecture. Welcome to the website building section of the strategy. In this section, you're going to learn how to create a website looking like this, almost completely designed and written by ChatGPT. First, we're going to create an attractive homepage where the title and the short description is going to be written by ChatGPT and optimized accordingly to your target audience persona and product details. You will learn how to add your product in focus, whether it's your product or a demo product, and add in a learn more button that will take them directly to the product page where they can purchase it. Scrolling down, you will have additional benefits added in, such as free delivery on certain orders, and we will set that up so that all deliveries over $99 will be for free. 30-day return policy with a return policy written by ChatGPT. Exclusive discounts that we will later add in to capture our visitors' email addresses. And then a secure payments 256-bit encryption that's going to come with our website creation host called Bluehost. Scrolling down, you will learn how to add in a review section for social proof that is going to skyrocket the sales of your product. You will learn how to create a dedicated blog section of your website with a headline and a description prompted by ChatGPT, along with a button that will take them directly to your blog. Scrolling down, we have an About Us section, as you can imagine, with a copy-paste prompt from the guidebook directly pasted in here and edited accordingly to our needs. We also have useful links such as a privacy policy to be transparent with how you use your visitors' information. This is required by law. We have a terms and conditions which tells your visitors that you are not liable for any action they take on your website. And finally, a refund and returns policy, which is going to explain when they can return the product and how the refunds are going to work. All professionally written and prompted using copy-paste ChatGPT prompts. Moving over to the shop, we're going to start off by adding one product and allow you over time to add in multiple products. Every single product will take you to a product page. The name of the product, the short description, and the long description of the product will all be prompted using ChatGPT, using your product list, using your niche, and targeting it towards your target audience persona. All already written in your guidebook using copy-paste ChatGPT prompts that comes with this section in this guidebook. You will also learn how to create a blog to not only write quality articles, but also write long quality articles to give a ton of value to all of your visitors, improving your engagement, building the relationship, and over time turning visitors into readers and into customers. And finally, we have a contact page. The contact page will allow them to get to know us better and contact us directly. There is also a search bar included, a My Account page, an account login section where all your visitors can log in with their information to get access to their downloads, to their subscriptions, to their products, to their addresses, and all of their valuable account information. And as with any online store, you will also have a cart where you can go down, buy directly, or proceed to checkout, fill in all of the information, and make sure that the shipping and the taxes are all automated so your visitors can buy it, you can send the product, and you have your business up and running. Everything on the website you're about to build, including the name, the colors, the fonts, everything will be created professionally using the creative power of ChatGPT with our provided prompts included in the guidebook. We'll show you exactly what prompts to use, how to use them, when to use them, and then it's all just copy paste, fine edits, and you will have a professional page up and running in no time. Building your website professionally is essential for the marketing strategies. So I hope you're excited. Let's start off in the next lecture with installing WordPress. See you there. So it's time to install the website builder called WordPress. And in order to do this, we need to use a web host that's gonna host all of our website files, making sure that our website is up and running 24/7. This is the only part of the entire strategy that costs money, but luckily it's incredibly cheap. So we've tried so many different web hosts over the years, but we've always come back to the very same ones called Bluehost. They've now been our main choice for many years. It's what we've been recommending to our students for many years, and here is why I recommend that you use them too. Number one, they're super stable. With over 99% uptime, you can be sure that your website is going to be up and running at all times, making sure that your strategy is always working. Number two, they're trusted experts in their industry. They've been around since 2003, meaning they really know what they're doing, and when you start using them, you can tell. Number three, their setup is hassle-free. With their one-click WordPress installer, the entire setup process is super smooth, even if you're a complete beginner. Number four, they're budget conscious. They are delivering the same quality as many of their competitors who are offering the same service for twice or thrice the same price. So they offer exceptional value without skipping out on the quality, and we really like that. Number five, they have the best support. With their 24/7 support, whenever you have any issue, you can go into the chat, explain what your issue is, and they're going to ask for access to your website, and they can go in and fix the issue directly. I can't even begin to tell you how many issues I've had designing our website over the years, and the Bluehost support have been there guiding me through it, or sometimes just gone straight into the website and taken care of the problem. So we've stuck with Bluehost now for many years. We love them. We're sure you're gonna love them as well, and that's why we're gonna use them to build our website. Before you sign up, don't miss out on the exclusive discount that we have arranged for you for being a student in our course. All you need to do is click on the resources next to this lecture and access Bluehost's discounted price. Not only will you save money doing this, but we will also receive a commission at no extra cost to you. So thank you so much for using our link and supporting us. And if you have any issue accessing the link for whatever reason, go into the guidebook, go down to website building, click on install WordPress, and then move down and click on where it says click here to access the discount, and it will take you to the very same discounted page. It's gonna take you to the Bluehost page looking like this. Yours might be slightly different because they change the design all the time, but it doesn't matter. The only thing you can be assured of is that you've got your discount automatically applied by using the link. We're gonna go down and click on Get Started. The next thing to do is to choose our price plan. Now there are 4 different price plans. It's the basic one that allows you to create a website. There's the Choice Plus one that allows you to create an unlimited amount of websites. We have the online store one that comes with an e-commerce attached to it. Then we have the Pro one that comes with a ton of additional resources. To get things straight off the bat, we don't need the online store one and we don't need the Pro one. Everything that's included in these ones we can get for free if we know how to properly use the right plugins and install them. And I'm gonna show you how to do that in this course. So the choice is gonna be between Basic and Choice Plus. Now I recommend, and I strongly recommend, that you go with Choice Plus. And the reason for this is because it allows you to create unlimited amounts of websites. Now whether you're creating a website for yourself in your own strategy or for someone else, one website is almost never enough. You're always gonna need the capability of creating multiple websites. Now, if for some reason you're 100% sure that you need one website only and you're gonna stick to that, then I recommend that you use Basic. But if you're planning on creating a digital marketing strategy for yourself and start making money off of that strategy for you or for someone else, as a freelancer or as an employee or as a business owner, I strongly recommend that you go with Choice Plus. The ability to create an unlimited amount of websites is invaluable. You are going to need that. For the rest of the features, when it comes to storage, when it comes to different servers around the world, getting a free domain name, it's all pretty much the same. 10 gigabytes of storage is more than enough for your website. So getting 40 gigabytes is a nice bonus, but it's not important. What is important is creating unlimited amounts of websites. And then you need to decide, are you gonna sign up for 12 months or 36 months? Generally, I recommend signing up for 36 months if it's worth it. In this case, we can see that 36 months is is actually more expensive than 12 months. I'm not sure why they're running this campaign, but whatever reason it is cheaper for us to sign up for 12 months. So I definitely recommend that you sign up for 12 months if that is cheaper. So remember, you might have slightly different prices here. They change the prices all the time depending on your location, depending on the season, and depending on what campaign they're running. Just rest assured, by using our link, you are guaranteed the best price that they're willing to offer you at this time and moment, even if that varies through different times. So I'm going to select 12 months and Choice Plus and click on Select. So included in this package is a free domain name. A domain name is the name of your website and how people are going to access it. So for example, if we go to robinandjesper.com, this is our website using Bluehost, of course. This is our domain name, robinandjesper.com. The question is, what do you want to be your domain name that's gonna explain who you are or what you're offering in a short and concise name? In order to get a couple of great suggestions, we are going to use ChatGPT. So let's head back to our guidebook, make sure that we are on the lecture called Install WordPress, and then we're going to go and grab the first prompt right up here. I'm going to copy it, go into ChatGPT, and paste it in. Make sure you're using the same conversation as before, as we're gathering all of that important data for this entire strategy. It says, act as a digital marketing expert. Give me a list of 10 SEO-friendly domain names for a website based on, and then I'm gonna write in the product name. So the product is blue light blocking glasses. So I'm just gonna hit enter and see what sort of suggestions I'm getting. So now we just need to decide on one of these names. Now, if you're not getting any name that you like or you need another list, all you need to do is write give me 10 more, or if you think that they're too generic, you can write make them niched towards, and then write in your niche. And for us, it would be gamers. Now, for most of you, this list is probably gonna be pretty spot on and good, but those additional prompts are available. I really like this one, bluelightdefenders.com. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to copy this and see if it's available. Head back in here, I'm gonna paste it in where it says Blue Light Defenders, and then I'm gonna use .com. There are many different options in here, but .com is the true and tried. It is what Google likes the most, and it is what people trust the most. Using an ending with .com is going to be your safest bet for a long-term strategy. And of course, if you already have a domain you wanna connect, you write that one in there and connect it. But for us, I'm gonna see if this one is available now. So it is available. Now, all I'm gonna do is start to set this up. Once you've set up all your private information up above, we get to the package information. So we're gonna make sure that we get everything right here. First off is the account plan, and we're using the Choice Plus hosting, which I really recommend for the unlimited amount of websites. The next one is the service term. Now we're using 12 months because it is cheaper, strangely enough. If 36 months were cheaper, I would recommend that, because remember, a digital marketing strategy is designed for the long term. If you have the 36-month plan cheaper, go with the longer one. If not, of course, go with the shorter and more cheap one. So this is going to be the total price, which is in euro, and it's incredibly cheap. Your price is probably gonna be in dollars or your own currency, and it might be slightly higher or slightly lower, depending on the current campaign and your location. Here's the domain name we get for free, which is amazing. And then we have Let's Encrypt SSL. Now, SSL is the padlock that you see on websites. For example, on bluehost.com, you can see a padlock. This padlock guarantees that all the information that is sent here is encrypted. So Bluehost is not able to access my card information when I write it in here. In order to sell a product on your store, you need this padlock, but don't worry, you're getting it completely for free here, which is amazing. You get free site backups, and you also get these with the basic plan. Even though it's usually not written, you still get them, but they're not gonna be as frequent, but you can still go to the chat and grab them should something happen. And then we have domain privacy. Now, if you're on the basic plan, you're not gonna get this for free, and I strongly recommend that you add it in as an extra cost. The reason is, with a domain privacy, people aren't able to go into Whois, write in your domain name, and check out who you are, where you live, what your phone number is, etc. I've made the mistake of not using domain privacy before, and even to this day, I'm getting random calls from people in the UK trying to sell me stuff because they found my information, added me to a random phone list, and now they're just trying to call me. So make sure you have domain privacy and protection added in here to have your information hidden so no one can access it and disturb you with spam. For the extras, we don't need any of it. We're gonna grab the free version of Yoast, which is more than enough for our purposes of optimizing all of our blog articles to rank higher in the search engines. We don't need any more domain SSL. We already have it, the padlock. We don't need the site lock essentials, which basically gives you a warranty that should something happen, you can get some money from that. Nothing ever really happens, and the sum of money isn't impressive for the damage done, so I would just uncheck that. And you don't need a Google Workspace business starter either. Some people might want it for their business and you get a unique email with it and everything, but we just don't need it. It's just an additional cost that we don't need to pay for. Scrolling down, as we can see, we're currently getting 72% savings. You might have more or less. In the end, amazing. So make sure you're using the discounted link to maximize your amount of savings. Now I'm just going to add in the credit card information and then click on submit. And before you click on submit, make sure that you check this box that says please click here if you do not want to receive emails about our products, and that's just gonna eventually become spam for you, so I don't want their emails. And then click on submit. And there we go, now it's successfully purchased. If you're a business, remember to click on download receipt and add it as a business expense. If you're not yet a business, don't worry about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on create password. Make sure that it's nice and strong and click on create password. So now I'm just gonna log into my Bluehost account and I'm going to use the user ID, which is bluelightdefenders.com, the domain that we just bought, and then the password that I just set, and then click next. So now I'm going to go down to where it says domain name, the bluelightdefenders.com. I'm going to go to the right and click on setup because it's asking me to set up with WordPress. So click on setup. I'm gonna give the site a title, which is gonna be Blue Light Defenders. Don't worry about doing anything wrong here. We're gonna change all of this later on. Click on continue. And then they're gonna do some research and try some upsells on us. Now I'm just gonna click on skip for now and then click on log into WordPress. And congratulations, you got your website up and running. How fast and effective wasn't that? Now, if you wanna see the website you currently got, go up here where it says Blue Light Defenders for me and click on visit site. Your site might look differently, but you're just gonna have a random template set up there, but it does show that you do have a website up and running with the domain name that you have chosen. It's not live, but it does exist. So now let's head back by clicking on the domain name and going down to dashboard. We are going to make some quick preparations. So we're going to head into plugins over here and click on installed plugins. Scroll down. Now I want you to select Creative Mail and Google Analytics by Monster Insights. Opt in Monster and then scroll up, bulk action, deactivate, apply. Now I want you to select Akismet, Creative Mail, Google Analytics by Monster Insights, Hello Dolly, and opt in Monster, go up, bulk action, delete, and apply. Okay, we're just doing some basic cleaning now because we're gonna get much better and most importantly, free plugins later on. That's gonna completely take your site to the next level. Move over to the left where it says users, move down and click on profile. Scroll down until you see username. Now this is going to be your username to log into your website. So make sure that you save it down somewhere safe to you. Scroll down and we have new password. I'm gonna click on set new password. And once you've done that, scroll all the way down and click on update profile. Perfect. So now if you ever quickly wanna log into your website, all you need to do is write in your website's name, bluelightdefenders.com/wp-admin, and then hit enter. Here is the username already put in. Make sure that you have it saved and then just write in the password and then log in. And it's gonna take you directly to your site so you always have access. Should anything happen or you forget your username or password or whatever, simply go to Bluehost, log in there like before, and then navigate to your website and log in that way. So you will always have access to your website. Amazingly well done. In the next lecture, we are going to be downloading a starter kit, which is going to fully design our entire website for us. So all we need to do is use all of the information we gathered in the market research section, that is the product details, that we're gonna write in on our pages. We're gonna write it towards our target audience persona, and we're going to make sure that we use the strategy to beat our competitors using our competitor analysis strategy. All of that is coming up, but in the next lecture, we're gonna get the entire design using a starter kit, and that's gonna save us so much time. It's incredible. You will love it. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be installing a theme on your website. Now, a theme is basically the design for your website, what it's going to look like. Every single website has a specific theme and a specific design, even our website right now. If we start at the back end here where we left off and we go up to our domain name and click on visit site, we can see that this is our current theme. There's not much going on, but there's still a font, there's still color, there's still a page in here, there's something going on. Now, there are thousands of different themes to choose from, and the vast majority of them are free. The problem with a theme is that even with a theme like this, if I install a new one, this is still all I'm going to have. However, if I install a theme with a starter kit, I'm going to get multiple pages, I'm going to get a pre-design, and that entire starter kit is going to work like a template. And we can use that template to start making fine adjustment of adding in our product descriptions, our contact information, start writing our blog articles on there, and it's gonna save us so much time and we're gonna get a much more professional look. So what we're gonna do is not only install a theme, but we're gonna install a theme with a starter kit so we get way ahead of the curve and we start off with a very professional design. Let's go ahead and do it. So we're gonna go ahead and go back. Just move up to your domain name and click on dashboard. Then we're gonna go to the left and go down to appearance and then click on themes. Now in here you already have a couple of themes installed and it's possible to get multiple themes for your website, though you won't need to. We're gonna go and click on add new theme. And if you just start scrolling through here, you can see that there's almost an endless array of themes. But again, none of these themes are gonna come with a starter kit. So instead, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna click on the search box and search for Sydney. Here we are, so we're gonna go down and click on install and then activate. So this is where the magic starts to happen. As you can see, it says welcome to Sydney, the free version, which is all we need, by the way. If we go down here, it says starter sites. This is where we start grabbing our template so we can start off with a professional design ourselves rather than building up everything from scratch, which takes ages and it doesn't get any better than this. So let's click on starter sites. And now we're no longer looking at just themes. Now we're looking at starter sites. So what you see is actually what you get. So for example, this is the main one. If I click on preview demo and I scroll through here, we're actually going to be getting all of this. We're going to get the home, the blog, the services, the about, these boxes, the images, all of the text, all of this will be included in the starter site. With a normal theme, you're gonna get to see a display like this, but nothing is included. There would be no headline, there would be no boxes, there would be no pages, it would all just be blank. So that is why we go for a starter kit like this. It saves us so much time. Now I'm gonna click on cancel. And while you're free to choose any theme in here, do note that some of these are pro, but there's no need to use the pro version. The free ones are gonna do you just perfectly well. There is a couple of free ones here that we can choose from. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down towards this fashion shop and click on preview demo. This is going to be the starter kit we're going to be using, and the reason is very simple. This starter kit is amazing. It comes with everything we need. It has a home page, which we're gonna need, an about page, which we're gonna turn into a contact page, a blog, which we're going to use to write blog articles to drive traffic to our website, and then a shop. And this is so important. This shop is gonna allow us to sell our products and start making money off of our website. And while this might not make a lot of sense to you right now because we're not selling clothes, it's so easy to use this as a template and start changing up things. For example, we can use this button, we can use this headline, and we can set a price here and then just change this image to our product, and suddenly we're making something that's our own, but starting off from a professional design already, using this as a template. Scrolling down, there's gonna be multiple things here we're gonna want to delete, we're gonna want to change and do different things off of. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna show you the entire design. So know that you're free to choose any theme in here and they're all gonna do you well. But if you wanna use the easy route here, go ahead and choose the fashion shop theme, the same as mine, and follow me step by step. And I'll show you exactly where to drag and drop things, and we'll build this up together. It's gonna save you a lot of time and effort. So let's go up to where it says import and click there. And we're gonna want to import everything. So click on import. Okay, so it's imported successfully. It might take a couple of minutes, but luckily we got time. So I'm gonna go down and click on view site, and we're gonna check out our new website. So this is the way it looks like right now. It says Blue Light Defenders up here. We have a menu, there's nothing going on here, but we have a search bar, we have a login, and we have a cart. We have buttons, we have images. We actually have a website right now, but of course we're not selling clothes. This isn't a functional website, but we have a template, and having a template to design off of, that's gonna save us a tremendous amount of time. So this is really the shortcut to putting up professional websites in no time at all. So all we're gonna do is go ahead and go back, click up here, go to dashboard. We're gonna start at the back end of our website, and then in the next lecture, we are gonna start customizing this template and make it our own and make it really professional to start selling products, driving traffic, and getting customers. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be setting our website title, creating a website logo, and then creating a tagline. Now, first things first, I'm going to show you what it is, explain why it's so important, and then we're going to go ahead and do it. So starting off, we're going to go to our domain name and click on visit site. Then we're going to go up here where it says customize, click there. Then we're going to go down to where it says header, click there, and then site identity. Okay, so we already have our site title set, and they set it well. It's right up here, and it says Blue Light Defenders. Now, the site title is important for a variety of reasons. First of all, the site title helps Google understand what your name is and what you're all about. That is why we're looking for a descriptive name of our website to what we're selling and to what we're all about, what our brand actually is. Now, the next thing we're gonna want to do before we create a logo, we're gonna want to create a tagline. So why is it important with a title, and why is it important with a tagline, and why is it important with a logo? Well, first things first, while you don't need to have a logo that is a unique design with your title name in it, it's really preferable to have a business logo. And the reason is it allows you to be consistent across multiple platforms. So if you have one logo that is you, that is your brand, that is how people recognize you, your products, your mission, and your values. So whether they're on your website, or they're getting an email from you, or they see you on Facebook, or they see you on YouTube, or whatever it is, you want to make sure that they instantly know, hey, that's you, that's Blue Light Defenders, or that's, whatever your domain name is. They want to recognize who you are by your logo. And that comes with using certain fonts, certain colors, a certain design, etc. And I'm going to show you how to create all of that. If you only use a site title, then it's just a piece of text, and this isn't very unique. So across multiple platforms, that is in your emails, that is on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, etc., this isn't really going to stick out, and this isn't going to help you get brand recognition. The brand recognition is very important to get customers recognize you, really like you, and become loyal customers to you over time. A tagline is a catchy phrase. Now think of Nike that has a tagline, just do it, or McDonald's who says, I'm loving it. The tagline is all about expressing your brand, that is your business's mission and values. So for example, our mission here is to protect gamers from blue light, to improve their gaming and to improve their night of sleep and improve their enjoyment. That is our mission. We want to summarize that in a short, catchy phrase, in a short tagline. And since I'm not the most creative person in the world, and if you're suffering from the same thing, or even if you're not, we are gonna get some amazing help from our friend ChatGPT. So go ahead and go to the guidebook. I hope you have downloaded by now. Go down to the index where you see the contents. Go down to where it says website building, and then click on website title and logo. So what we're gonna do is, as always, check the top just below the title here. One prompt used, find a tagline. So it is, act as a digital marketing expert, give me 10 taglines to use on my website called, right in the website, selling the product you're selling for and the niche you're in. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this, jump into our friend ChatGPT's chat in here. I'm gonna paste it in. Now I'm just gonna set this up. So act as a marketing expert on my website called, and I'm gonna write in bluelightdefenders.com, and then selling product, blue light blocking glasses for, remember our niche, gamers. And then I'm gonna hit enter. Okay, so we have 10 different recommendations here. And what I'm looking for is one that's gonna express the values of our brand. That is what we're actually trying to accomplish with our product and for the niche. And I've already read these through, and the one I really like is empower your eyes, enhance your game. I think that sounds absolutely amazing, and it's catchy, and it perfectly describes what we're trying to accomplish here with our product. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab this one and copy it. This is the one I'm gonna use. Now, if you're not finding ones you like, all you need to do is go to the chat and say, give me 10 more. And then you can get 10 more and 10 more until you find one that you like. So don't settle, find one that you really do like. So going back to our tagline, I'm just gonna paste it in here. Now you can see the tagline is just below down here. That's not important. Now, even if you decide not to use your tagline in your logo or anywhere else, at least the search engines will get a better idea of what you're all about. So I strongly recommend that you create a tagline and add it in, make it catchy. Think of the old classics, Nike, just do it, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Make sure it describes what you're all about and what you're trying to accomplish. Fantastic. So now it's time to create a logo. And remember, we want to be unique. We want to be recognized across different platforms. We want the brand recognition. People know it's us, and we get that loyalty, and we get those loyal long-term customers. So what we're going to do is head back to the guidebook, and then we're still going to be at website title and logo, and we're going to go down to the almost at the bottom of the page where it says, here's how to generate a logo yourself. Go to, and then you're going to see shopify.com/tools/logo maker. All you're going to do is just click here. And if you're not in the guidebook, you can also go to the resources, but we're going to click here, and then we're going to click on get started. Now we get to choose our business space, which is basically what sort of design are we looking for. Now we're in gaming, so I'm going to look around and see if I'm finding any game. I'm not finding any game. I'm finding games, but this isn't for the classical types of games. This is more closer to tech. I want to have the futuristic feel of the niche and what it is that we're selling. So you don't need to be spot on. It's more what type of style and design you want. So I'm going to go with tech here. Click on next, and then we get to choose our visual style. Again, there's no right or wrong answers in here because of what we're in. I like to keep it futuristic. It's blue light blocking glasses. That's very futuristic. It's for gamers. Again, they're always ahead of the curve in a sense with, you know, the latest tech, the latest gaming, the latest requirements for their computers, etc. So I'm going to go ahead and click on futuristic, and that's it. And then I'm going to click on next. Business name is Blue Light Defenders. And remember the slogan, that is our tagline. So I'm going to go in here, I'm going to copy this tagline, go back, and I'm going to paste it in, and then click on next. And just like that, we get a bunch of different logos made for us completely free. It's mind-blowing how amazing this tool is. So now what I want you to do is pause this lecture and take your time and scroll through the different logos and start finding one you like. This is about you and what you prefer and what's going to convey your design and your brand and style the best. So I'm going to start scrolling through here a little bit and see if there's something I like. A strong recommendation for you, don't use something like this because this is not gonna make your logo visible. This text is gonna be super small because if you look at your website, it's gonna be put up here. So if you have a big circle with a little text in it, it's hardly gonna be visible. I strongly recommend that you choose a logo that's gonna be longer rather than tall. So focus on length over height in this case in order to have it as visible as possible. So I found my logo, and the one I'm gonna use is this one. Now I like it because it's quite long, so it's gonna save a lot on the real estate on our menu, and also it's very nicely symbolic because it's called Blue Light Defenders. And these ones, if we choose the color blue, we can almost make it symbolic that those are the blue rays that we're going to be defending against. So I'm really liking the minimalism and the symbolism in this one. So I'm gonna click on edit logo, and the first thing we can do is we can change the name. Now of course we want to use our domain name here. That's going to be important. Now, some are going to have a slogan and others aren't. And like we said before, it's absolutely not important. I'm going to go to the font and check those out first and foremost. I like a thicker font. The one we have right now is quite nice. I'm just going to check them through. This one I really like. So I'm going to choose that font. I'm going to go with the colors. And right now it's already, for some reason, by default, it changed change to a blue one. Maybe it's listening to me. So I'm really liking this one, but just to show you what the options are, I could be clicking around like this. I could be getting different colors, but what I really like is this one. This has a darker color on the text. It has the blue light around and the purple light, which is also very symbolic for the purple UV light. So I think these are some really nice colors, to be honest. So I'm gonna stick with this one. And remember, you make the design the way you want it to. Just make sure that it's gonna make sense for your product and for your niche. So I'm gonna click on next, and then I'm gonna click on download. Now it's gonna ask for your email, and the reason they do this for free is because they want to get your email. It's their marketing strategy, but we get it for free, so it's really a very fair trade. So I'm just gonna enter in my email and a password to get an account, and then they're gonna send all of these nice logos to my email. And then when you get the email, we're gonna click on download Hatch full export. You're gonna get it like a zip file like this. We're just gonna unzip it. I'm gonna delete the zip file. And here's all of our wonderful logos. Now it's just one logo, but for different purposes. So we have it for Facebook profile, we have a Facebook cover, we have it for LinkedIn, Pinterest, Twitter, a lot of different variations of our logo. Now what we're looking for though are one specifically. It's the favicon, and we're gonna talk more about that in just a little bit. And it's also the transparent logo. Now the transparent logo is going to be very important. It's not visible because it's a dark background here, but the transparent logo is going to be super important because it allows you to change and use any color that you want on your menu, and there's not going to be any weird square on the logo itself. So let me show you what it looks like if we upload it right now. We go back and then we go down to where it says upload your logo and select image, select files, and then we're going to go for the logo underline transparent, open, and then choose image. And there we go, there it is. Now we can change the logo height like this in order to change the size. But as you can see, there is an issue in here, right? So for some reason, when we have it at a normal size like this, the logo is super small and the menu bar is getting really big. If you want a bigger logo, the menu is getting huge. This is one of the problems that comes with using the Shopify logo maker. Don't worry, we have a solution. We're gonna take care of it. But this is also part of why I recommended that you take a long one rather than a tall one, because that's gonna help additionally. So what we're gonna do is head back to the guidebook. And in here, there's going to be another link, and it's this one. It says www.6.lunapic.com/editor. Click on it. And then from here, we're going to go to edit and go down to where it says crop image. And then we're gonna choose our file, even though this is a very cool image. Select the transparent logo, click on open. And as you can see, all of this around here is just dead real estate. And that is why our menu is getting so big. So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on crop up here. And then I'm just going to make this smaller down here. Make it a little bit wider so everything is included. Same thing there. Go up a little bit more, just like this. And as you can probably already imagine, this is gonna save a lot of real estate on our menu. There we go. And then I'm gonna click on crop image. Looks amazing to me. I'm gonna click on download now. And here we have it. So I'm just gonna head back to our website, move down to where it says change image, and remember the size is currently at, let's put it at 100. Remember how small this one is right now. I'm gonna click on change image, upload files, select files. I'm gonna upload it, choose image, and check that out. Now talk about a difference, right? That is huge. So I'm absolutely loving that on every level. So now when we have it at 100, say like this, notice how much real estate we're saving in here. Now we might opt to make it a little bit smaller just to save on the logo. So let's say we want to make it at, I'm gonna say 85. 85 is looking good. So you don't want a too big menu bar. A too big menu bar is just going to be in the way for people scrolling, whether it's on their mobile or on their desktop. So I think 85, anywhere around 70 to 100 will do just fine. But make sure you crop it properly to save some real estate on the menu. And finally, what we're going to do is add our favicon. And our favicon is basically a small icon that displays our brand logo. So for example, if you look up here, this is the favicon of Lunapic, the site we just used. This is the favicon of Shopify. This is the favicon of ChatGPT, or OpenAI's favicon rather. Now, for a lot of you, depending on the logo you've chosen, all you're gonna need to do is go ahead and go down to select site icon, upload files, select files, and then select your favicon. Now, the problem with this favicon, if you see here, is that it's really long, it's gonna be really small, really ugly, it's gonna be super tiny, just like this. So all people are gonna see is just basically white in here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make the favicon favicon ourselves. Not all of you are going to have to do this. So I'm going to click on delete permanently. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go back to LunaPic where we have our crop logo. I'm going to click on crop another area. And then I'm going to click on crop. And again, I'm just going to choose where I want to crop. I'm going to want to use this one as our favicon. So I'm going to make it longer so it's all included. I'm going to make it less long so it's just before the B. I can also zoom in just like this for my own eyes. A little bit easier to see. And I want to save the real estate that I can here. Same here. Okay, so that's going to be included and not the B. And I want to go on the top just like this. And this is looking good to me. And then I'm going to click on crop image and then download now. And here we have it. I mean, perfect. So I think this is such a cool design. So let's upload it and check it out. Gonna go down to select site icon, upload files, select our favicon. There it is. Select. Seems like it's gonna cut a little at the top and the bottom. It really doesn't matter because as you can see, this is gonna fit just neatly anyway. So that little top just up there, and this one is gonna be even smaller in real life if you look at the favicon right up here. So this is gonna look amazing. No need to use any form of perfectionism on this. And crop image. And there we go. Now, if you have a look right up here, we can see our favicon instantly appearing. And this is looking pretty darn professional and cool if you ask me. We did a good job. High five. So next up, there are some additional things you can edit, but these are mostly going to be if you haven't added in a logo and just use the text, such as the description font size, which is going to be the tagline, the site color. We don't need to play with any of this. Only thing that's important right now is we go up and we click on publish. And that's it. Amazingly well done. Now in the next lecture, we are going to start adding in our pages because as you can see, we've created our logo. It's looking really cool, but there's no pages going on in here. So there's a lot of things we still need to do, but thanks to ChatGPT, super quick, super easy. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to be creating our pages, which is going to be preparing our entire website for proper navigation. Now, if you've been with me since the previous lecture, your screen should look something like this. All we need to do is make sure you've published and then click on the exit up here in the upper left corner. And then we get to our website. Now it's looking really neat and everything. We have our logo here. We have our favicon right up here. And this is our menu, but there's nothing actually going on right here. So we're going to have different pages on our website. We want to have a shop where people can shop. We want to have a blog where we can write articles. We want to have a home page. And basically this is our home page where people can just get right back to our home page right away. We want to have a contact page so that they can write to us if they have any questions. There's going to be any refund issues, if they just have questions about your product. And pages exist for navigational purposes. So your menu exists up here for easy access for your visitors to go to different parts of your website. So what we're going to do is to make sure we have all of those pages. And once we have the pages created, we're then going to add them into the menu so that our visitors can navigate to them. We're also going to set up our legal pages. And this is no small deal. The legal pages literally keep you in the right side of the law when it comes to running a website and running an online store. So let's dive right in and set it all up. We're going to go to the upper left corner up here and then click on dashboard. And then we're going to go to the left where it says pages and then all pages. Now, because we've used a starter kit, we are lucky enough that we have gotten a bunch of different pages already added in here. So once again, lucky us, is going to save us a lot of time. However, there are some errors in here. So for example, we already have a shop added to our website, which is amazing, but there are double pages of everything. And the reason for that is when we first downloaded the theme, we got some pages included. And then when we downloaded the starter kit, they added them in once again. It's not a very smart thing to have designed it that way, but that's what happens. We're just gonna start off by removing all of the duplicates. So looking to the left, you can see this is cart and this is cart, but this is being used as the cart page, meaning that this is the unnecessary duplicate. So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select it. I'm gonna select this checkout. This one is being used. This one isn't. I'm gonna select this, my account. Scroll down. There's one my blog page, one my front page, 2 refund and return. So I'm going to just select one of those and remove them. 2 sample pages. In fact, we don't need any sample page. I'm gonna remove both of them. And 2 shops. I'm gonna remove that one. Go up to bulk actions, click on move to trash and apply. Now I'm just gonna check again to see that there are no duplicate pages in here, and I don't think so. If my vision is serving me correctly. And next thing, we're gonna rename them properly. We wanna have the same name in here that they're gonna be called on our actual menu. So for example, we have an about page, and if we wanna check out how our about page looks like right now, we can actually go down to where it says view and click there. So this about page already exists pre-designed on our store because we got a starter site. It looks like this. It has a story, a philosophy, it has Latin, just mumbo jumbo words. It might actually mean something I wouldn't know. And then we are gonna make sure that when we redesign this, we add in a contact form down here. But the important thing to know is that this page exists. It's pre-designed for us because we got it as a template, but no one is able to navigate to it because we haven't added it up as a menu. We want to make sure that the name that's gonna be shown here is gonna be short and concise and to the point. So let's head back. I'm just gonna click back here. We want to make sure that about, for example, is just called something like about, not my about page, because on the menu, that's gonna take up a lot of space. But for our sake, we're not just gonna have an about page, we're gonna combine it with a contact page. And because that is more important to know for our visitors, I'm gonna go down and click on quick edit. Remember to do this with me. And I'm gonna change it to contact. Now, this is gonna be called contact in the menu as well. Down here, we have a slug. I want you to rename this to contact as well with a small c. The slug is just the URL. So if people go to bluelightdefenders.com/contact, they're gonna end up on the contact page. The slug is what decides what the slash and the name is going to be. So that's why we always want to name the slug the same name as the title for easy navigation for your visitors and for you should you need to hyperlink something, meaning link something quickly in your blog articles, for example. And we're gonna go through that much more later on in the course. But for now, just know you wanna have these two as the same name. Click on update. Go down, we have my account, and that is just too long of a name. I'm gonna change it to account. Again, we're always just saving real estate here on our menu. My blog page is going to be called blog. And that also means that this part is going to be called blog. And which of course also means that the account I did before is just going to be called account. Just like that. My front page, we're gonna click on quick edit, is going to be called home. Now, all you need to do is the same thing as me. Click on update. Privacy policy will be called privacy policy, refund and returns. I'm just gonna name it refund and just add in this sign again to save a little bit of space. Refund and returns policy. And the slug is refund underscore returns. Perfect. Click on update. Shop is just gonna be called shop. Awesome. We've done the preparation with the names now. Now, the next thing we wanna do is that we wanna add in 3 legal pages to keep us on the right side of the law. The number 1 is gonna be a privacy policy. Now, a privacy policy is basically a transparent declaration where you let your visitors know how you're using their information. So when they visit your website, you are going to be saving down their information and sending it to Google Analytics. You might be saving down their emails so that you can do email marketing to them. You might be saving down cookies and tracking our visitors. And this is what all websites do. But because of GDPR and upcoming laws in multiple places like California, for example, you need to let all of your visitors know very clearly what you're saving, how you're saving it, why you're saving it, and if your visitor wants to have their information removed, where can they contact you to do so? So we're gonna set one of those privacy policies up. Then we're also gonna set a refunds and returns policy up. Legally, that's not mandatory, but it's good to have when you're selling a physical product. And in this demo store, this is a physical product. So we're gonna have like a 30-day return policy, for example. You wanna let them know they should have the original package, all of that important information. And finally, you wanna have a terms and conditions page. Again, you're not legally required, but it's good because you're basically saying that whatever they do on our website is on their own risk, meaning that you don't take responsibility for whatever damage that they might incur to themselves or through their website, no fault of your own. It's just a way to keep you on the right side of the law and keep you protected. But again, we're gonna use ChatGPT for all of these, so it's gonna be super quick and super effective. Don't worry about it. So the first thing we're gonna do is move over to our guidebook, and then we're gonna go down to website building and move down to where it says pages. Click there. Now we're gonna have 3 prompts for 3 different pages in this lecture. The first one is to generate a privacy policy. So all we need to do is copy all of this text in here. I'm gonna copy it and then head over to ChatGPT. I'm gonna paste it in, and now I need to do a little bit of work. My website name is, I'm gonna set it up. So there's a couple of things. My website name here, business name, I sell product, niche, English, email. My address is today's date is. Just for speed and save some time, I'm gonna set this up right now. So I've set everything up, and the prompt is act as a legal expert, write me a comprehensive and GDPR compliant, meaning General Data Protection Regulation, which is the European law of saving other people's information, compliant privacy policy for my website. And then all of the information. Make sure it covers data collection, storage, usage, sharing, security measures, while also addressing users' rights and how they can exercise them. Make sure to include any necessary legal language and provisions to maintain transparency and protect user privacy effectively. Very, very important. Now, before we do this, I want to be very clear. I'm not a lawyer. You shouldn't take legal advice from me, especially as a small website. This is how we create our privacy policies and teach our students to, and we're going to generate this one, and then I'm going to show you what to look for. And as it's generating all this massive amount of information, you might find that it comes to a halt, just like this, mid-sentence. All you need to do is write continue, hit enter, and then it's going to continue writing. It has a limited cap on how much it can write. So just if it stops mid-sentence, write continue, hit enter, and let it continue write. Amazing. So it's been generated. So here's what you need to look for in your privacy policy. First of all, you need to look for the personal data collection and make sure the ChatGPT writes what sort of data that is being collected. Then the usage data, letting our visitors know that we might collect data on how they use our website, like what browser they have, their IP address, and all of that important stuff. And also cookies. It's very important that we let them know that we save and store their cookies, how we save them, and why we do it, and that they have the ability to refuse. And that's all in here. And finally, we need to have our contact information available too, by email and by mail actually. So scrolling all the way down, we have that right here, contact us, and we have the email and we have the physical address. So that's going to be very important. And when it comes to writing your address, you do need to have a physical address. If you don't have a business up and running, you're going to need to use a PO box where you can put your business address as, or if you don't have that, you do need to use your personal address. So this is why it's a good idea to get some sort of PO box or set up your business or get a different address for those purposes of protecting your own physical address. But if you don't have any of that, you are legally required to actually put your real address on there. I wouldn't worry about it, but as your business starts running, it is important that you get a physical location to set up there just for your own privacy. So again, I'm not a lawyer, and legally you shouldn't take legal advice from me. This is how we build our privacy policy pages. In the end, it is our own responsibility to make sure that it is correct, but this is how I use it, this is how I teach it, and it's worked for all of these years. So now we're just gonna go ahead and copy it, starting with the first half. So I'm gonna copy it, then head back to our website. I'm gonna go into privacy policy right here and then click on edit. I'm gonna close this one down. I mean, I'm gonna be the tutorial, right? We don't need this one. And then I'm just going to select all of this. I mean, we do have a privacy policy here. It's just that it's not good. We're going to remove it and then just paste it in just like that. I'm going to go back because I got it in 2 sessions. You might just have it in 1. As long as it gets you the info you need, that's absolutely fine. Copy the second part right here, head back, paste it in, and there we have it. Scrolling up, this is where it got a little off with the pasting. There we go. I mean, this is what I call a proper privacy policy. I've already read it through beforehand and I've looked for the things I told you to look for. It's all looking amazing. Now what I'm gonna do is click on publish and then publish. Then we're gonna head back up here. Look, we can see our logo. Isn't that cool? Then we're gonna go down to where it says settings and privacy. And then where it says select a privacy policy page, we're gonna select our privacy policy we just set up and click on use this page. This is super important because legally you are required to have one, and Google knows that. So if it's going to rank your site and drive traffic, it needs to know that you are playing by the rules, that your website is legally abiding. So this is a very important step, not just for you personally, but also for the success of your business, just getting visitor wise. Okay, so we have 2 more. We have the terms and conditions and we have the returns and refunds policy page. So let's go ahead and create those. We're going to go back to pages, all pages. We don't actually have a terms and conditions page in here. So I'm going to click on add new. Title is going to be terms and conditions. And I like to use this sign rather than write and again to save space. And then we're going to go back to the guidebook, move down to where it says generate terms and conditions. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of this right here, copy it, head back, paste it right in. And then I'm just going to set these ones up again. So once I've written it all, I'm just gonna send it away. And remember, the terms and conditions, they help you legally make sure that you're not liable for the visitors, but legally, just strictly speaking, they're not required to keep your website up and running. And once it's done, it's just about copy paste. Again, we're not required to use it by law, but if there's anything to look for in here, it's gonna be right down here where it says limitation of liability. In no event shall Robin and Jesper Ltd nor its directors blah 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 be liable for any indirect blah blah blah. Basically, we're not liable. If something happens to the visitor, it's not our fault. And that's really the main part of the terms and conditions policy. So you want to make sure that that is in there. But again, it legally is not a must. It's just one of those safety precautions. So I'm gonna copy all of this. Then we're gonna head back and I'm just gonna paste it in. It's that easy. Head back again because I had to use the continue again because it's quite long. I'm gonna copy all of this good stuff, paste it in. Then just look, usually when you do the paste, mess up and get an extra number and sort of break the paragraph. That's all. Now it should look really nice. This is everything we need. I'm gonna go ahead and click on publish. Amazing. We don't need to set it up in any settings because once again, that's just the privacy policy. That's the most important page to be setting up properly. And finally, we have the refunds and returns policy. So we're going to head back, going to go down to refund and returns policy. And we only have it because it came with our starter kit. So that's handy. Click on edit. And we already do have one. It's just that we're going to get a better one. ChatGPT is going to outperform this one by far. Then again, there are going to be a couple of things to look at. And then to create our refunds and returns policy page, just go to the guidebook and grab the last prompt, come back in here, paste it in. It's gonna be a little bit longer and it says, act as a legal expert, please write a comprehensive refunds and returns policy for my website that clearly explains the process conditions, blah, blah, blah. Now, the most important part here that separates it from the other one is going to be, I sell a physical/digital product. If you sell a physical product, then what sort of condition it needs to come back in and how many days you have to get a refund is going to be very different from if you're only selling a digital product. So this is really where things get a lot different. So if you only sell a digital or only sell a physical, make sure that you write that one in there. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to set this all up once again. And then I'm going to hit enter. There we go. And once it's done, well, it's done. The one thing you want to look at here when it comes to this refund and returns policy is scrolling down, you can see it says the product must be returned within 30 days. If you agree to 30 days, then keep 30 days. If you want to keep it shorter or longer, just make sure that you edit in that number that you're comfortable with. Generally, 30 days when it comes to a refund and a return is pretty standard. So I would be safe with that. And do note that I wrote in a physical product, of course, because I'm selling a physical product. So as always, make sure you read it through and that you're comfortable with what it says, because it's going up on your website and you're guiding your future customers on how to handle their returns and refunds. So make sure that you know what it says and that you agree to it. Then I'm just going to copy all of this, head back to the website, and I'm going to remove all of this text like this, paste it in, and there we go. Then I'm going to hit publish. And that's it. Well done. We've prepared our pages and we've set up all of our legal pages. Now in the next lecture, we're going to start setting up our top menu and our footer menu so that our visitors can actually navigate around on our website and access all of these pages. Hope you're excited. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be creating our header and our footer. In other words, we're going to set our pages in the top menu, and we're going to set some of the pages we've created in the bottom menu. The header, the footer, head, foot. Makes sense, right? So let's get started. So from the back end of our website, we're going to go to our domain name and click on visit site. And then we're going to go up to customize. And then we're going to scroll down to where it says menus right there. And then we're going to go to menu 1. So this is where it gets interesting. We've already created our pages and we're just going to go ahead and put them out. Now the menu 1 is going to be up here. There's not much going on right now except our logo. We have a search bar, we have an account shortcut, and we have a cart. So we're going to go to the left and click on add items. So the pages we want to put out here are going to be our home, our blog, our shop, and our contact pages. So first things first, here we have home. We're going to click there on the plus button and it's going to add in home into the menu right here. We also want to have blog, so we're going to add in that as well. Scrolling down, we also have shop, so we're going to add that in, and we have contact. So there we go, very quick and simple. Now notice we're looking at the pages right now, but you also have the ability, if there was a post you wanted to add up in the menu, you could actually collapse the pages and go to posts and choose one of the posts in here. Now we don't have any posts, but you could also add in a product up here, a certain set of categories, tags, etc., etc. Most of the time, you're you're going to want to add pages onto the top. Now let's talk about the order. Now, in my opinion, the order should come in order of importance. The first thing should almost always be home, because your home page is your main sales page, and that's where most people are going to land, and that's where most people are going to default to when they're looking at a menu. So I recommend keeping home first, and then putting shop as the next page, and then blog, and finally contact. After the home page, the most important page naturally is going to be your shop, where you're selling your products and services. And finally, it's going to be your blog, where you can get a deeper contact with your visitors and start turning them from just a visitor into a future customer. Much more on that later on. And finally, for those who want to learn more about you or have any questions about the product or whatever, they have the opportunity to contact you. But those are going to be the minority. These are going to be the big players on your website and for navigation purposes. So once we've done this and we've set it up, we're just going to hit publish, and then we can see our pages. Now, if you get the same issues I'm getting, you're getting multiple pages published up here, and you may or may not see them all here, just refresh your page and come back. For some reason, there might be some glitches from having a starter kit. They're very rare. I'm not sure why they happen, but they're always very minor problems, just like this during the design itself. So all we need to do here is just remove the duplicates. So we have two home. I'm just going to expand it, go down to remove. Here's something invalid, go down, remove. We have two blog. We have one that goes to my account page and one that goes to post page. So we're going to remove the one that goes to my account page because something is just off in there. Then we have the home. We have an additional contact. That's weird. We're going to remove it. So here's our original setup: home, shop, blog, contact. Amazing. And this is what it looks like. And this is looking really nice and clean. Now, before we move on to the footer, which by the way is going to be the part down here, I want to bring your attention to something, and that is when scrolling, we're using something called a sticky header. Now, a sticky header means that the header is actually following us when we're scrolling on the website. The purpose of a sticky header is to make sure that they always have access to their cart. If you don't have an e-commerce, I would remove the sticky header and just let the top bar disappear when scrolling. But for the purposes of this sort of website, I really think we should keep it. But as you can already tell, if you look at the sizes of the pages here and the sizes of the icon and then the size of the logo, there's a lot of real estate here that's just going to waste. And this is a really large header for a sticky header. So what I'm gonna do now when I get some clearer views on the design itself is that I'm gonna make the logo a little bit smaller. So I'm gonna first of all publish, go back again, go into header, site identity, and then logo height is currently at 85. Now look at this space. I'm gonna look at this space primarily and then see how clear our actual logo is. It's currently at 85. That's a bit too small in my opinion. Let's say 60. I think that's a little bit small, maybe 65. So I'm gonna have a smaller logo, some more space here in the menu, and this makes a lot more sense for scrolling purposes. It's just gonna be in the way less. So I'm liking this more. Again, we're gonna do a lot of these fine adjustments as we keep on designing. Then I'm gonna hit publish. Next, we're gonna go back to the main menu, which is gonna be here. We're gonna go down to footer, and then I'm gonna go to footer widgets. And now let's scroll all the way down and see what we have to work with. So the current setup we have is a 3-bar setup. We have a large field to the left, we have a smaller bar in the middle, and a smaller bar to the right. So this is the bigger bar, if you will. Smaller bar, smaller bar. Now, we don't actually need 3. The setup that I recommend, which has a really good look on almost all websites, is that we keep one big one to the left, where we write a small about us section, and we use ChatGPT to make it really nice as well. And then we bring all of our useful links to the right. And when it comes to useful links, I'm talking about the legal links. I'm talking your privacy policy, terms and agreements, and refunds and returns policy, you know, all that important stuff that we've already created. You don't want to put that stuff on the top because that's not what you're promoting, but you need to put it somewhere and have it accessible, and the footer is the best placement for that. So I'm gonna go ahead and do just that. I'm going to move just one up from what's at default. So we have a large one to the left and a smaller one to the right. There we go. And we want to have an about us or about me, depending on who you are section, and a useful links section as well. So scrolling down, let's start off with customizing the first widget area. I'm just gonna click there and then click on got it. First of all, I'm gonna customize this, and rather than say about our store, I'm gonna write about us in order to make it a little bit more personal. You could write about me again, depending on what you're doing. And then we're gonna head to our guidebook. And from here, we're going to go to the index, and then we're going to move to the header and footer menu. And then the first prompt is a short about us text. So I'm going to copy this prompt and then head over to ChatGPT. Here we are. So I'm going to paste it in, and it says, act as a copywriter. Write me a 2-paragraph long about us page with the following information. My website name, which is going to be bluelightdefenders.com. It was created by Robin and Jesper. We sell blue light blocking glasses. We created it because, and I'm going to write something like, we are gaming lovers who experience eye strain and wanted to do something about it to take our gaming to the next level. And there we go, and I'm gonna send this away. So here we have a really big, nice text to save us some time. I'm not gonna read it, but basically just to read this start because I think it's so amazing. Welcome to bluelightdefenders.com, the brainchild of Robin and Jesper, 2 passionate gamers dedicated to helping others protect their eyes and enhance their gaming experience. The sort of language that's being used is just, it is absolutely mind-blowing. Now remember, you're never stuck with the text that ChatGPT writes to you. You have complete artistic freedom. If this isn't apt for you, it's not a good text for you, you edit it as much as you want. You can do the prompt over and over. Just click on regenerate response and get a new one, and then edit it yourself. I'm loving this, so I'm gonna check this out. I'm gonna copy all of this and head back, and then I'm going to remove this text, and then I'm gonna see if this is suitable or too much. Paste it in. So I'm absolutely loving this. It's almost a little long, but because of the text I'm reading and I'm liking it so much, I'm gonna keep it like this. But if you get a text and you find that it's just a bit too long or too much, you can write be more concise. And by using that additional prompt, it's gonna take the same text and just make it a little bit more concise, a little smaller. But I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing, so I'm gonna use this piece of text that it gave me. So now we have the About Us section all done. I'm gonna click on Publish, and then I'm gonna go back. And then I'm gonna click on the back button here. And now I'm gonna go into footer 2. And footer 2 is of course going to be our useful link. So I'm gonna click here, and then I'm going to select the menu, and I'm going to select footer menu. Now the problem is we haven't properly selected our footer menu yet. So there's nothing happening here right now, but we just need to make sure that we have useful links and we have selected footer. And also because I'm using a big U here on the second word, I'm gonna use a big L here just to be more consequential with my editing. So I'm gonna do that, publish, and now I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to menus. I'm going to go to footer because that's the one we added in, and now click on add items. So what we're looking to add here are the additional useful link, and that's going to be the privacy policy, the terms and conditions, and the refund and returns policies. There we go. And then I'm gonna click on publish. And once again, we're getting this multiple links added in, which is really weird. So I'm just gonna update my page, go back into menus, go into footer, and here we're gonna see the additional ones. Again, I don't know why this happens, but it's really not a big problem. We just need to make sure we delete all the doubles once again. So we haven't created a cookie policy yet, and we're gonna talk more about this later on. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete it, remove. This is the privacy policy that's added at the privacy policy page, and that's perfect. Terms and conditions as a custom link. It's not a custom link. We have added it as a page, so we know this is the extra that is at fault. Here's the terms and conditions as a page. Delivery methods, weird, didn't do that one, remove. So what we should have left is privacy policy, terms and conditions, refunds and returns, privacy policy page, we're all good. So the only thing left is that I want to edit this copyright bar down here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back once again, go down to footer, and here we have the copyright area. Now, I'm liking this. I'm liking the fact that it says the year, that it says the name of the website, Blue Light Defenders. I just don't like that this is proudly powered by Sydney. I love Sydney. They have the best themes, the best starter kits, but I don't need to advertise for them on our website. So I'm just gonna go ahead and remove that proudly powered by, just like this, hit publish, and we're all good. So literally, that's all we need to do. There are additional things we can do. We can go into style, we can start changing the colors and everything, but I really recommend that you don't play with that, because we do have a certain style set up with the starter kit here and a certain colors that are all connected already, and I wouldn't start playing around with it. Because in the next lecture already, we are going to change the fonts and the colors of our entire website. So if you start doing micromanagement on some, for example, this part in a certain color, etc., that's gonna make your entire website break a little bit when you change all the colors except maybe this one, except maybe that one, etc. It's much better to just edit everything at once and get the color schemes and the font recommendations from ChatGPT, which is gonna understand your niche, understand what goes well with it, and save us so much time and research. So let's go ahead and make some serious designs and change our fonts and colors in the next lecture, and I'll see you there. Welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to decide on the fonts and the colors of our website, and this is so important. Now, the fonts you decide on are going to decide on how readable your website is. So your product pages, your blog articles, if you're using a difficult font and people have issues actually reading it, you're gonna miss out on a lot of people digesting your content, understanding your information, and those are lost sales. It sounds strange, but when you're getting a lot of visitors and customers, it really adds up. And not only that, but not all fonts work together. So we're talking about headings. These are the headings, and then the body, and that's gonna be the smaller text. If you have a heading that doesn't pair well with the body, that's gonna make you look unprofessional, and that's really gonna break your branding. So for example, if all of your headings are really bold and all of your bodies are really italic, that's gonna start looking weird. There are people who dedicate entire careers to understanding what fonts that mix well together. I'm not good at this, but you know who is? ChatGPT. Finally, colors. The colors affect us emotionally. We connect different emotions to different colors. The same thing, that's how we want to brand ourselves. What feeling are we looking to give our visitor? That specific feeling connected to that specific color is what we want to give out. And not only that, remember when we created our logo, people can recognize us cross-channel by our logo. For the color scheme, exact same thing. If you keep your branding on point, the same color scheme across all your channels, people will feel at home with you, people will recognize you, you'll get more loyal visitors, which means more loyal customer, which means more profitable business. Let's dive in. So first off, we're gonna be at this page, and if you're at the back end of your website, just go to visit the website and then go to customize, and then you'll end up here. We're gonna go down to typography, and we're gonna set our fonts first. So we have the headings, that's the large text, and we have the body, that's the smaller text. We're gonna start off by setting our headings. So if there are people who dedicate their careers to understanding which font go to which niches and which fonts pair best together, how much research are we gonna have to do? Well, in the past, a couple of hours, maybe even worst case scenario, days. Today, none. ChatGPT already knows this, so we are gonna use that full on. So we were just at the header and footer menu. On the next page, we have the fonts and colors. The first prompt that we're gonna use here is going to be this one. Act as a web designer, recommend a header and body font for niche website selling product. Let's do it. So I'm gonna paste it in here, and our niche website is going to be body font for a gaming website selling blue light blocking glasses. Then I'm gonna send it away. So the results are in. It's recommending for the header Montserrat, and it has an explanation for it, and Roboto for the body font. Interesting fact here, ChatGPT itself actually uses Roboto. So since we're doing a gaming website and I told you about the futuristic feel, nothing more futuristic than that. So I think ChatGPT is spot on here. So let's go ahead and set this up, starting with the header font. So we're already in headings. I'm just gonna go to font family and I'm going to search for Mont. There it is, Montserrat. And check this out, and it just changed. Okay, so now we got a new header font. And that's all we're gonna do. We're not gonna play anything more with anything else. I'm gonna hit publish. I'm gonna go back, go into body, and then check out what the body was. Roboto. So I'm gonna head back. Font family, system default, nope. We're gonna search for Roboto. There it is, add it in. It just changed, and now we can see all of this text is all Roboto now. So we're building a completely different feel for our entire website. I'm gonna hit publish. Amazing. So just reading this text is subtle, but it's yet so clear. The menu has a different font, headings, everything. And the more we dive into this, the more you're gonna notice, especially with blog articles, your fonts make a huge impact. And this is a really readable font too, and the pairing, so it's spot on. And next up, we're gonna set our colors. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go back, and then we're gonna go down to colors. And here we're gonna set up all of our colors and see what we get. So in order to do this, we need a prompt with our dear friend ChatGPT. So let's head over to the guidebook. So just below the second prompt is called complete color scheme. I'm just gonna grab this entire prompt right here, copy it, head back, paste it in, and there's some things to change here. So it says act as a web designer, what menu color, background and text, background color, primary color, all the heading colors and button colors would you recommend for a niche, that is gaming, website, selling. I'm gonna change that to blue light blocking glasses. Make the theme light, provide hex codes. Now this is important. The reason that it says make the theme light is because if you look at the website, this entire starter kit is light. You can make it dark, but it's at least 3 times the work to make all of this dark. Everything you're getting for free with this template, you have to go in and micromanage and change if you want to make all of this dark. So you certainly can and feel free to, but for simplicity's sake, I really recommend sticking with the light one because we want to get this strategy up and running and be as effective as possible, as fast as possible. So we're going to stick to a light one. And then I'm just going to send it away. So the results are in and we're going to try out this color scheme. Now remember, if you don't actually like the colors, what you can do is that you can go down and click on regenerate response and you're gonna get another response with different colors. But let's try this one out. So the first thing we're gonna do is change the menu background color and the menu text color. So in order to do that, it's actually outside of the color section. I'm gonna start off by copying this hex code, selecting it, copy, go to our website, and it's not actually in colors. We're gonna come back here in just a second. We're gonna go out and we're gonna go to header, main header, style, and here's the background color. So this is the header and this is the color we're gonna change. So let's see what we're getting here. I'm gonna click here. I'm going to select all of this, Command A, just to select it all, remove it, paste in the new one, and here's the gray color we've been recommended. Okay, so we got a gray header color. So let's try the text color. Gonna go back. The text color is gonna be a form of dark blue. So I'm gonna copy this color, head back, text color, I'm going to select it all, remove, paste it in, and that's a really nice dark blue. And amazingly enough, it actually does go with the color scheme of our logo. If it didn't, you could go back to that website, the Shopify logo maker, log in with the account you created, click on edit your logo and change the color so it would fit your new color scheme. It's much easier to just adapt your logo rather than adapting your entire website, at least when you're starting out like this. Just something to know. We don't need to do that right now. This is mixing up nicely, but if you're in that position where they really mismatch, just go ahead and edit your logo's color. So now we're gonna click on publish. We're gonna head back, go down to color, and now let's start working. So what we have here is the background color, primary color, the body text color, and then all of the different headings. So what I want you to do is just pause this lecture and set everything up all the way from background color all the way down to heading 6, and then I'm gonna show you where the buttons colors are, and we'll take it from there. So all you need to do is copy the hex code, go into the color and paste it in. It's literally that easy. So pause it, do it, see you soon. Okay, and once you're done, you've set up all of the colors, then go down to buttons color, and then we're going to copy this hex code, copy it, and then head back. This is the result I'm getting so far, by the way, with my color schemes. Now, don't worry about any of this making any sense, because in the next lecture is when we start doing some serious design on our website, when you can start see things really coming together. So far, so good. I'm gonna hit publish, and then I'm actually going to exit the customize. I'm going to go back to the dashboard. I'm gonna go down to pages, all pages, find home down here, and then click on edit with Elementor. Now, Elementor is its own editing program, and we are going to be playing with this a lot in the next lecture. So don't worry about everything you're going to be seeing here. Now, this again is something that happens because we have a starter site. This is super quick and easy fix. Click on Recreate Kit. This always happens. Click on Recreate Kit here once again. Click on Save Changes. Go up to Pages, all pages. Go down to Home. There you are. Edit with Elementor once again. And here we are. Now, once again, don't worry about what all of this is. What all of this means. We can click the navigator away. We are gonna play with this in the next lecture, and I promise you it's gonna be so much fun. What we're gonna do now is click on the first button right here, move over to style, and then we're gonna change the color of the button. So I'm gonna click here where it says color, and I'm gonna write the hex code right in here, select it all, remove, paste it in. So now we have a new color. Then what I'm also going to do, as you're gonna notice that if I hover my mouse over here, it turns to red, and that's called a hover effect. So what we wanna do is that we just want to make it a little darker of the same color when we hover our mouse over. So I'm going to go to hover. I'm going to go to color once again. I'm going to paste that color in. What I'm going to do is just, I'm going to pull it a little down and to the right, just so it gets a little darker, just like this. So now you can see that there is a slight darkening effect when I hover my mouse over. And that's what you're looking after. Nothing drastic, just a nice little effect right there. So let's head back to ChatGPT. And the text is supposed to be white, and that's this color code. Heading back here. Now it's already white, but for you who want to know how to do this, we're going to head up to where it says text color. And then we're going to click to the right here. It currently has no color, and we're going to add in white. And you know, it was already white, but now it's whiter. But in case you had a different color, you know how to add it in. Okay, so we still have one more button, and that button is down here. Now, don't worry about it. What we can do is we can right click on this, and we can go down to where it says copy, scroll down to this one, right click, paste style, and there we go. Now it has the same style, and it also gets darker when I hover over. Looking around, there's no additional buttons going on. Amazing. Okay, go down and click on update. So this is what we're looking at right now. I'm seeing a lot of editing potential right here. I'm loving the colors. I think this is gaming 101 when you have this sort of darker, sort of purple color. At least I associate it with gaming, and ChatGPT does too. And I trust ChatGPT a lot more here than I trust myself. This is really good. In the next lecture, what we're going to do is we're going to start designing this entire website so we can make it product focused with our demo products, and we can make it gaming focused. And that's what it's all about. So in the next lecture is when the magic truly starts happening. See you there. Welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to be designing our home page. So our home page is going to be the first page that most people are going to land on when they go to yourdomainname.com. So for us, for example, it's going to be right here, but going to our name, visit site. This is our home page, the one where the home leads to. We're going to start designing all of this. If you've been following along with me from the previous lecture, then stay right where you are. I'm gonna catch up with you in just a second. So if you haven't been following from the previous lecture, I'll show you how to get to the design part of the home page. All you need to do is go into the dashboard, go into pages. There you are, all pages. I'm gonna go to home and then edit with Elementor. And here we are. So this is where the magic happens. This is gonna be a big lecture. There's a lot of fun things to do. And know this, you have complete control over your design and your creativity. I just really recommend that in the beginning, for now, especially if you feel lost with design, follow along with my every step. And when this lecture is done, you continue on and you do the changes that you want to do for your website. Let's get started. And remember to pause a lot and just follow along. So first things first, the way Elementor works is Elementor is a design program. It is a so-called what you see is what you get program. No need for complicated codes and stuff. Rather, if I want something like a heading, I can click on it, drag it, drop it in here, and then I have a heading in here. If I don't want it, I can right click, delete it, it's gonna be gone. So the first thing we're gonna do is set the foundational design. We're gonna decide which sections do we wanna keep, which do we wanna remove. So I really like this section overall. We are gonna keep it, and we're just gonna change the images and text, of course. Scrolling down, we don't have a lot of products, so I'm gonna want to remove this entire section. So all I'm gonna do is hover my mouse over, and as you can see, up here is deciding factor for this entire section. There is a section within the section. Okay, so here we have a so-called column, and here is a column. But even these two columns are within their own section within the larger section. So all we need to do is just move up and basically click on this delete button right here, and it's going to remove this entire section. Gone. Perfect. Top products, no need for such a section at this moment. Gonna remove it. This is actually really nice because having an image to your left and then a text to your right, that is something that we can turn into a blog page, for example, instead. So I'm gonna leave this. Scrolling down, we definitely want to keep reviews in. Reviews are super important. And then scrolling down, these are gonna be the features and benefits section, and these are really good to have as well. So I'm gonna keep that one too. So what I'm gonna do is change the position of some of the things. So I want to pull this one almost up towards the top. So then I'm going to have this one. All of these dots are basically the section. If you click and hold, you can start grabbing it. So I'm going to hold it, and then I'm going to scroll all the way up here. And this is the top section. And I want to put it just below the top section like this. So meaning we get into the website just like this. And then down below, we have all of the different benefits. Don't worry about the images. All I need to do is refresh the website and they're going to appear again. This is a common thing with Elementor, that sometimes sometimes visually things break while editing, but they don't break on the actual website. And then we're gonna turn this one into a blog, but a blog is not gonna be the most important thing. The most important thing is gonna be first showcasing our product up here, and then what is included or reasons to buy the product, testimonials to further sell the products. And if they're not convinced or they need more, that's when we wanna give them a chance to read more about us, our expertise within the niche, etc. So in other words, we wanna pull the testimonials up ahead of the blog. So I'm gonna scroll down and here's the testimonials. I'm gonna grab it like this, scroll up. I'm gonna put it right there. Awesome. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing we're gonna do is change this image for our product. So if you haven't downloaded the demo products already, go ahead and do that because now we're gonna need them. So I'm gonna click on this image right here, go to the left, and this is where we can choose an image. I'm gonna click on choose image, upload files, select files, and then I'm gonna choose my products. Now I have two different versions of this product. I have the one image that has a background and I have one that doesn't have a background. Now, depending on our design, with or without background, we don't know which one is gonna work the best. So first of all, I'm gonna try adding in a background and see what happens. And if not, I'm gonna use a transparent one and add that one in instead. So starting off with that one, and there we go, it's uploaded, and I'm gonna click on select. Okay, so this is actually looking pretty cool with the split because the gray sort of fades in with this gray as well. Now, it might be even cooler though, should we have a transparent background that doesn't split it off just like this. So I'm gonna try uploading the transparent one as well and we'll just see what happens. Click on select. Okay, well, the transparent one is just better. So I'm gonna go with the transparent one. The first thing we wanna do here is that just basic sort of understanding how the human psyche works. We almost always focus on the middle. Now the product is currently turned away, so what we want to do is we want to turn the product towards the middle because we read from the left to the right. We start from the left and we read in towards the middle, and we also want the product to be aimed towards the middle, so all focus is towards the middle. This is how we start getting some good design. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that this one is selected. I'm going to go to advanced, go down to transform, and then we have, there it is, flip horizontal. I'm just gonna click here and it flips over. Awesome. Starting to look really nice, isn't it? So we can still see that there's missing a piece of the image right here, but all these sort of small details we're gonna work out as we go. For now, we're gonna work on the big pieces here. And the big pieces means that we've just added in our image, and now we wanna add in and change our header text. So the question is, what sort of landing text should we use here? If we click here, this is where we write in the text. Well, in order to get a good idea, we're going to use our friend ChatGPT, of course. So head over to the guidebook. If you came from fonts and colors, move to the next page called homepage. And the first thing we have here is product landing page text. So all I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this text right here, or the prompt rather. Copy it, head into ChatGPT right here. I'm gonna paste it in, and now I'm just gonna fill it in. Create the highest converting text on a landing page for blue light blocking glasses. Based on the following target audience persona, write one paragraph using a maximum of 8 words, write another paragraph using a maximum of 20 words. So what we're prompting is asking it to write text that's gonna be up here, the short one, and then I want to add in another text actually that's down below here, just to give it a little bit more description. So in here, we're gonna paste in our target audience persona. So in order to find it, let's head back to our guidebook again. If you go all the way back to the index, there's a section here called My Data. And the reason it exists is to have easy access for situations just like this when we need to grab our data quickly. So we need to find our target audience persona. I'm just gonna click on it right here. And then we're gonna have 2 long sections, right? So I'm just gonna select all of this. I'm gonna copy it, remove this, hold shift, enter just to make some space, paste it in, shift, enter, make some space, go back, grab all of this information, copy it, paste it in, and then hit enter. So the result we're getting here is level up your gaming, protect your eyes, maximize performance, minimize eye strain with our blue light blocking glasses. Kind of weak in my opinion. I'm gonna click on regenerate response. Game better, see clearer, upgrade your gaming performance. Let's try it one more time. Okay, so on the 6th attempt, which you can see here, we got level up, game longer. And I love that because it's already suggesting that this product, these gaming glasses, is gonna help you level up. And just that sort of inherit gaming language for a person to take their gaming to the next level. I love it. Protect your eyes, enhance focus, and elevate your gaming experience with our high-performance blue light blocking glasses. Yes, please. I am loving this. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this one, level up game longer. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna remove this text, gonna paste it in, level up game longer. So this is looking nice, but I want it to pop out a little bit more. So from here, I'm gonna go to style, typography, and then increase the size until it pops. Oh, there we go. It pops over to the one down below. Okay, something like this. There we go. I'm gonna remove the comma, level up game longer. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger again so that it pops over to the next row, and I'm gonna make the G large. I really like this. So I'm gonna need to make some more space in between here, but again, we're gonna do the fine adjustments coming up. I'm gonna click down below where it says starting at. We're gonna change that text, head to ChatGPT. I'm gonna grab all of this text, head back. I don't want to prompt a price this early on. Paste it in. Protect your eyes, enhance focus, and elevate your gaming experience with our high-performance blue light blocking glasses. I think that is sounding pretty amazing, to be honest. Super happy with that. So the next thing I'm gonna do is move down to the button here that says shop now. I'm gonna click on it. I'm not gonna have it say shop now. Instead, where it says text here, I'm gonna change it to learn more. Simply because of the psychology that when you enter the website and you don't know what the product is or what the website is properly about, you don't know who the sellers actually are, you want to learn more about the product, you don't want to shop it. So this is going to have a lot more people click on a learn more button rather than they're going to click on a shop now button. You're supposed to build that relationship first and then they're going to want to shop. Okay, so it's time to do some fine adjustments here. First of all, this one is going really far up towards the actual menu bar here. So I want to push it down a little bit. I'm going to go and select the entire section right here. Go to advanced, and this is where you can do a lot of magic. You can see where it says margin over here and padding. Now, for example, the top margin, and I write in 100, you can see that we're gonna have some more space on the top and bottom. Let's do 50 like that. So there's a little bit of more space. Now it's currently linked together with the bottom. So whatever you're adding up in the top, you're also getting at the bottom. You can unlink them, but for now, I think this is a pretty worthwhile thing. The difference is right now there is a top and a bottom that is outside of the section, but padding is inside of the section. So if you put 50 in here, you're gonna have a different effect inside of the section. You see there is space being created inside here. And that is what we're looking for because we're looking to also expand all of this white. So I'm gonna try 80. There's a little bit much. Let's do 70 here and 70 there. See, now we're really opening up this entire section, giving it some more focus. Okay, so this is what we got right now. I'm gonna click on update just to make sure everything is saved. And now I'm gonna click on the sidebar here and just remove the sidebar so I can get a proper idea of what it is that I'm looking at. And it's just too cramped up in towards the middle, isn't it? It's just way too much going on there. So I wanna move this entire section more to the left. So I'm gonna click here, and this is one of the columns. We have two columns here. I'm gonna click on the left column, go to advanced, and then where it says margin here, I'm gonna put a minus. If I go minus 40, see how the entire thing moves to the left. You know, I'm really liking this. So I'm going to keep it like this. And then I'm just going to go ahead and click on the headings again, style, typography, and I'm going to make the size a little smaller. Like this, I think it's more my jam. There we go. So it doesn't have to pop that much. Now I'm gonna grab this one and put it further up. So I wanna bring all of this up. So what I'm gonna do is select the column right here and then go to margin where you can see it says here, it's all at a 45 margin. I'm going to unlink them so that they're not all together. So I can increase the bottom margin to say, let's try 100. Now 1,000 is a little crazy, but let's say 150 maybe. As you can see, the more I put it like this, the more it goes up. And if I now minimize this, I pull it away, we can see that we're getting definitely a very different effect. I still want to put it up further up, so I'm going to go back. I'm going to try 300. And let's see what it looks like now. Now, this is what I'm starting to talk about. This is really giving me a much nicer effect. I still think it's a little bit incompatible. This image is so much bigger than this text is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna increase the size a little bit once again of the header. Go back, typography, I'm gonna go to size. I'm just gonna pop it a little bit more, just like this. There we go, check it out. I am really liking this. I'm liking it big time. I wanna pull a little bit more to the left. So I'm going to select the column, go to advanced, and then for the left here, it's at 45. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove the 45, it's gonna put it to the left, Go back. Now we're talking. I am really starting to like this design. What I'm not liking is how tight this piece of text is. Now, once again, if things are moving too quickly, make sure you pause the video, follow me step by step. You're gonna learn this quickly and start applying it to your own design. Click on this piece of text here, go into style, typography, and then go down to where it says letter spacing. So we can change that, make it a little longer. I like that. And then line height, and we're gonna make it a little bigger and easier to read. There we go. Maybe even a little bit more. Okay, now we're talking. This is such a clean and amazingly nice design, and I'm absolutely loving this. And check out this little effect here on the arrow and on the color and everything. So I'm thrilled with this. This is so professional. I am loving this. The question is, of course, what's going to happen when they scroll down? These are the things we want to change. So let's go ahead and update it first of all. And before we move on, we want to make sure that it also looks good on a mobile, on your phone, because half of the traffic, if not more, is going to come from phones. So you want to make sure that it's mobile adapted. So we're going to go down to where it says responsive mode. Move up and click here where it says mobile portrait. And then we're gonna see what it looks like when people enter with a phone. As you can see, you have the product and then you have level up, game longer. So we're gonna use the comma here just because that's gonna make a lot more sense on the mobile as well. But otherwise, it's actually looking really nice. Scrolling down, we have the rest of the things we still need to play around with, but this is starting to look amazing. So I'm super happy about this. I'm gonna go back to desktop. I'm gonna scroll down and now we can see these images. Make sure that you update it so everything is saved. Click here, hit enter just to update all of Elementor. And they're gonna pop right back. It's just a bug. It's not gonna be on the final product. It's just while editing. I'm not sure why it happens. So there's nothing we need to do here. The first thing you need to make sure is that, are you willing to offer free delivery for orders over 99? I think that's something that's really alluring and I recommend keeping it. At least for this, we're gonna keep it. If you have a digital product, you might write something like instant delivery. 30-day return, no questions asked, remember, our refund policy that we've written earlier. Exclusive discounts, we're actually gonna create a discount later on in order to get our visitors email so we can do email marketing to them. So this is also something that we want to keep in. And then Visa secure payments, 256-bit encryption. Most people have no idea what this is, but they love it because they feel safe with it. So if you want to change something, it's very simple. Click here, change the text, change it to what you want. For this design, I'm very happy with it. I'm going to go down to the actual testimonials. First thing I'm going to do is we aim to please our clients. Well, of course we do, but I don't like the text. So I'm going to right click, delete. Okay, I want these ones to pop first. Now, reviews are going to be super important. They show credential, they give you authority, and that's sort of social proof where other people say, hey, this product is really good. It's one of the main drivers for getting not only your first sales, but all future sales as well. So whatever it is that you're selling or starting to sell, make sure you get reviews early on. Even if it's from your mother or your little brother or a family member, or a close friend, or a distant friend for that matter. Reviews are super important. So I have the permission to use 2 fake reviews here for the purpose of this demo store. You can just write whatever for your reviews. You can use ChatGPT and just prompt a random review as well, just for the demo store. But for your actual store, for your strategy, reviews, they are mandatory. Do whatever it takes to get them. All we're gonna do is we're gonna click on the box in here, and then I'm gonna remove this text and paste in the actual review, just like this. I'm gonna click on the image here, choose image, upload, select files, get the image uploaded, select, and there it is. And then we're gonna change the name, and it's going to be Cody Davis. There we go. Now, once again, this is a fake review, but I have the permission to use Cody's image and name. So in order to make this a little bit more fun than just a square, because sometimes you get all sorts of different images and you want to be more consequential with your designing so it all looks very similar to each other. What we can do is we can select the image, move to advanced, go down to where it says mask, and then click it on. Now, what that is going to do is it's going to circle it. So then what we want to do is position it properly so he doesn't lose most of his head. It's metaphoric. You never want to lose your head. So center, we're going to try top center. That makes the most sense. Yeah, so that's perfectly. So now we have him in a circle and the top center looks really good. So we're going to do the other picture. Select the image. There we go. Advanced, mask, on. Now notice she is placed differently in here, so I don't need to play around with the positioning at all. So that's why it's good to know how to do this, because, you know, different picture, you want to make them look similar and not miss out on any feature of their faces. And then I'm gonna go ahead and click on her text here, paste the review in, click on her name, change it to Marie-Pierre Gagnon. There we go. So that is how quickly and easily we can add in reviews. Now, it's designing the reviews really isn't a problem, getting the reviews is, but make sure you do whatever you can to get reviews early on. It's absolutely essential for your marketing strategy. Scrolling down, we have this section left. So what we want to do is we want to turn it into a sort of high-end futuristic looking part of our website where we try to pull people to our blog. And our blog is going to be a place to show authority, to get them more interested, to really pull them into the benefits of the blue light blocking glasses and into the gaming niche even further and build a relationship with our visitors. So the first thing we're going to need is a different image than this one. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to open a new tab on splash.com, because here you can get copyright-free images, which is amazing to use on your website. Copyright-free means you can use it in any way you want, even for commercial purposes. They're completely free to use. I'm going to search for gaming, something within this niche. I'm going to scroll down and, well, you know, I have to say this one is really apt. I'm really liking this. There's someone in a dark place, gaming. It fits perfectly. So we want to show our expertise. We want to show we're a part of this culture. This is going to be perfect. Before you download it, two things to have a look at. First of all, go down and make sure it says free to use under the Unsplash license. The Unsplash license, you can click here and read, but it basically means commercial purposes. You can do whatever you want with it as long as you're not trying to make money off of the image, especially. You can use the image to make money on your website, because it's just a sort of a sidekick, but you cannot sell the image for money, and we're not gonna do that. So as long as that's all green and good, go up here to download free, click on the drop down and download it in medium. Large is too big, it's gonna slow down your loading time. Small is too low quality, medium is perfect. Back to the website, click on this image, choose image. We're gonna upload it, select files. There we go, and then select. And it's looking pretty cool, isn't it? I'm really digging this so far. Now, what we also want is a different text in here. Now, once again, we don't do sustainable fashion. It's not a fashion site. So we're gonna use our friend ChatGPT. Let's start off by heading to the guidebook. We're gonna head over to the index and we're gonna go down on website building, go to homepage, and then we're gonna use the short blog description. I'm just gonna copy all of this, go into ChatGPT, paste it in, act as a copywriter, write 8-word paragraph for niche blog, for a gaming blog. Then write another paragraph that's a maximum of 50 words. Okay, so let's see what we're gonna get here. Okay, amazing. Epic gaming insights, tips, and entertainment. That's exactly what our blog is gonna be about. And here, stay ahead of the game with our comprehensive gaming blog. It is a gaming blog. We're dedicated to bringing you the latest news, in-depth reviews, top strategies. Spot on. You don't always get spot on, then you regenerate, but this is spot on. So I'm gonna grab this piece of text, go in here, click on it, remove it, paste it in. There we go. Head back, grab this piece of text, copy it, head back. I'm gonna remove this text, paste it in. There we go. So I'm gonna click on this one and I'm gonna see if I can change it a little bit and see if I go into typography and change the size. Perhaps if I make it smaller, might get a different effect. I'm gonna collapse this. This is looking really, really cool. The only thing I like is I wish this were a little bigger. So I'm going to go back, click on the image, go to advanced, go down to transform, and then we have scale. Click on scale here. And then we can just start deciding on what size we want it to be. Now, this is the original. I would like to have it somewhere around 1.1 or 1.2 even. That's actually too close there. I like to have it at 1.1. Just make it a little bit bigger. And then I'm gonna collapse it, and that's more like it. Just gives more of a feeling, gives more of that, you know, gaming sense onto our website. And then we have the About Us section down here. And I'm really liking this as well. You can see that these aren't in a very strong color. And that's because these aren't very important either. This is the important, this is the readable part. So the design so far is looking really, really nice. So this is what we've got. This is going to be the top bar. This is what we're selling. This is the Learn More button. This is our entire style. Going down, we have the benefits and features here. We have the reviews here, and down here, we're trying to pull them into our blog. So everything so far is looking amazing. There's only one more thing to do right now, and that is to pull this sidebar back go down to responsive mode and make sure that everything is looking good on the mobile. So looking at the mobile version, we have the image right here. We have all the text leaning to the left and you read from the left to the right. So this is all looking fantastic. There's a big space here. This is way too big for the mobile, so I'm going to take care of that right away. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to go to the margin. I'm going to unlock the margin, and there at the bottom, I'm going to do -50. That's going to pull it up. So let's try -100. That's going to pull it up even more. Now imagine people are scrolling. That's a lot of just dead space. And let's try -200. So you're on your mobile, you scroll, and this one comes quite quickly, -230 maybe. Scroll, and there it is. Yeah, that's much better. So these are going to be, let's do 220 actually. These are going to be the sort of minors that you want to make sure that everything looks good on your desktop and on your mobile. Very, very important. Scrolling down, everything is looking fantastic. Reviews are looking amazing. This image is fitting in just perfectly. Epic gaming insight tips and entertainment. Now, this isn't looking too good actually. So I'm going to go to style, typography. I'm going to change that size. There we go. Now the text is all suitable. This is looking amazing. I am so happy about this. And now just one more check at the desktop. Yep. Pull the sidebar in, scroll through it. And we have just safeguarded ourselves, and we know it looks amazing on the desktop. We know it looks amazing on the mobile, and this is definitely a job well done. So you have completely free hands from here. You know, do the design as you want to do it. Don't worry about doing something wrong. This is just the basic design that I recommend you stick to, and then let your creativity soar, have fun with it, make it your own. We haven't connected anything to the buttons yet, but we're gonna do that later on in our upcoming lecture, so don't worry about it. Feel free to play around with this, make it your own. Well done making it this far. Let's move on to the next lecture. See you there. Welcome back. So we've created our storefront. Not bad, huh? What we're gonna do now is that we're going to be setting up our actual store. So that means doing 4 things really. Number 1, it means setting up the payment system to make sure that you can get paid. Very important. Number 2 is automating taxes. Now, taxes can be a bit of a nightmare, but if you know the right plugin, it's going to automate the taxes based on the visitor's location. Changes everything. Number 3 is shipping. You need to set shipping costs for different shipping zone in order to keep your profit margins where they need to be. We're going to talk more about that in a bit. And number 4, set the right metrics. Now, if you're going to have the US audience versus the European audience, primarily, you know if you're going to use the metric or the imperial system. Are you going to talk in pounds or are you going to talk in kilos? So just some important things to get right from the beginning. Let's get started. So starting from the previous lecture, if we're still in Elementor, we can bring the toolbar back on the left, just like this. Go up to the hamburger in the upper left corner, click there and then go to exit. Make sure you've saved. Please make sure you've saved and then exit. We're gonna go down to WooCommerce and then we're gonna go into settings. Now WooCommerce is the name of the plugin that turns our website into an online store. So this is where all of the magic happens, and there's a lot of fun things we're gonna do. We're gonna start setting up our product and later on see how we can see our revenue, our visitors, all that good stuff. And it's all in WooCommerce, so it's very exciting. So the first thing we're gonna do is make sure that we're at general, and then we need to set up our store address. If you are gonna get paid, you need to have a physical address. So if you don't have a registered business address, don't worry about it. Use your private address, but just make sure that you do set up your address here. You need it for legal purposes. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Once we've set it up, we don't need to worry about the enable tax rates and calculations. We're gonna get a plugin for that in a little bit. Going down, we have currency options. Now, you wanna put it into the same currency as the people you're planning to sell it to. So if you're in Europe, for example, and you're planning on selling your product to Europeans, it should probably be in euro. Now, if you are, for example, in the US, or if you're from Europe, doesn't matter where you are from, if you're selling to people in the US, you're going to want to keep it in US dollars. So put the currency into who you're planning on selling it towards the most. If it's going to be global, stick to US dollars. That is usually the best way to do it. So I'm going to leave it at US dollars here. Then I'm going to go down and click on Save Changes. Then we're going to move into Products. And then we can go down and change the measurements. Now, if you're planning on having a US audience primarily, you're going to want to change it so it's going to be in pounds and that is going to be and in inches, for example. But let's say we're going to go global now, so I'm going to keep it in US dollars, but I still know that there's going to be a ton of people from Europe and all over the world, and most of the world really does the metric system. So I'm going to keep it in kilos and centimeters, but you make sure that you use the one that's going to fit your audience, and then make sure that you save. And now we're going to skip shipping for now. We're going to get a plugin and all that good stuff very soon. So we're going to move over to payments. So what I recommend that you set up here is going to be the WooCommerce payments. And WooCommerce payments is so good, first of all, because it's native to the WooCommerce system. So it's very easy to set up. It's very pain-free and it's one of the cheaper options. But also because it allows your customers to use their bank card, like a Visa or MasterCard, Google Pay, Apple Pay, etc. It's really versatile. Most people are going to use Apple or Google Pay or a card. If you want to add in something more, you can go in here, discover other, and add PayPal, for example. But for most of you, I really do think WooCommerce payments and allowing people to pay with card and Apple and Google Pay is going to be more than enough. So we're going to go to the right, click on install, and then we're going to click on finish setup. And then we're going to put in our email. Now, a good thing to know here, if you have a Stripe account from before, that's going to be the account you're going to want to use because WooCommerce works through Stripe. So if you have a Stripe account, use that email address that's connected to your Stripe account, or if you've used WooCommerce before, and if not, just write in your normal email and then click continue. So I'm going to click on create a new account down here. I'm going to choose a username. So then we're just going to fill out all the details necessary, and they change this setup all the time. So just go through all the steps, fill out all the information you need to fill out. And remember, if they're asking for your business address, for example, you just put in your private address if you don't have a business address. And if they're asking what kind of company you are and you aren't a company, it's called a sole proprietorship, which means that you're going to be paying all of those business expenses through your personal taxes. And then just click continue and go through the setup until you are at the other end. And for your professional details, it's not super important that you get all of these rights, but for most of you, it's going to be in the industry, scrolling down to retail in here, and then scrolling all the way down to other merchandise, put in your website. It's going to be bluelightdefenders.com. Move through this section, set everything up properly. Now, when it comes to getting paid out to your bank account, it is a good idea, if you haven't already, to get a business card or a business bank account. And that is just to very early on separate your personal costs from your business costs. So what I recommend you do is get something like Wise or Revolut, and they're free to get, and it allows you to open up an account and you can get paid straight to them. And if you have people coming from different parts of the world and you would need to refund from this business account, you can transform them to different currencies without any issues whatsoever, and it's going to minimize all of the costs. And it's fast to get, it's free. So if you don't have a business bank account, I strongly recommend Wise or Revolut. We've used them both. We use Revolut today, but they're both fantastic. So I'm going to go ahead and set all of this up. And then all there is to it is click on agree and submit. And once it's all installed and set up, if you go to WooCommerce settings, payments, there should be a WooCommerce payments tab right here. Now scrolling down, you need to make sure this is checked in so you have the credit cards enabled. That is going to make a huge difference on your site. And scrolling down, also make sure that you have Apple Pay and Google Pay enabled as well. Now, we're of course going to try this checkout later on, but we need to actually add in a product before we do this. We're only doing the preparations right now. So now we're able to get paid, at least in theory. We're going to try it out later, but that's good. Now we're going to move on and automate our taxes. So we're going to go to the left, go down to plugins and click on add new. And then we're going to move up to search plugins. We're going to write WooCommerce tax and shipping and hit enter. And then we're going to have this plugin, WooCommerce shipping and tax. Now, a lot of people clearly really hate this plugin, and we've used it for quite some time, and I'm quite sure why people dislike it so much. And that is because it's connected with a plugin called Jetpack. Now, Jetpack used to be a terrible plugin for many years. It's not today. It's actually really good today. It comes pre-installed with our starter kit, meaning we can just install this plugin right away without having to do anything extra. Other people who don't have Jetpack, they have to install Jetpack, set that up. It's just a big hassle and it pisses people off. We don't have that issue. And beyond that, this works flawlessly. So we don't need to mind this bad rating. For us, it's going to be no problems whatsoever. So I'm going to go up and click on install now. now, and then activate. And then scrolling down, we should find it down here, WooCommerce shipping and tax. That means we know it's installed. So now we're gonna head back to WooCommerce and settings. And then we're just gonna scroll down and click on enable tax rates and calculation. The one we skipped last, but now with the plugin is gonna work properly. So meaning if you have people from the US, they're gonna get applicable sales tax. And if you have people from Europe, you're gonna get VAT added on there. Amazing. So then I'm gonna go down and click on save changes. And finally, we are gonna add in shipping. So I'm gonna move over to shipping up here, and then add in shipping zone. Now what shipping does, or rather what the zones are, is they decide where you are able to ship your product. So depending on what kind of product you have, that is gonna dictate your shipping, and if you've calculated your profit margins where you're able to sell to. Now, if you have a digital product, you can skip this section completely because you're just gonna send your product away to your buyers. But if you have your product ready, the question is, where are you and how much does it cost to ship to other countries? So for example, if you are in the US and you're planning on selling maybe all over the world, but primarily in the US, you need to know what it's gonna cost you in the US and how much more it's gonna cost you to purchase something in, say, Europe. So you have a couple of options here. You can limit to where you sell, meaning if you don't have a shipping zone for a certain place, the people who go to your checkout, if they add in their country and it's not in your shipping zone, they're not going to be able to purchase. But you're also able to add in so people from a certain location are going to have a certain shipping cost. This is super important because you are going to have a certain profit margin. So if you sell a product for $40, maybe $10 is actual profit for you. If those $10 go to shipping, your profit margins are gone. You're going to lose money on your business. So this is not a step to take lightly. So let me show you how to set this up. The first one I'm just gonna call standard, as in standard shipping. And I'm gonna select the regions in here. And let's say I decide to ship to Europe. So I'm gonna click here, search for Europe, add it in. Now Europe is rather big, so that's a pretty tall order, but we're gonna add it in for now. And then I'm gonna go down and click on add shipping method. Now here we have a couple of different options. We have a flat rate, free shipping, and local pickup. The easiest ones are gonna be a flat rate and a free shipping. Now if you remember on our website, I'm gonna open this in a new tab and show you. Down here we said free delivery for orders over $99. Pretty cool, right? So even with more expensive shipping, chances are you can make up for that just by selling more expensive or more quantity of certain products for bigger sums. So this very often makes up for the even higher shipping costs. But this is something we're gonna want to set up as well. But for now, we're gonna start off with a flat rate. So I'm gonna go in and click on add shipping method for a flat rate. And we're only getting a flat rate right now for Europe. So I'm gonna call this standard. And this method title, that is what it's gonna say at the actual checkout. So you don't wanna have some weird name here, just standard shipping. It's a good go-to name. Should the total cost of the shipping be taxable? I think it should be because it adds to the total cost and you usually pay taxes on the total cost itself from you as a business. Then again, depending on where you are from and what sort of rules you have in your country, you might want to put it none, but by default, I would say taxable, yes. And this is where we need to do a little bit of research. How much does it actually cost to ship in different parts within Europe? Just for now, I'm gonna put it at $14.99 for the shipping costs. Some places are gonna be cheaper, some are gonna be more expensive. The idea is that they're gonna sort of even each other out, but this requires some research. But just for now, I'm gonna put $14.99, click on save changes. So there we go. Now, if that's all, then this is going to be super simple and you can move on. But if you are going to be adding in more shipping zones, then you're gonna want to make sure that you name it better. So this would be Europe shipping, for example, and click on save changes. And then we would go out to shipping zones, click on add shipping zone, and then we'd call US shipping. And then we'd go in here and we would add the United States. And depending on where you are, this is gonna be cheaper or more expensive. Let's say this is actually gonna be cheaper for you. I'm gonna click on add shipping method. We're gonna do a flat rate, edit. I'm gonna call this standard as well. Again, they're only gonna see the shipping method based on their location. It's gonna be taxable, and this is gonna be $6.99, say. You live in the US yourself, you know it's cheap. Save changes. Perfect, so now you have different shipping methods for Europe and for the US. Now, if you wanted to add in the free alternative for people who buy from over $99, all we need to do is click on add shipping method again, go down to free shipping, add shipping method, and then click on edit. Free shipping is actually a really good name for free shipping. And free shipping requires a minimum order amount of 99. And that's gonna fit perfectly with this. Free delivery for orders over 99. Perfect, isn't it? And then it's a good idea to use this apply minimum order rule before coupon discount. Basically, if they have a coupon that lowers the price, you want only the original price to count towards the $99. Just a more incentive to them to buy some more to get up to that free shipping cost. And then we're gonna go to save changes. Amazing. So now you have different shipping for the US and for Europe. And of course, once you've saved everything, if you want the free shipping for Europe too, go to shipping zones, click on Europe shipping, edit, add shipping method, free shipping, add shipping method, edit, choose a minimum order amount, 99, minimum order rule, save changes. And that's it. Amazing. It isn't harder than that. So now when we've set up our store, at least the basics, so we can get paid, so we can get our taxes done, so we can do the shipping, and that we have the metrics values properly, it's time to actually move on to the next lecture and add in our product. Super important. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. So this is going to be an exciting lecture. We are going to create our product page, which means that we're going to create a page where visitors can come, click on buy now or add to cart, and then go ahead and purchase our product. This is the foundation for our business, isn't it? And of course, a foundation for our marketing strategy. So first things first, we're going to move over to the left where it says products and click on all products. Now there's a lot of stuff in here, none of it that we sell. So we're just going to click up here, which is going to select all of them. Bulk action, move to trash, apply, and they're all gone like magic. Well, soon at least. There we go. And we are going to create our own product. We're going to go to the top, click on add new. And this is where it gets really fun. The first thing we need is a product name. Now, blue light blocking glasses, that's not a good product name. That is just what it is. So it needs to have a nice name that's gonna fit in with the gamer community that people are gonna come in here and want to buy. And especially a business like this is gonna have multiple blue light blocking glasses. So they need to have unique names so people can separate them. So in order to find some catchy names, of course, we're gonna use ChatGPT. It's the most creative tool in the world. We're gonna start at the guidebook. And if you've been at the home page, which you should have been since before, we're going to move one page ahead, store setup. We already did. And then here, product page. And the first one is the prompt for the product name. So I'm just going to copy this big, nice prompt. Just like this. I'm going to head over to ChatGPT here. I'm going to paste it in. And it says, act as a copywriter, generate a list of 10 highly engaging and memorable product names for products, blue light blocking glasses, targeting, and then the niche, which is gamers. The names should be unique and catchy. So let's see what pops up. So we're getting a couple of really cool suggestions here. Well, the one that really sticks out for me is Game Guardian. I think that sounds beyond amazing. I mean, they guard your eyes. They're for gamers. Game Guardian. They sound catchy. They sound pretty cool. I like it. So just what I want to do quickly, I want to open a new tab. I want to search for Game Guardian glasses. I just want to make sure that no one else has these type of glasses. So there's nothing about blue light blocking glasses popping up. Blue light. Let's just see. Blue light blocking glasses, Horus, game seeking, nothing like that. We can go to images and we just search for Game Guardian, see what pops up. Nothing about glasses. So this is gonna be a good product name. That means that we're not just copying some competitor, because that's a really bad move. When you get a fantastic name and then you notice that you have competitors selling the exact same product, blue light blocking glasses, with the exact same name, that's gonna make things really sour. So just a quick check, and it seems like the name is all green, Game Guardian. So I love it. I'm gonna use it. If you don't like what you're getting, you could write 10 more, or you could just regenerate response and keep going until you find something that you really like. So product name, Game Guardian. Pretty cool. So now what we're gonna need is we're gonna need two things. We're gonna need a longer product description and a shorter product description. Here's gonna be the long one, and scrolling down, here's gonna be the short one. And there's of course a prompt for everything. So back to our guidebook, we can see product descriptions. All I'm gonna do is that I'm going to copy this prompt, move back in here and paste it in. So act as a copywriter, write a lengthy product description with the following product details. Targeting niche, I'm gonna write in gamers. Product name is, and we got our product name. How amazing is that? Game Guardian. Include 3 benefits and 3 features in a bullet point format. At the end, write a new paragraph as a short description, and then product details. So this is where we go back in our guidebook. We move over to the index and remember my data. I'm going to go to my product details. And then I'm going to go ahead and select all of this and just copy it, remove this, paste it in, and then I'm just going to hit enter. And here we have it. So I've already read all of this through. I know we're all good to go. You need to make sure that you read through the text you get, and you need to be even more sure that it's accurate. Remember, ChatGPT not only can lie, but it can make things up just to fit its own agenda. So as an example down here, the lightweight frame and adjustable notepads ensure long-lasting comfort during extended gaming sessions. No one told ChatGPT that there are adjustable notepads, so you need to keep your eyes open for these sort of added-in features or benefits that might not actually exist. So just be really careful when you read through this. Now, in this demo store, I'm gonna say that all of this is amazing, so I'm just gonna copy this piece of text, copy it. I'm gonna leave that one, that's the short description. And I'm gonna paste it in here. Amazing. Now, if you don't like that it says key benefits, you could just remove it where it says benefits and just says features here. It's up to you. I like the key benefits and key features. I think it's a nice separation. Then we're gonna go back here and we're also going to copy this short text here in the short description. Go back, gonna scroll all the way down to the product short description, paste it in. Not sure what these things are or why they came with us. There we go. Protect your eyes, elevate your gaming performance with Game Guardian blue light blocking glasses. Experience better sleep, reduce eye strain, and enhance visual comfort, all while sporting a stylish design crafted to withstand the rigors of gaming. Try Game Guardian today and game on without compromising your eye health. Bam! Now that is some sales computer, wouldn't you say? So really impressed with all of this so far. So now that we've set all of this up, let's start setting up all of the features of our product page. We're gonna scroll down. And the first thing we're gonna do is look at Yoast here, and that is for SEO, and that is in the next section of the strategies. I'm just gonna click here and collapse it. Just like that. I'm gonna also click it down so it's not in the way, and click it down again. Poof, it's on the bottom. We're gonna play with that later. Now we have the product data. So what we can set up is gonna be a simple product, a group product, an affiliate product, or a variable product. So a simple product is just that. It is one type of product, one type of glasses. A group product would be when you've added more products together. Let's say you were selling a yoga mat, you might want to sell yoga blocks with that. Maybe you were selling a water bottle as well. So you could group those products and put a discount on it. Affiliate products just means that you're linking, doing an affiliate to someone else. And variable product means, for example, clothes. Maybe you have different sizes, so medium, small, large, different colors, different logos on the shirt. Those should all be different variables. So for this, it's gonna be a simple product. Now, if you have a digital product, you're gonna check in virtual here. And when you check in virtual, the shipping section is gonna disappear. This isn't a virtual product, so I'm not gonna check it in. And if it's downloadable, maybe it comes with a book, a downloadable book or something, or a manual, whatever. You can click on downloadable, and then you just add that in here. But we don't have that. Now, the first thing we want to set up is the price. So let's say that the price is $70 and it's currently at sale for $59.99. So when you set it up like this, it's going to display the price, and then it's going to say sale, and it's going to, do a strike through at the price and then display the sales price. It's a very classic marketing trick. Works well. Most people enjoy a sale. You shouldn't put it on all of your products, but for your first product, you can definitely put a nice sale. Looking down, tax status, is it taxable or shipping only? It should definitely be taxable, especially now when we automated it. And what about the tax class? We should do it standard. This isn't something that we should be playing with. Let that be automated. So then moving down to inventory. So SKU, this is more important when you have multiple products. So SKU stands for stock keeping unit. It's basically the unique ID that your product has in order to separate it from the other products. So let's say that we had 10 different blue light blocking glasses. They all need different SKU numbers so that we can have them as separate items and keep a track of them. If you imagine Amazon.com, they have millions of SKUs. But for one product, we don't need it. But if you want to start, you could do something like 001, add that SKU in. You want to track the stock quantity of this product. Now, when we say track, it means, let's say that you have the product at home and you have 20 pair of blue light blocking glasses. Then you write in 20 here. And if you don't allow back orders, that means that it's going to show the stock. And then when you have 20 purchases, your visitors aren't going to be able to purchase anymore because you're out of stock, literally. So if you allow back orders, that means that you allow customers to still make an order even though you're out of stock. That's usually problematic. Customers get upset if the shipping time gets too long, so I recommend tracking your stock and not allowing back orders. You don't have to play with this one. It's set up automatically, so it's gonna warn when it goes down to a low threshold. And you can also set in manually here your stock status. Right now it's in stock, you have 20 of them, but you could also click on out of stock if you want, or on back order. If you for some reason have a very special sale, you can limit purchases to 1 item per order, but it's no reason we want as many sales as possible, right? Let's go down to shipping. So when it comes to shipping, it's important that you know the features of your product for the shipping purposes. So you know what sort of boxes to buy, how much that's gonna cost, how that's gonna affect your profit margins, etc. Now, for a pair of glasses, they don't weigh a lot, and they're also not very big or wide. So right now it's calculating in kilos, and if we don't want that because we have a smaller product, what we can do is go ahead and save everything we have by moving to the right and clicking on Save Draft. We can go over to WooCommerce and go into Settings, Products, and then where it says kilos, we can change it to grams, and centimeters, we can change this to millimeters instead. And this is going to be helpful if you have a smaller product, especially like we're selling glasses right now. Normally, you probably don't need to do this, but in this case, that's a good idea. Click on Save Changes, head back to Product, All Products, click on Edit, scroll down, Shipping, and now we have grams and millimeters. So when it comes to weight, I'm not sure how much glasses weigh, but let's say that they weigh 30 grams. And let's say that they have 30 millimeters of length, 40 millimeters of width, and height is gonna be 40 millimeters, probably somewhere average for glasses. And then the shipping class, we have no shipping class. We haven't set any of that up. The shipping is gonna be towards the end, depending on the location of the customer. That's gonna decide on their shipping class. Then let's move to linked products. Now, linked products is if you wanna do any form of upsell or cross sells. So for example, if you are selling running shoes, you might have an upsell that says, hey, would you like to buy an online course on how to improve your running? That might be an upsell that, costs a lot more and your total value per customer increases. We have one product, we don't have to worry about this. Cross-sell is just selling another product in addition to it that's not necessarily connected. Like you're selling shoes, would you like to add in socks to that? That would be a cross-sell. So we're going to move over to attributes. Now, attributes is if you want to add in variables. So for example, if you have multiple sizes and multiple colors, you can click on Add New Attribute. And you could set the colors up, and you could set the different sizes up and just add in multiple options in here. For a simple product, we're not gonna need to do that, so we're gonna skip over it. Move over to advanced. Purchase note. This is a very good idea, especially if there's a downloadable product or if there's something that they need to know about. But most of the time, we can just leave it as it is. Make sure that you keep reviews enabled because that is gonna elevate all of your sales over time. People trust social proof. That is why we want testimonials and reviews on our homepage too. So with all of that set up, we're gonna move over to the right. And the first thing we're gonna move down to do is set our product image. So we're gonna click on Set Product Image. And we've set it up before. Remember, it's our blue light blocking glasses. It's right here. We need to use the transparent one, by the way. It makes a huge difference. Click on Set Product Image. There it is. Move down. If we have multiple shots of it, we could add it in. We don't, so we don't need to do that. Now, categories are going to be interesting as you expand your store because you might have multiple blue light blocking glasses, but you might also have a category for lenses only, or for frames only, or for whatever it might be. So you might want to add them in just like that. So I might, for example, add a new category and write blue light blocking glasses, because there might be more than blue light blocking glasses on this website eventually, but it might also only be blue light blocking glasses but different features. So the categories depends on how you plan on expanding. It's not super important for now, but if you want to set a good routine, you can click on Add New Category and make sure that it's checked, as long as it's not uncategorized. And then scroll down, tags. You can add in different tags. So for example, it could be blue glasses. It could be, if you have multiple products, it could be large glasses. It could be smaller glasses, or maybe you're expanding to tech glasses because eventually you're not only doing towards gamers, etc. And tagging is internal. That is for you mostly to find your products, while categories is more usually external, where you eventually can allow your visitors to browse through your different categories. Not super important, especially starting out. So now all that we're gonna do is move up, and then down here there's this magical button that says publish. We're gonna click on it. Amazing, so we just created our first product. Let's check it out. Let's go ahead and go here, go to visit site, just for the sake of going through it. And then we're gonna click on shop. So there it is, the product that we just set up. I'm gonna click on the product. And here's our sales page. Now we're gonna further customize this later on. For example, we don't want the SKU and we don't want the category. Have all of the description here, the additional information, all of this good stuff. It's looking really amazing. And should I decide to add to cart, view cart, and then scroll down and decide maybe I want to buy with Google Pay right now, but let's say that I proceed to checkout right away. This is where I can set everything up. So as you can see, currently the standard is $6.99 because it says that I'm in the US, amazingly. But let's say that I'm in Sweden. So see what happens with the shipping. I move to Sweden and it's suddenly $14.99. So that also means that the shipping that we did set up, it works, and that is amazing. Okay, so the final thing to do is just to connect our product. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna move back to our home page, and then we're gonna click on Edit with Elementor. And then we want to connect this button to our actual product. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on the shop here and click on Open in New tab. And then we're gonna right click here, copy link address. We're gonna move back, click on this button. And then here where it says link, we're gonna remove that hashtag, paste in the link, click on update. So now we're gonna try it out. So let's go back, let's click on the hamburger up there and then exit, view pages, visit site, and then let's click on the button. And here we are, and here it is. Amazing, isn't it? Well done making it this far and setting everything up. We're doing really well. While we still have some designs to do on here, we are getting pretty far with our website, I have to say, and it's looking really good in my opinion. In the next lecture, we're gonna start setting up our blog, and that's gonna be really important. And we're gonna focus more on our blog in the entire next section too. But design-wise, that's coming up, blog. Next lecture, see you there. Welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be designing our blog. Now, our blog is super important. It's gonna allow us to get visitors, establish ourselves as an authority within our niche, and build so much engagement with those visitors that we can present the problem within the gaming niche, for example, and then give them the solution, which is our product, blue light blocking glasses. So having a proper blog setup that's well designed, easy to navigate, easy to read, is super important to succeed with your marketing strategy. And designing it is super simple as well because we already have our starter kit. Let's go. So starting at the back end, I'm just gonna go to my domain name and click on visit site, move over to blog, and here we can see the current blog design. Now they currently put up 3x3 like this, the different articles. Of course, these are just, mumbo jumbo articles, but we do get to see how the design looks like currently, and we're gonna change all of this. If I click into any one article, we get to see how the articles look one by one, and we can change all of this. For example, I would like to promote the next article down here, not just by text, but with an image as well. So let's jump into the designing part. Let's go back and click on blog up here, and then let's move up to customize, and then we're gonna go down to blog. And we're gonna start with blog archives. So blog archives means the blog page. Single post means the design within the post or the article itself. Now, by the way, when I say blog article or blog post, they're literally the same thing. So don't get confused if I'm using both terms. So we're gonna start with the blog archives, just the overall design of how we present our blog posts. Now, the first thing we get to do is check out our blog layout. Now, the current one is a side-by-side approach with 3 columns. Now, what I could do is that I could change it into a list style instead. If I choose the first one, it's gonna look like this. Now, having this as an exception because this is a blog post without an image, here we can see that what we first get is the image of the post, and then down below we have the headline, and then we have the excerpt, which is a small piece of text from the blog post. Now, if we look closely here at the blog layout, we can see that this is the way it's designed. We have the blog image at first, and then the headline, and then the text. Now, for the second design, for example, if I click here, the difference between these two is that the headline in the second one is at top. So rather than having the headline under the image, we can get the headline at the top. Let's check it out. So now you can see that the headline here disappeared and it popped up on the top right here. Now this was the default one that we were checking out. Here's another list version with a smaller image that you can scroll by. Here's another version that we usually see on news sites or very heavy blog sites, influencer sites. Here's yet another one. So the sort of design you're looking for is going to be completely up to you. Now, I have a strong preference here. I prefer this one. And the reason is I always want to start with a headline, explain exactly what it is, and then I want to have a strong image to showcase the article, and then I want to have a longer text to entice people and lure them in. Now, these images are too long. I prefer to have them horizontal instead, making them longer rather than taller, so that's going to change things up. Now, these ones usually look really good on mobiles too. If we go down and we check out the mobile version, as you can see, these ones look really nice on the mobile. You can also go ahead and check out the default one on the mobile. They do look very similar, and the list one's probably gonna look basically broken. So whichever design you go for, make sure it's gonna look good at a mobile as well. I'm gonna go for this one. I really enjoy focusing on them one by one rather than giving too many options at once. And if we go back to the desktop, this is an amazing display. We just need to make the image smaller. Now, the second option is, do we want to enable a sidebar or not? If we enable the sidebar, it pops up right here, and it can be designed and it can be used. Now, generally, I recommend not using a sidebar just for the cleanliness. If you're running an e-commerce that is a website selling a product, I recommend removing the sidebar to make more space for the articles and improve the engagement there. If you're creating a website where you focus mainly on writing articles, then a sidebar can be really good, where you sort of try to promote them to go to the next and next post, because if you're a blogger or an influencer or an affiliate marketer, engagement is key. But for an e-commerce, conversion is key. And in order to improve conversion, it's a good idea to remove the clutter and focus on what's ahead, and that's gonna be the article and the products and keeping things clean. That's my personal view on design, but if you want a sidebar, it's there and it's available for you. For this, we're gonna go without. Scrolling down, we're gonna enable featured image. Without it, we don't have an image, and it just doesn't entice people to click as well. So I strongly recommend using a featured image. We're not gonna play with the spacing, the text alignment, I think is fantastic. We are gonna change the excerpt. Now, the excerpt is this one. It's just a piece of text from the actual article itself. And we want people to be really interested in what's in here. And that's why I also recommend starting with the headline. Now, what I would recommend you do is improve the excerpt length from 22 to somewhere around, I think 50 is a really good number. More text means more reading, which means building more interest, which means a higher chance of your visitors clicking. And that is what your blog is all about. Getting them to click, build engagement, build a relationship, and then down the line, turn them into customers. The next thing we're gonna want to activate is the read more link. It's not obvious always where people should click to read more. Just by clicking on the read more link, they're gonna know that if it's not obvious to click on the image, they can click on the read more here. Strongly recommend you add it in. Just another call to action and easier for them to navigate. And finally, we're gonna remove the meta information. Now, the meta information is the stuff up here. We have the date, and this is an old date, and then the category. Unless you have multiple authors on your website, this is a complete waste of text. In order to keep it clean, we're just gonna click away the I for the post categories and the post date. Again, if you don't have multiple authors, there's no point in showing who the author is, because clearly the author is just gonna be from your website. But if you have a news website, for example, or an affiliate website with multiple authors, then it's gonna make sense to use the post author and activate it by clicking on the I. The post date, in order to keep your content more green, I would remove it, but if you're in a niche that's very time sensitive, you can add it in just to make sure that you show that this is a very fresh article. For most of you, I recommend putting it off. Amazing, and that's all I would do for this design for the blog archives. I'm gonna click on publish. I'm gonna scroll up, and while we can change the style, remember we have already set the main design for everything. I wouldn't play with this. Instead, I'm gonna go back and go to single post. Now, in order to check out the single post, we need to click on a single post here as well. Now, overall, I think the design of the single post here by default are very nice. You can make them more narrow, you can make them more stretched. Now, in my opinion, the more narrow design is simply too narrow. If we go down and click on hide controls, you can see that it really narrows it down to something that's super cramped up. making it really scrollable. I think it leaves too much empty space and it makes it less readable. If you go for the stretched version, it also makes it unreadable because your eyes have to move so much because all of the text is so stretched. I recommend going the middle path and doing the normal version. As you can see, this length of text is more natural for us to read. We don't really need to move our head much. There's still enough that we're using the real estate on the page, which makes more sense for the eyes. So we're going to open up the controls again. I'm going to choose this one. Not going to enable a sidebar. I'm going to go down and remove the meta elements, which is going to be these elements like who the author is, the date, and the category. So scrolling down, I'm going to turn off these eyes. Like magic, it's gone. And then I'm going to go down to the elements. And now the elements is what you can see at the bottom here. So for example, we have post navigation. These are the post navigations. We can click here and go to the next one. Might sound like a good idea, but they're not very attractive because we have a more attractive option we can use instead. So let's say I remove the post navigation, it's gone. And then I add in related posts instead. Now this looks so much better, doesn't it? By using related posts, we get the image available as well. You know, the old saying an image says 1,000 words or 10,000 words. It's really true. We want to make sure that our articles are as attractive as possible. And the best way to get them attractive is to use proper images and a nice headline. So comparing them again, these are much more clickable than simply having these. They don't say as much at all. So in my opinion, turn off the post navigation, activate related post, and then that's it. Now, if you're using tags, you probably don't want to show the tags down here. So I would also remove tags. Now, while these don't really have any tags right now, that's why they're not showing. Should you start using the tags, they're usually better for internal navigation of your blog, not external, adding them on here. So it's literally this simple to design your blog nicely because we've done all of the preparatory work. Now, all I'm gonna do is move up to publish and click there. And then I'm just gonna exit here. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to our homepage and we're gonna make sure that we link this button down here, the Learn More button, to our blog. So in order to do that, it's very simple. We just move up to our blog, we right click there and we choose copy link address up here. And then from here, we're gonna go up and choose Edit with Elementor. Then we're gonna scroll all the way down to the Learn More button. We're gonna click on it. And then here where it says link, we're gonna remove the hashtag, paste it in, and it should say yourdomainname.com/blog. Remember, this is the slug that we set up in the pages lecture. And this is exactly why we make sure that the slugs are nice and look good, because we want them to be clean like this, /blog. We're gonna click on update, and then let's go up to the hamburger, exit, and let's go back to view pages, visit site. And now let's just try it out. Let's scroll all the way down here and then click on the Learn More button. And now we enter our blog. Amazing. So that is literally how simple it is to design your blog nicely. So now what we're gonna do in the next lecture is to create our first blog post. We're gonna make sure that we remove all of these superficial mumbo jumbo blog posts that are here. We're gonna create our own first one. And once we know how to use ChatGPT to effectively create blog posts, we're going to expand on that knowledge later on in the SEO section, where we're gonna learn how to optimize blog posts, optimize for certain keywords that people are searching for in order to rank even better. But first things first, let us first start off by learning how to use ChatGPT in order to very quickly and effectively create blog posts, and then later on we learn how to optimize them. See you in the next lecture. Hello again. So in this lecture, you are gonna learn how to create blog posts on your blog. Now, this is gonna be the first version of creating content for your website. Later on in the next section of the strategy called SEO, I'm gonna show you a more advanced version of creating optimized blog posts. But for now, this is the perfect start. We're gonna do this one step at a time so that you can learn this strategy step by step, because I promise you, this is a game changer for getting visitors to your website. So let's dive right in. Starting off, we're gonna want to go to the back end of our website. So we're gonna go to dashboard. And then we're gonna go to posts and all posts. Now, all of these posts that's here, we don't want them. We're just gonna click up here just where the box next to title, bulk action, move to trash, apply. Just remove all of them. And we're gonna start creating our own content that isn't in Latin. So with that out of the way, let's move to the top where it says posts. and then add new. So using WordPress block editor is very simple. Here are some of the basics. First off, we have a title, and I'm gonna leave that as just title for now because we're gonna use ChatGPT to find ourselves a proper title and some proper blog content material. And then down here we have what is called blocks. Now blocks are different things. By default, they are a so-called paragraph. Now a paragraph is just a piece of text that is within the block. If I hit enter, it's gonna create a new paragraph. And just writing a sentence as you want to write, just like this, and hitting enter and creating a new paragraph, that's gonna make some nice spacing in your article, which makes them more readable. So there's a reason it is designed like this. Now, if you want this block to be something else, what you can do is move up to the plus up here. Now here are all the bunch of different blocks that you can choose from. By default it's a paragraph, but you could also add in a heading. If I want to add in a heading, I can just pull it in. Here's a heading. This is a heading, just like this. Or if I go back to plus here and I want to add in an image, for example, I go down to media, pull in, and we can put it just below the paragraph or below the heading. Let's say the media here, and then I could upload a file from there. So everything is drag and drop, and it's super easy to use. And the most things you're ever gonna need to use are going to be the paragraph, the heading, the image, and perhaps the video, and everything else is just extra you can play around with. But those are the most important ones. So let's clean up here. If I want to remove them, I'll click on the buttons here and then remove image. I'll click here, the buttons, remove heading. If I want to remove the paragraph, same here, remove paragraph. And let's start from scratch and create some quality content. So the first thing we're going to do is head over to our guidebook. And in our guidebook, we're going to move over to the create a blog post section. Click there. And then we're going to use the first prompt in here. So I'm just going to select all of it, copy, and jump into ChatGPT. So in here, I'm gonna paste it in, and it says, generate 10 engaging and informative blog article ideas related to the niche. And the niche, of course, for us is going to be gaming niche. The idea should provide valuable insight, tips, and trends that will appeal to readers. Of course, focus on making the content informative and fun rather than sales focused. This is important. If all of your articles are going to be about sales, you're going to have people going into your website and become uninterested. This is your chance to focus on giving value and building up a relationship with visitors and not try to sell them. The sales parts comes later on. First of all, you need to establish yourself as an authority and build that relationship. Maximum title length is 60 characters. Include 4 unique sections per title. All sections should be completely unique from each other. Make them all vaguely related to, and then the product. And the product is blue light blocking glasses. So what's going to happen here is that we are going to get 10 different article ideas with 4 different sections. Because ChatGPT is limited in how much text it can produce, when we find an article idea we like, we are going to use another prompt on every single of those 4 sections. All in all, with all the 4 sections added in together, that article is going to be between 1,500 and 2,500 words. And putting your articles between 1,500 and 2,500, that is the sweet spot for ranking better in the search engine. So that is why we use 4 sections and then we prompt separately on those 4 sections. ChatGPT isn't able to do just one long prompt, so we use them in 4 separate sections instead. So I'm gonna hit enter. So I've gotten a nice list of different suggestions, and there's a couple of things that stand out already. And the first one here is the second suggestion called Improving Sleep Quality, the Gamer's Guide to Better Rest. And it has 4 sections. The connection between blue light exposure and sleep quality, establishing a healthy sleep routine for gamers, how blue light blocking glasses can help you sleep better, and additional sleep enhancing tips for gamers. Really cool article to have on our website. Now, scrolling down, you can tell that ChatGPT is quite versatile, has a lot of different suggestions. For example, down here we have gaming glasses, fact or fiction, debunking common myths. That is a golden article to have on our website. Or down here, gaming and work-life balance, how to protect your eyes, or gaming glasses for kids, what parents need to know. So ChatGPT is taking our niche and our topic, making them all vaguely related in some way to blue light blocking glasses, but through different lenses, using facts and fiction, using gaming glasses for parents, what they need to know for their kids, enhancing sleep, work-life balance. So there's a lot of different angles being used here. If you want 10 more, you could write give me 10 more or regenerate a completely new response. The source of creativity here is endless. So make sure you make proper use of ChatGPT. Now, we're not gonna save down all these suggestions because we're gonna do that later on in the SEO section of the strategy, where we're gonna take this much further. We're gonna do some research ahead. We're gonna optimize them even further. But this is the first step of learning how to produce a lot of high quality content in a short time. And later on, we'll learn how to produce optimized high quality content in a short time. There's a lot to learn. So let's do this step by step and produce our first piece of blog article on our website. So scrolling up, I really like this one, Improving Sleep Quality, the Gamer's Guide to Better Rest. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to select this title like that. I'm going to go back, title, gonna remove it and paste it in. Improving Sleep Quality, the Gamer's Guide to Better Rest. Not bad, huh? Then I'm gonna go down because the next piece of content is going to be paragraphs. Jumping back. Now what we want to do are going to be 4 separate new prompts. We want to have a prompt where we're getting content produced here, getting content produced here, here, and here. So let's head back to the guidebook. So down here it says blog post on section. So all I'm gonna do is that I'm going to copy this prompt, copy it, jump back in here, paste it in, and it says act as a blogger, write engaging blog post paragraphs on this section and then section. And all I need to do is take this section, copy it, and then on this section, I'm going to remove it, paste it in. Make it clear, unique, and easily readable. Use an easy language and maximize sentence length to 20 words, and that is to make it more readable, so they're using multiple paragraphs rather than just one block of text. Write a total of at least 650 words. Now, there's no guarantee it will. To be honest, sometimes it writes less, sometimes it writes a little bit more, but it's good to sort of give it that level to shoot at, to aim for. And then the tone of voice should be lighthearted and use sentences. Include a minimum of 3 subheads. Feel free to edit this prompt too if you want the tone of voice to be, for example, serious, or you want the tone of voice to be nurturing or comforting, or whatever sort of niche you're in and whatever type of content you're writing. Feel free to adjust all of these prompts so that they fit you. Now, all I'm gonna do is send this away, and this is gonna be the first section. And here we have all of our content produced for us. Now, the first thing you wanna do is, of course, read through all of this and make sure that it makes sense. Don't assume that all of the text that ChatGPT is going to create is going to be copy paste and then you're all done. A lot of the times you're going to want to go in there and make edits and make it your own. The key point isn't just that it's all copy paste. The key point is you're getting 90% of the work done for you, and your job is suddenly just changing words, changing some directions, and making fine adjustments. It is the most insane time saver in the world. Also, make sure that the language is appropriate to how you like it. For example, down here, it's saying, now that we've established the connection between blue light exposure and sleep quality, you might be feeling a bit concerned. This is what I love, but fear not, as there's a simple solution to this problem. This sort of language is very much everyday, and that's exactly what I'm shooting for. But if the language would be very stiff, using difficult words, sounding like a robot, you're probably going to want to regenerate the text and, exchange some of these words. So make sure that you start off by reading through everything, that it's up to par the way you would like it. And of course, especially if it's a new niche for you, fact check everything. ChatGPT lies. It gives misinformation at times. And we need to be on our guard to make sure that we're not producing content that's just filled with mumbo jumbo, that's filled with lies. So make sure that the stuff that's in here is actually spot on and correct. Having read through this, I'm just gonna go ahead and copy all of this all the way down to here. And do notice it was so much text I had to use a continue. Doesn't matter. We're gonna jump back in here, and then all I'm gonna do is just paste it in. It's that simple. Head back. I'm gonna grab the rest of the text, and then I'm gonna go all the way down here. What I'm not gonna do is use the conclusion, and the reason is simple. This is just 1 out of 4 sections, so we don't want a conclusion yet. At least that's the way I see the articles that I write, or rather ChatGPT is writing and I'm editing. So I'm not going to include the conclusion. I'm gonna head back, paste it in, and then make sure that where I paste it in, see there's a weird jump here, and there usually is when you paste it in a paragraph and you need to paste like this. I just hit delete there to connect them. And then here is the first section. Now, all I'm gonna do is that I'm going to go back here. I'm going to scroll up all the way up and find this piece of text. I'm going to copy it like this, paste it in here, and then I'm going to scroll all the way up until I find the title here again for the article that I'm writing. So we just did the connection between blue light exposure and sleep quality. Now we're gonna use this section, establishing a healthy sleep routine for gamers. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna change, rather than engage in post paragraph on the section, the connection between blue light exposure and sleep quality. I'm gonna remove it, paste the new section in, and then just hit enter and let it generate the next section. Once again, I have all of the content generated for me. Now read it through, fact check everything, and also make sure that there's not unnecessary repetition. It needs to connect with the previous section. So all I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this text that I've gotten here, just like this, and note, once again, I'm not copying the conclusion because I don't want to have conclusions before the article is done. Jump back in here. I'm gonna make a space so there's a new paragraph. I'm gonna paste it in. There we go. I'm gonna make another space, jump back, scroll up, copy this section, paste it in, scroll back up to this section, grab the third section, copy it, remove this section, remove, paste it in, and then hit enter. And now I'm gonna generate the next section, and I'm gonna do this until I have one more section, so a total of 4 sections, and I'm just gonna paste it in. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this quickly now. Awesome, so I pasted it all in, and I've got a full article going in here. Now remember, we wanna be between 1,500 and 2,500 words, and in order to see how many you have, all you need to do is go up here where it says document overview, and then click on outline, and we can see the amount of words here. So we're just about 2,500. Honestly, the more the better in that area, but you want to make sure that you are above 1,500. As long as you can be above there, the more the merrier, to be honest. It's just amazing. The total read time is 13 minutes. We've done a really good job. Again, it's up to us to make sure that the quality and the facts of the article are spot on, and that the sections are gonna flow, and that we're not repeating ourselves and using a nice language. In other words, it's up to us in the end to make sure we're producing value. Now, we have a couple of more things to do before we go. The first thing we could do is just to make your content a bit more alive and exciting. You could simply do that if you click up here and then, for example, start adding in more images. You can grab an image like this, you can pull it in. Let's say you could have one image in below every subheader where it makes sense. You don't have to have your own image. You can go ahead and click on select image here, and then go down to where it says pixels free photos. And in here, you can search for anything. If I search for gaming, for example, all of these are completely free to use. So I could choose this image, click on select, and now I've just made my article a little bit more exciting. So you can just keep doing this and adding in more and more images to your articles to make them more exciting and make them come alive more. Now, with that out of the way, here are some additional things we need to know about. First of all, we don't edit with Elementor when it comes to doing our blog post and working on our blog. This is just going to use the editor that's inbuilt in WordPress, not Elementor. That is for pages like our homepage, for those fine and big editing. Move over to the right, we have save draft. Means you save whatever it is that you're working on. You don't publish it, you just save it. Preview, we can preview and see what it's gonna look like when it's live. Publish, we actually publish it. Here's the settings menu. If you click here, you're just gonna get a cleaner look so you can work on it more easily. We don't need to talk about Yoast or Jetpack. Those are additional plugins. These are gonna come in handy later on in the upcoming sections of the strategy. Now for the settings, first we have the summary settings here. And the first one is visibility. We want it to be public or private or password protected. Always public. And then when do we want to publish it? This means that we can actually set future dates here. So let's say that you prepared 10 posts and you put one post each day. That means that you could in one day prepare 10 posts. You would have one post per day, 10 days ahead. Just set the times you want to release them and the days you want to release them, and everything will be automated for you. So you can use this, especially at the last section of the strategy when we learn about Google Analytics and we learn to see patterns. When is your audience the most active on your website and consuming the most of your content? By timing in that Google Analytics data with the release of your blog post, you can take your entire website and your entire strategy to the next level. More on that later on. I'm gonna close this one down. Don't have to touch templates. Always going to be default. This is going to be the URL. The URL is going to be based on the name. We're going to talk more about this in the SEO section. There's nothing else we need to do here except move down, look at categories. If you're going to do a lot of content, it makes sense to have certain categories. So for example, this one is about sleep. You could add in a new category called sleep. As you start building up a lot of articles and you have 100 to 1,000 articles on your website, you might have, say, 50 articles on sleep. That might be worthwhile to put in one category and then put up in the menu in the future on your website. It's a good idea to categorize them early on. You don't have to, it's just good preparatory work. Scrolling down, tags, again, for internal purposes, it might be sleep, quality, blue light blocking glasses. You might add in a bunch of different tags. You don't have to. We're not going to do that for now. Featured image. This is going to be the image that's featured on your blog archives, the actual blog site. How do you want to present this image? Remember, we have the headline and then the image and then the text when it comes to showcasing all of our different blog articles. So the featured image is going to be the image that's shown there. And also that's going to be showing here on the top below the headline. So I'm going to click on set featured image, go to pixels. Now, of course, you can use your own too. Just use your media library, but we're going to use pixels. I'm going to search for PC gaming. Here's a really cool one. I'm going to use that one. Click on select. And that's it. Now I'm going to go up. I'm going to click on publish and then publish. And amazingly, it's published. So let's go ahead and check it out. I'm going to go back here. We're going to go to visit site. And now let's start off by going to blog. Here we see our first article, Improving Sleep Quality, the Gamer's Guide to Better Rest. Here's the image we just chose to represent our blog article, the featured image. Scrolling down, this is currently the only article we have, but look how well it's presented. It's gonna be presented one by one. Then we're gonna have another down below and another and another. I really like this type of blog design. Now let's just click in on it. And this is what it's gonna look like when people come to your website and they're reading it. So here we have the headline up here, the image, and here's all of your text. Here's an additional image that you added in, and here's all of the rest of your article. Now, this easy to create quality blog posts. Now, in an upcoming section, again, we're going to add in more advanced techniques to make sure that we get a different look, we get a better ranking, we get something to optimize it for, and do everything to make sure that the articles you produce, every single one of them, are going to have a really good chance of ranking in the Google search engine when people search within your niche and within your product. So that is coming up in the next section. But now that we're done designing our blog, we're going to move on to the next lecture and start looking at designing our shop page and the My Account page, setting up some settings, making it all professional, functional, and looking good. See you in the next lecture. Hello again. In this lecture, we're going to be setting up some important settings for our shop pages and design as well. So we're talking about the shop page, the product page, the checkout page, the account page, etc. So let's just dive right in. The first thing we're going to do is move over to shop, and then we're going to go up and click on customize. We're going to move down to where it says WooCommerce, and we're going to start off with general. We don't need to edit all of this. There's just a couple of important settings that we should know about. So starting off with general. So there's not too much here that I would change. Right now we have one product. In the future, there's going to be multiple products. I like the display and everything. I think it's amazing. The only thing I would recommend changing here is go from default sorting into instead going down here, popularity. So by sorting by popularity, when you have multiple products on your site and they come to your shop, showcasing the product that's selling the most is also most likely to give you more sales overall. So that's the only thing I recommend changing up in here in the general settings. We don't need to change the shop page display to show categories or categories for products way too early, and it's not a nice display overall usually. But if we can use it, and we can also use the category display and show subcategories as well. Now, again, we're not going to go through all of the settings. We're going to go through the most important ones. So I'm going to click on publish. I'm going to go back. And then I'm going to go down into single product. So in order to see the single product, I'm going to click on the product here as well. This is the single product view. Now, there's one thing I want to mention here as well. Now, notice that it says or down here, and there's a little display, and this is actually an Apple Pay button. I don't know why the display is broken like this, but when releasing the website, I found that it doesn't break like this at all. So I have no idea why it looks like this in the editing. They've had this issue for quite a while, but luckily, it doesn't seem to be an actual issue when the website is live. So if you see this, once your website go live, just verify that it isn't a problem, and then we don't need to worry about it. So for single product, the question is, what do I want to show and what don't I want to show? Starting from the top, remove sidebar from single products. Yes, absolutely no sidebar on product pages. We just want to focus on the products. Now we can also change the design. While we only have one image going on right here, if there are more images, they would be visible down here and you could click on them. them. We could decide on another layout display here where the images are on the side, or just come with buttons that we can scroll through. I like the default, and I like to keep the gallery thumbnail slider, and then how many columns we want, just keep it by default. I do enjoy the breadcrumbs. These are the breadcrumbs. I think this is nice for navigational purposes and improves user experience. I'm gonna keep those. The SKU, stock keeping unit, your unique ID for your product, we don't need to show this. The ratings we absolutely want to show once they start coming in and how much they are actually ranking this product for. Categories, we have no use of showing the categories, especially with a single product. So now we're cleared up this place. The less clutter and the more clean, the more you can just focus on selling your product, and the text for selling your product, the better. And then for now, there's nothing more we need to do here. I'm gonna go up and click on publish. Scroll up, go back, and then we don't need to worry about the store notice. That is just if you're doing a test site, so you can enable the store notice. For example, this is a demo store, or the store is currently closed, or we're out of stock, or whatever it might be. We don't need to worry about the product catalog or the cart or the product images, but the checkout we do need to do some settings on. So what we're gonna need to do is scroll down to where it says privacy policy page. Make sure that it's set to privacy policy, super important. And we have the terms and conditions page. Make sure that it is set to your terms and conditions, just like that. Now it's gonna say down here, privacy policy, your personal data will be used to process your orders, support your experience through the website, and for other purposes described in our privacy policy, and it's gonna link directly to it. This is important because when they buy your product, we save down their information, and they need to be aware that we're saving down their information and accept that. So we're linking to a privacy policy that explains all of that more in depth, but you need to have a privacy policy to be on the right side of the law, and we need to notify them about it and have it connected just like this. And then we have the classical, I have read and agreed to the website's terms and conditions. And again, this isn't mandatory, but it does help to protect you should anything ever happen. Very unlikely, but rather safe than sorry. And then that's pretty much it for all of the mandatory settings. Now, for example, if you want to change the phone field, meaning that they have to write in their phone number, you can move it from required to hidden. Now, I would especially recommend not asking for a phone number if you have a digital product, because you have no reason to contact them. But even with a physical product, it might just be something you want to have as optional rather than required. So again, you want to gather all of their information. Of course, you have to for shipping purposes, but you also don't want to gather unnecessary amounts, because that's going to detract your customers from actually wanting to buy. Make this as effortless as possible. So once again, just making sure there's our privacy policy. There's the button, I have read and agreed to the website terms and conditions, and it cannot be pre-checked. It needs to be empty, and the customer needs to check this themselves. Only then is it valid. We're gonna go up and click on publish. And now there's just one more thing to do, and that is to remove the pesky sidebar that is still on our website. So let me show you what I mean. I'm gonna exit here. Now, if I go to my account, which is this little icon up here, you can see that there is a sidebar in here. Now, the My Account section is pretty amazing, by the way, with the dashboard. You can see their orders, their downloads, addresses, payment methods, account details, all of this very important stuff for them to return and buy more from you. We don't want this sidebar. It's a complete waste of space. Not only is it on my account, but scrolling down, if I go into privacy policy, we have it here as well. And it's not always obvious where you remove the sidebar, especially in the Sydney theme. But again, this is where we are in a new era. We're basically in the future with ChatGPT. Let me show you what I mean. By moving to the next page here, that's called the shop and my account pages, what we can do is we can grab this prompt up here, go into ChatGPT and just paste it in. And it says, create a CSS code to remove the sidebar across my entire WordPress website using the Sydney theme. I'm gonna hit enter. And there we go. Not only is it giving me the code that I'm looking for, but it's also telling me where to go to add this in. So all we need to do is click on copy code. And if you don't have a copy code here, just select it all and copy. I'm gonna head back. I'm gonna go up to customize, scroll down where it says additional CSS, click there. I'm gonna scroll down and go to the bottom, hit enter twice, 1, 2, paste it in, poof. And it's gone. And it's literally that simple. I'm not a coder. I don't know coding. I have spent so many hours searching online for different types of codes to do different types of things for the websites that I've built over the years. Now ChatGPT can find me all the codes and write them on the spot for me. They can do the same for you. You're getting the knowledge of being a coder without actually being a coder. It's mind-boggling the power we have today with ChatGPT and AI. So I'm going to click on publish and save it down. And just to make sure that it's properly working, I'm gonna exit. I'm gonna scroll down and check out the terms and conditions. It's gone. I'm gonna check out the My Account, and it's gone. It's just working. It's mind-boggling. It is so amazing. Should you for some reason not want to use the prompt or struggle, then on the next page in here is a code that you can use, and this one works for sure. But I really recommend you use the prompt just for the ability to doing so. It's gonna allow you to open so many doors in the future as well with your coding, or rather with your design abilities, without needing to be a coder. Amazingly well done. So let's move on to the next lecture and design and set up our contact page. See you there. Hello again and welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to design our contact page. And our contact page is going to be a nice mixture of a page where they can contact us directly for any questions, and also have a About Us section where they can learn more about us and the store. So if we start off at the home page we have right now, and then we move over to contact, we can see that we already have a contact page. We have some pretty random flowers and some clothes, our story, philosophy, and want to talk to us, get in touch. So we're gonna remove most of the stuff in here. We're gonna keep the philosophy, write a little text about us and our goal. And then rather than have a button here, we're gonna add in a form where they can write in their name, their email, and then a message that's gonna get directly sent to us. So let's get all of that set up right now. Let's move up to our domain name up here and then click on dashboard. We're gonna go down to WP Forms. We already have the plugin we need installed from the starter kit. Should you for some reason not have it here, which because you've chosen a different starter kit or a different theme, then just go to plugins, add new, and then search for WP Forms, download it and activate it. But for us, we're gonna go in here and click on add new. So we're gonna click on let's go. We're gonna use a simple contact form because that's all we need. Click on use template. I'm gonna remove this on the side. And by default, this is going to be the contact form that we're getting. And there's literally nothing we need to do here. While we can, for example, if I click on name, the label is name. Do you want the label to be different? Do you want the format to be a first name, a last name? What do you want added in? Do you want a description? Here's description. I don't think you need a description for writing in your name, but there is a lot of things we can add in here if we want to. I recommend just keeping it as it is because it's simple and just perfect the way it is. Then we're going to move over to settings. So while there's nothing we need to do in settings, it is important to know that if we go down to notifications in here and we see send to email address, where are the form submissions going to be sent to when they write their message and everything? Right now it's set to admin email, and the admin email is the email that we've used for creating our account on WordPress. So we're going to go and check that it is the correct email. What you can do if you want it sent to another place, just add in the email you want it sent to in here. The email subject line is what is it gonna say when you get an email about someone making a form submission. We don't really need to change that. And then of course, who is it going to be from? It's of course going to be from Blue Light Defenders or your brand name. It could also be from Robin and Jesper in our case, and then from the admin mail unless you decide to use another mail. So there's nothing we need to do here. We're just gonna save it down, and then we're going to exit up here. We're going to go down to users and then click on profile in here. Scroll down. Make sure that the email, the contact information is the email that you want to use. Now, this isn't an email we want to use. If you have a Gmail, you would use that Gmail, let's say Robin and Jesper. I would use this one, for example, or if you have a unique email set up with your domain name through Google, for example, or through Bluehost, it would be called contact@bluelightdefenders.com. You could set that up as well. At any case, you need to make sure that you have the right email in here because this is where the form submissions will be sent. Scroll down to the bottom and click on update profile. You are going to get an email just to confirm that this is the email address that you want connected. Go to your email, click on the link and have it confirmed, and that's really all. Now we're going to continue designing. So we're going to go to pages, all pages. We're going to go to contact and then click on edit with Elementor. And now we're just going to do some simple changes. So for example, about our store is going to be called contact because that is what it is about. We don't need these images, do we? But it is nice to have an image for them to know who they're contacting. So I'm going to exchange this image with an image of me and Jesper. So remember, we want this to be a contact section, but also give them an opportunity to get to know us a bit better because that's how you build the relationships with your customers and future customers. So I'm going to click on choose image, upload, and I'm going to upload a nice picture of me and Jesper. And then I'm going to click on select. And here we go, a nice picture of me and Jesper. It's a little little bit too big, wouldn't you say? So I'm gonna go into style, and then we have the width, and I'm just gonna change that to, let's say, 65%. I think that's a good size for here. So then we have the contact. There's an image of us. We're not gonna use the our story. I'm gonna remove that. You of course can, and feel free to, but just for this demonstration, I'm only going to use the philosophy section. But feel free to write as much as you want on your own contact page. For the philosophy section, we're gonna use our friend ChatGPT. We're gonna make sure that we are at the contact page in our guidebook. We are going to grab this prompt we have here and head over to ChatGPT. I'm gonna paste it in, and it says, act as a copywriter. I have a website called, and then the website name, bluelightdefenders.com. That sells, and then the product, blue light blocking glasses for niche gamers. Write me a 120-word article that explains my website's philosophy. Use us terms and a simple language. Use 4 paragraphs. Now, if you are doing this on your own, then use me terms would be more appropriate for you. So just make sure that you edit that accordingly. But for now, and if you're doing any business that involves more people, using us terms makes you look like a bigger business. So that can always be a good idea. So I'm gonna hit enter. And as always, and especially since this is potentially such a personal text, make sure that you really edit it so that it fits you and your brand properly. Now, I just wanna say here, at Blue Light Defenders, we know that gaming is more than just a hobby, it's a lifestyle. I just think it's so good, to be honest. But make sure that you don't take anything for granted. Make sure that everything that it says here is true and edit it accordingly. It's not all about copy paste. It's about making it good and saving time doing so. But for now, I'm gonna use all of this. Head back in. I'm going to click in here. Make sure I click on all of the text, then click in here, select it all, remove it, paste it in. And here's the new text. And by the way, this is why we use 4 paragraphs, because it's gonna fit in here just perfectly. And then I'm just going to collapse this toolbar just to see, is it looking good and nice? It really is. I am loving this. I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna go down, and then it says, want to talk to us. Follow the link to send us a message and quickly get in touch over phone or email. Nope. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to delete this button. And then I'm going to search for WP, and there we go, WP Forms. I'm going to select it, and I'm just gonna drag it in here. So it's just below want to talk to us. And then I'm going to select the form. It's gonna be called Simple Contact Form, the one we created. And then here it is. It's this simple. And now we have our contact form in here. Now, if you want to as well, what you can do is click on all the buttons here. You can go ahead and click on the text editor, add this text, and you might want to write something like, we'll get back to you within 2 to 4 days. If you want to add in a note like this, you don't have to. You can delete this as well. You can just leave it open. But as an option, if you want to add in some more information. Then of course, what you want to do is make sure that it works properly, that you confirmed your email. So go into your own website, write your name, email, write a comment or message, and then see how it's gonna look like for yourself, and then reply to that email just to make sure that everything is working. I'm gonna click on update down here. I'm going to collapse this one to the side and just make sure that I like the design so far, starting from the top. So the first thing is, I think this is a little bit cramped. I'm just gonna make some more space during the contact here. The image is amazing. See how little space there is here, how much space there is here. We're gonna change that. A lot of space here, nice. I love the colors. Everything is just looking amazing in here. And then we have the about us here. So I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna click on contact, go to advanced, and then we have the margin because we're looking to making space in here. So I'm gonna do the bottom margin to 45. So we're getting a little bit more space there. And let's see if we wanna do it on the top as well, 45. That is looking a little bit better. Update, collapse it. And I think there's too much on the top. So I'm gonna go back top. I'm gonna do 0. I'm gonna collapse it again. This is looking much better. I'm happy. Final check. Does it look good on the mobile? Responsive mode. Mobile, scroll by, it's looking amazing. So I am loving this big time. We did a really good job. So I'm just gonna click on update here, go back to desktop, click on the hamburgers, exit, go back, go to the dashboard. And if you haven't already, go ahead and try out your form. Make sure that everything works. And when it does, we are going to move on to the next lecture where you're going to learn all about the safety of your website. And we're going to add in some serious optimizations to make it faster and more effective. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be setting up very important things like the safety and optimization of our website, such as the loading speed of the website, super important for user experience, the antivirus to make sure you don't get hacked, backup so you can instantly restore your website should something ever happen, anti-spam to make sure that you're not getting, all the comments you're getting is just Viagra commercials. No one likes that. And finally, a cookie notice. Now, cookie notice is the little notice you get when you enter a website that says this website uses cookies. Do you accept saving down your information? And then they have to accept, and then the website starts saving down the information. Now, we've spoken about this in the privacy policy. We still need to give our visitors the option of declining that data saving about them. So it's very important that we get a plugin that makes sure that the control is in the visitor's hands and that they get that little pop-up notice. So we're going to take care of all of that good stuff in this lecture. So let's dive in. We're going to start off by going over to Jetpack and click there. Now, first things first, if it's asking you to log in or set something up, an account on there, just go ahead and do that. It didn't ask me that, but if it does, set it up and you will be in here in no time. Something to be said about Jetpack. I have been teaching building websites for many, many years, and I've always said the same thing. There's no worse plugin out there than Jetpack. It's absolute garbage. It has been since forever. The first thing I've always taught students is to uninstall it. Today, things are different. I've been running tests on it on multiple times. The antivirus is great. The speed boost is amazing. It's free, or the way we're going to use it is free. And everything in it has been optimized to modern times. The creator of Jetpack are the same creators as WordPress.com. So you know they're good creators, but for some reason, their plugin has been garbage. But again, today, one of the best plugins out there, one of the easiest to use, and you get basically everything you need installed with it. So it comes pre-installed for us, and I'm gonna show you how to set up the best settings to optimize it properly, and we're not gonna pay for anything. So we're gonna move over to where it says My Jetpack, and in here you see the different options of what you have installed, what you can install for free, and what you can purchase. We're not gonna purchase anything. The WordPress backup, we already have backup. The scan, we already have an antivirus that comes for free. Anti-spam, we're gonna get a free version of that because in order to use it on commercial websites, that is websites that's selling something, you need to pay for Akismet, so we're not gonna use it. And then we have the boost, and the boost is completely free, and it really gives you a nice boost on your website. So we're gonna click on Install Boost, free, install Jetpack Boost. And then we're gonna move to the right and click on Start for free, but we're also gonna stay for free. Now, the first thing that's gonna happen is you're gonna get a mobile and a desktop score, meaning how effective is your website at loading right now. Chances are you're probably also gonna get a failed to generate critical CSS. And the reason is we haven't gone live with our website yet. We are showing a coming soon page. So if someone goes to your website right now, it's just gonna say WordPress website coming soon. So that also means our mobile and desktop score is gonna be really, really, really high. Yeah, just like this, because there's nothing on our website currently because it isn't live yet. So with that said, once we've released our website, you can come back to Jetpack, Boost, and then you can see the loading score for the mobiles and the loading and optimization scores for desktops in here. But right now, this score is useless. Scrolling down, we want to optimize our critical CSS. Now, the CSS are going to be the codes that load our website. By optimizing them, making them shorter, removing all of the fluff, and loading them in the correct order, that means that we can have the website usable quicker. So we're going to want to make sure that we have it activated. And then we have defer non-essential JavaScript. Now, those are some fancy terms. JavaScript is basically the codes that make your website interactive. So when you hover your mouse over at the button and it fades to another color, that's interactive. All of the images, all of the effects, everything that makes it visually stunning, your website, that is a JavaScript. So it's otherwise it would just be text. By deferring non-essential JavaScript, that means that rather than loading all of those functions right away, you put those loading at the end of the queue. So all of the most important things are going to load first on your website, meaning your website gets usable quicker, meaning you're gonna get a faster loading speed. And a fast loading speed is essential in order to rank well on Google and have your users be happy with their experience. So we're gonna make sure that we activate defer non-essential JavaScript. Now, lazy image loading just means that when you scroll down, then when you approach the image, that's when it's gonna load. So it doesn't load all of the image on your website right away because that takes a long time. We already have lazy image loading with our Sydney theme, so we're not gonna activate it. We have an image image guide. This feature helps you discover images that are too large. You can use it, but you don't need to use it. Just make sure that all of your images are between 100 and 300 kilobyte always. And then image CDN. Now, CDN is a server network. So for example, if someone in Canada comes and visits my website, it's gonna load much faster if they are downloading my website from a server in Canada rather than downloading my website from a server in Sweden or in Cyprus, because the longer the distance, the longer the loading time. So a CDN is just a bunch of different servers across the world to improve your loading speed. Otherwise, someone that's from, say, Vietnam that goes into a Swedish website would take forever to load that website. But if you're using a CDN that has servers in Vietnam or a country near Vietnam, it's gonna load from that server instead, and that's drastically going to improve your loading speed. So normally you have to pay for a CDN, but you're getting it for free with Jetpack, which is amazing. And that's really it when it comes to the boost, and this is gonna have a major boost on your website's loading speed and performance. So now let's go to the left and then go back to dashboard. And then we're going to go down to where it says manage security settings, and we're gonna make sure that we have our site protected from virus. So the first thing we have is backups. We're gonna talk about that in a second. And we have downtime monitoring, which means that should your site go down, you want to know about it. By having Jetpack monitor it, they're gonna contact you when your site goes down, so you can go in and start doing something about it right away. And by the way, the best thing you can do if your website for whatever reason goes down is to contact the Bluehost support, because they can go straight into your website and rectify whatever issue that's going on. I'm gonna talk about that in a second. And then scroll down, we wanna have the firewall, meaning we don't want unauthorized people or any form of viruses or phishing attempts to attacking our website. We want them all to be blocked and go through certain security measures to make sure that no one is able to hack us. So we're gonna activate the firewall. There's nothing more we need to do here. Scroll down, make sure that brute force protection is enabled. And it says enabling brute force protection will prevent bots and hackers from attempting to log into your website with common username and password combinations. So then they're gonna get banned, and they can't just sit and use, for example, a program that generates thousands of usernames and thousands of passwords at once just trying to get into your site. They will get banned and shut off. Super important to have brute force protection. And once you've done that, the settings are automatically updated, and now your website is all safe and secure. So then what happens if your site goes down, or you get hacked, or your site gets deleted for whatever reason? Someone literally destroys your website. Well, there's something to do about that, and those are called backups. In order to access your backups, whether you are on the plus or on the basic plan, all you need to do is go up here where it says need help and click there. And then click on chat with us. Then we're gonna go down to the right where it says chat, and then we're gonna write let me talk to a human right away. And then you're gonna talk to someone, they're gonna verify that you are you, and from there you can ask to have your website restored from a backup. Now remember, if you're on the plus, that means you have daily backups. If you're on the basic, that means that they back up your website every now and then. I'm not sure if there's a set time. I think it might be something like once a week. It's just good to know that they do have backups of your website, but different frequencies on different price plans. So we don't need to pay for any backup here. It comes with Bluehost. Now heading back, getting spam on our website is a huge problem. And as you might have noticed, all of our blog articles can be commented on, and that's important for building a community. But with comments comes spam. So we want to use the best anti-spam that doesn't ruin the user experience. And there is a plugin for that that is amazing. Let me show you. We're gonna go down to where it says plugins and add new. And then we're going to search for anti-spam B, funny name. And then we're gonna click on install now, activate, and then settings for the anti-spam B. And the only thing we're gonna do here is change this one where it says delete existing spam after, right, 30 days, in order to not have unnecessary storage of spam just piling up on your website. So it's gonna auto clear that every 30 days. Save changes, and then you are protected from spam. Now what makes this plugin so good is that normal plugins usually use reCAPTCHA. You probably know what it is. It's when it's asking you, are you human? Okay, then click on all the bus images images or click on all the images with bicycles on. It's universal. Everyone hates that. It's a good measurement to remove bots, but it's really annoying when you're a user trying to just put a comment on a website. A lot of people will not comment if you use reCAPTCHA. Anti-spam bee instead uses code to verify if you're human or if you're a bot. And by doing that, you still remove all of the bots, but you don't ruin the user experience. It's called honeypot. Super effective way of removing spam. And then finally, we need to add in the cookie notice on our website. So we're gonna go back to plugins, add new, and we're gonna search for cookie yes. And that is one word, cookie yes. And here it is, cookie yes, not with a space, one word. 1,000,000 5 stars. That's what I call solid. Install now, activate, and then that's it. Now it's just working out of the box. Now let me show you what you can do if you want. We're gonna find it. There it is, cookie yes. Click on settings. And we do have the ability to go into, for example, cookie banner here, change the way it looks, geo-targeting if we wanna be specific with it. We wanna change the layout, all of these things. We can do a lot of changes in it, but what is important is that it works right out of the box. We don't need to change anything. So now for all of the people coming into the website, they're going to get a pop-up like this. If they reject, then there's not going to be any cookies saved on their computer. If they accept, well, then you are all in the clear legally to save information about them. They can also customize what they want to be saved. All of this is going to regulate itself behind the scenes. So amazing plugin and legally required to use as well. So make sure you download it and use it. And really, that's it. Then you've optimized your website for safety and for speed, for user experience, for backup. So should anything ever happen, you have prepared yourself to make sure that it doesn't happen. But should anything happen, you also have backup. So you are in the clear. Well done. Now in the next lecture, we are going to go through the navigations that we haven't gone through yet, just so you're more comfortable with your WordPress website. And then we're actually gonna go live and move on with our strategy. How exciting. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to go through the navigation of our website. This way, you'll have this lecture and in the guidebook as well as a reference to all the different parts of your WordPress website. Should you ever wonder, oh, what is this again? And where can I find that? And once you're more comfortable with the navigation, we're gonna set it live and put it out there in the world. How exciting. Let's get started. So starting from the back end and starting from the upper left corner, as we do in the West, the first thing you can see at the W here is that you can get some more information about WordPress, wordpress.org, the documentation, support, etc. I never used this. You probably won't either, but it's there. Next up, we have our domain name. You can visit your site, very useful. You can visit your store. If you click on visit store, you're going to be taken directly to your products. Whenever you get any comments, you're going to have quick access to the comments right up here. So this entire bar is just filled with shortcuts. If you want to quickly create something new, you can hover your mouse over here. You can create a new post, a new media, a new page, a new landing page, template, product, order, etc. It's all in here. Now, Yoast, which is going to help with our search engine optimization. We're going to talk more about that in the upcoming lectures. We don't have to worry about that now. And here we can find all of our caching. Now, if you don't know what a cache is, basically when a visitor comes to your website, they have to download everything that is on your website. So that is the JavaScript, all the codes, all of the images. And once it has downloaded, the page will load. Now with a cache, what the browser is going to do is that the visitor is going to have all of your website files put into the browser's cache. So the next time the same visitor comes to visit your site, they don't have to download all of your images, all of your codes, all of your website basically, because they will have stored it all in a so-called cache. And the benefit is when it's stored in the cache, it significantly lowers the loading time of your website, making the user experience better. Your visitors are happier. The visitors themselves get a site up faster. Everyone is happier. Now, the reason you might want to purge this, meaning remove the caching for yourself, for your website, so that all the visitors have to reload it, is if you're doing any form of design on your website and then you go to your website and you notice that it hasn't updated, well, that probably means that there's something wrong with the cache. The old version is still being saved in your cache. So if you ever design or do any changes on your website, you go live and you see that they aren't actually being affected on your live website, then simply go up to caching, purge it, and then the browser has to re-download all of the website material again, and then you're gonna get the new version. So that is a quick little note on caching. Then we have WordPress forms. Remember, this is our contact form. There's nothing we need to do here because we're going to get that into an email to our inbox right away. So we don't need to use them here. And then we have the need help. So if there's ever any issue with your WordPress website, you can contact Bluehost directly and they can help you out right away, or if you need a backup for your website or whatever. Now you can also access them by going to bluehost.com and chatting with them from there, but it's also here as a shortcut. Further to the right, we have our site status. It's coming soon. In the next lecture, we're gonna go live, so stay tuned. And then we have our username. We can go to edit profile and we could change the password for a login, for example, and all of that information. Now moving to the left, the first thing we have in the toolbar is Bluehost. We don't really use Bluehost here much. They offer staging, they have their settings, a marketplace, you can buy different themes, you can buy different plugins. But the only thing we're really going to do with Bluehost's own panel here is use it to go live in the next lecture. And then we have the dashboard, and the dashboard is what we're being displayed here. It's going to be the starting point when you log into your website. It allows you to see the latest news popping up and usually some shortcuts like a quick draft if you have an idea that you want to write in here, a title, what's on your mind, and save it into draft. You could also add in analytics in here, but most of the time, everything you can do here, you can do much better by going directly into the needed area on the toolbar. So I never really organized this or used the dashboard at all. Moving over to the left, we have updates, but everything now is auto updated, so nothing we need to worry about. We have Jetpack, we've gone through it. We can go into the settings, see what's installed, see that we have everything set up properly, which you should have if you've been following with me from the previous lecture. We have the posts, we can see all of our posts, we can add a new one, and for all of the categories and the tags that we create, we can see our posts in according to our specific categories or in accordance to our specific tags. This is going to be very helpful when we start having hundreds and thousands of posts and we want to organize things better, or we're looking for a certain one. And then we have all of our media, and media is literally all of our videos, images, everything we upload. If we go to library, you can see that everything we've uploaded is in here, and also all of the images that came with the starter kit. So what you can do if you ever experience your website getting full, probably not if you're on the plus plan, you can go into the image just like this and go down and click on delete permanently. Okay. The next one, delete permanently. Okay. And just cleanse it out to save some space. Now, the most important part is going to be cleansing out the videos if you're uploading those, because they take a lot of space usually. And if there's an image that you want to download specifically, you can choose an image and then click on download file and you're going to have it at your computer. And moving to the left, we can also click on add new to upload anything to our library, which we can add in any post, any page, etc., like we've been doing before. Then we have the pages. We can see all of our pages. We can quickly add a new one. All of our comments are going to show in here, so we can quickly access them and quickly answer them. We can see which post that they have been posted on. Cookie yes is the cookie notice that we just installed. We can customize it, though we don't need to. Now, feedback is from WordPress forms if you're using the feedback form. We're using the contact form, so we're not going to be using this. Now, WooCommerce, a very important piece of your toolbar to know about, because in here we have the settings. We've been spending quite a bit of time here, and it's very useful to know that if you ever update your store location or you need to change anything with the payment methods, etc., you go into WooCommerce and then you go into settings and you set everything up in there. For your products, when you add in more products to your store, you need to go to products and add new. You can check out all of your products. You can see their categories, their tags. You can go through their attributes. Remember the size, the different colors, the different length, etc., depending on what sort of attribute you have set up. You can check out the reviews, etc. And then we have the payments, and this is for the different payment systems. So if you're getting money through PayPal, or if you're getting money through Stripe or some other sort of payments, you can have an overview of all of those here. Analytics, this is very important once you start getting your sales, when your marketing strategy is up and the money starts rolling in. You can go into analytics, click on overview, and you're going to have a beautiful overview here of your total sales, your net sales, how many orders, how many products, how many views you're getting, visitors, how many variations are selling, and all of the data. Now you're going to learn how to get a lot more data in the Google Analytics section, but it's good to know that you can get a quick peek over all of your WooCommerce sales in here. And if you want to know about anything specifically, then just click on, for example, products, get specific product information or revenue or orders, variations. Downloads is going to be very important if you're selling a digital product, for example. Scrolling down, the marketing section is pretty much garbage. They're just trying to get you to install other plugins, so never use this one. For the Elementor section, mostly here you are going to get different additional settings for the ones that are using Elementor Pro. We are not using Pro, and there's nothing we're gonna need to do here. Similarly, you can build landing pages, you can create header templates, and you can save all of those down so you can have pop-up. A lot of these, or even most of these, are going to be Pro features, so we don't really need to use the templates either. Here we have WordPress forms. Now, if you want to add another form, you hover your mouse over here and click on Add New, and then just set it up. Appearance. Now, in Appearance, this is where you can change most of the things of the look on your website. It's very similar to if you go to Visit Website up here, and then you click on Customize. The settings here are almost completely identical to the settings that you're going to find in here. The main difference is going to be that in here, you're also able to directly change your theme, and in here, you're going to get a live view of the changes you're making on your theme, the theme you're actually using. Moving down, we have plugins. We can see our installed plugins. We can add in a new plugin, the plugin file editor, and the premium here. We're not going to touch these Pro features, but mostly when it comes to adding in something new, just click there and then search for whatever it is that you're looking for. Now, for users, if you are going to have additional users on your website, maybe authors to help you out with your articles, maybe someone to help you out with your product pages, a copywriter, etc., click on Add New User, give them the right access, give them a login and a password. And then we have our own profile in here that we also can set up directly from here on Edit Profile. Down here, we have tools. Mostly we don't use this area, but you can do some pretty big things. For example, if you want to import a part of another page, or you want to export your entire website to another website, that would be in the import and export tool here. You can also erase personal data that has been saved, and we've been talking about this with our privacy policy. Very important to know about. You can also export personal data. For the settings, we can go through settings for general writing, reading, discussion, for our media, permalinks, for our privacy, and here is the anti-spam bee. There's nothing we need to do here. Before, there were quite a few settings that needed to be set up, but all of the most important settings are automatically set up today when you start a website. So for example, before you needed to go into permalinks and make sure that your post didn't look like this. You had a day and name in the post and the URL looked really crazy. And you always had to go in here and manually use post name. So it's just your url.com/ and then the post name. But all of these things are automatically set up today. So there's nothing we need to go in and do. But if you want to check out the settings, it's all down here. And then finally, we have Yoast. And we're going to talk more about Yoast in the next lecture. So know that this is where you can find the plugin and access it, though it's automatically going to pop up on all of our pages and all of our posts, and we're gonna start playing with it in the next section already, so you're gonna learn a lot more. Also, as a quick note, whenever you want to reference anything, oh, what was this again, or where might I find that, all you need to do is go into our guidebook, go down to navigation, and in here you're going to see everything explained very concisely, just so you get a very rough idea what everything is. You can read about a certain section and go, right, that's what that was. So with that said, we are ready to go live with our website. Let's go ahead and do that in the next lecture. See you there. Welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to go live with our website, and that is so exciting. This means that we can start getting visitors entering our website and properly using it. We are opening it up to the world. So just to do a little recapture here, look at everything you have built. Scroll through the home page, make sure everything looks good, go through the shop, the blog, the contact. If everything is looking perfect and up to par, then you are good to go. So what we're going to do is that we're going to remove the coming soon page that currently looks like this when you go to bluelightdefenders.com, and we're going to open it up to this so that everyone gets access to all of this beauty. So all we need to do is go up to where it says site status coming soon. Click there. We're going to go over to settings. And then where it says coming soon page, you're going to turn that off. And that's it. Congratulations, you just went live with your website. How awesome is that? So now if you check out your website in an incognito browser and you update it, and it's going to look like this for the rest of the world. Now remember, you're still using CDN, meaning there are multiple servers across the world. So for example, someone who's accessing your website from Canada, they might still see the coming soon website because the server in Canada might take a little longer to update, but we're just talking maximum a couple of hours. That shouldn't be a problem, but just be aware. Now at this point, don't worry, we haven't gone through the checkout, we haven't tested the payment and done all those sorts of things, but that's because we still have a lot more steps on our strategy before we are done. And unfortunately, a digital marketing strategy isn't so easy that visitors just come out of nowhere and they just go into your site and just enjoy the craziness out of it. We have to make sure we build a proper strategy to get those visitors and turn them to customers, and there are additional steps to do that. So starting with the next lecture already and the next section, we are going to start working on getting traffic, that is visitors coming in regularly and completely for free to your website so that you can start working towards getting sales. How exciting. Then we're going to build up the strategy even more. See you in the upcoming lecture. Welcome to the search engine optimization section of the strategy. In this section, you will learn how to start getting visitors to your website. This works by doing something called SEO, search engine optimizing your entire website so the different parts of your website will rank for different search terms in search engines like Google. First, you'll learn to understand which parts of your website it should rank for what. In the guidebook, you'll learn what a curiosity intent is and what a purchase intent is and what their different modifiers are. Someone with a curiosity intent should be sent to articles, while someone with a purchase intent should be sent to product pages. Next up, you'll learn to find what people are searching for so that you can create content around what the potential visitor is interested in. If you know that there are 1 to 10,000 people per month that are searching for the benefit of blue light glasses, you'll learn to investigate that specific keyword to see if your newly website will have any chance on ranking for it. By finding out that your top competitors has a page authority and a domain authority that is very weak and still they are ranking on the first page, that means that even though you have a brand new website, you will have an opportunity to rank for this keyword. When we know that we have an opportunity to rank for this keyword, we want to create content around it. And once you've learned how to use the new copy-paste ChatGPT prompts to create content for you optimized for that specific keyword, you'll have a brand new completely optimized article that can now start ranking for this keyword. You'll then learn to find other sites that are in a similar niche as yours, use ChatGPT to summarize your article into an attractive email, to ask them for a backlink to your website. And a backlink is like a vote of confidence that is going to severely increase your rankings in the search engine optimization. And then you learn how to have ChatGPT summarize your entire article into an email, asking the website owner if they would provide you with a backlink in exchange for them getting a free piece of content that is your article. A win-win situation. And you will learn why backlinks are so important to skyrocket your rankings quickly. All of this coming up in this section so that you can start getting traffic to your website. Hope you're excited. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to do keyword research in order to start getting traffic to your website. Now, if you look at what we've created together, that's absolutely amazing. Well done making it this far. Now, unfortunately, traffic doesn't just appear by itself. We need to generate it and make sure that it keeps coming in so that we can turn those visitors into customers. In order to do this, we need to make sure that different parts of our website show up as a search result in a search engine. So the first thing we need to understand are the different parts of our website, and then understand how the search results actually work and what people are searching for. Now, looking at our website, it has two main parts that we need to understand. We have a shop, and this is our product page where we are selling our product directly. And then we have a blog. And this is where we're writing valuable content to get engagement, to build a relationship, and eventually turn them to customers. Now, you need to understand that different people will enter different parts of your website. People who enter the product page of your website are interested in buying your product. And people who enter the blog page of your website are interested in learning more. So those are called different intents. Now, for visitors that are interested in buying, we call that a purchase intent. That means that they are using search terms in Google that has the intention of buying something like buy, best price, coupon, compare, etc. All of those so-called modifiers are different synonyms where the intention is of buying the product. The other intent is called the curiosity intent. With a curiosity intent, you're not looking to buy something, you are looking to learn more about something. So for example, it could be how-to, tutorial, what is, explained, etc. So by understanding people's different needs, we can also rank with different parts of our website based on different intents. If we go to google.com and we have a search term like buy blue light blocking glasses, what we would like to do is make sure that we optimize our product page, that is this page, and make sure that this page will appear as a result when people are using a search term like blue light blocking glasses. Because when you have a purchase intent, you should take them to a product page where they can purchase something. However, let's say that the search term is what are blue light blocking glasses? Now, this is a curiosity intent where the visitor wants to learn more. Ideally, we should have a blog article here called exactly what is blue light blocking glasses and how they work, so that we can fulfill their need. They're not gonna buy anything if they land on the product page, but they are going to read if they land on your blog with an appropriate blog article. So understanding the intent behind your visitors and leading them to the correct page based on their intent is essential to get the result you're looking for. Because remember, someone who reads an article can eventually become a customer, but someone who wants to read an article who lands on a product page is not going to buy your product. Always fulfill their needs based on their intents. If we go to our guidebook and we go to the second page of the contents and then move down to how to keyword research, you are going to see two columns in here. One that has curiosity modifiers and one that has purchase modifiers. Now the modifier is simply different version behind a certain intent. So for example, those who are looking to read and learn more, in other words, have a curiosity intent, use words like what is blue light blocking glasses, how to use blue light blocking glasses, explanation of blue light blocking glasses, meaning of blue light blocking glasses, etc. All of these curiosity modifiers should be led to a blog article. While all of these purchase intentions such as buy, purchase, order, that would be shop blue light blocking glasses, discount on blue light blocking glasses, coupon for blue light blocking glasses, or of course whatever product you have, all of these should be taken to your product page. So with that in mind, how do you make sure that different parts of your website ranks correctly? Well, in order to rank correctly, we need to understand what keywords are. This is called a search term when you are someone who's at Google and you're searching for something. But a keyword is basically the different words in here that you can rank for. So when you're doing search engine optimization and you're trying to get a part of your website to rank for certain words, those certain words are called keywords. And we need to figure out which keywords we can rank for. Now, for example, if I search for buy blue light blocking glasses, there's no way we're going to rank for this because so many people are already searching for these terms and there are so many high quality websites trying to rank for this search term. Our job is to find the lesser known keywords that people aren't searching for as much where we can start appearing. And the more we start appearing and the more visitors we start getting, the higher we're going to rank for new keywords, and eventually we're growing our website really big with a lot of visitors getting a lot of customers. But let's take that a couple of steps back and understand what the keywords are that we should be optimizing our website for. So in order to do keyword research completely for free and understand what keywords we should be optimizing our content for, just go to ads.google.com. It will be in the resources as well. And then we're going to click on Start Now. And if you have an account, click on Sign In. Otherwise, you click on Start Now. Now from here, you're going to get a bunch of different questions where Google wants you to set up an account and then start running Google Ads. We're not going to do that. I'll show you how to get out of here quickly. Your screen might be a little different than mine. They change this all the time. But what we're looking for is go down where it says, are you a professional marketer? Click on switch to expert mode. Then you're going to get to the objectives. Rather than clicking on an objective and setting up an ad campaign, we're going to go down to create an account without a campaign. Can you see how they're trying to hide this one? Well, we found it. Then set your billing country, your time zone, and your currency. No, I don't want your performance tips. Click on submit and then explore your account. And now we're in and we didn't have to set anything up. Amazing, isn't it? We're going to go up to tools and settings and then go down and find keyword planner. Then we're going to click on discover new keywords. Now, there are two ways to approach this. You could either try to use a keyword that you're aware of. For us, there might be blue light blocking glasses and see its variations. Or what I recommend that you do is move over to the right that says start with a website so we can see what it is that our competitors are competing for. Find their low-hanging fruit, that is the ones with the best opportunity, and then go in and directly compete with that one. So in order to do this, we're going to head to our guidebook. And then we're gonna go to the index and then go down to competitor analysis links. And then I'm just gonna grab one. Well, let's grab this one, for example, the GMG performance. Copy it, head back in here, I'm gonna paste it in. Now, before we just get the results, we need to make sure that we have English as a default language and then change our location. I don't want the search results based on where I am, which is currently Cyprus. We want global search results. And if you are a local business and you're doing a strategy for your or someone else's business that's local, set your country location to where you are. Because local businesses are only competing with other local businesses. But for us, we're going global, we're shipping worldwide. So I'm just gonna remove this and then save. And now it says all locations. We want to make sure that it uses the entire site and then click on get results. So the first thing we want to know is that there are only two columns here that are important to us. And that is the keyword, that is what people are searching for and what they are ranking for. And then how many searches that it is getting every month. Now for the rest of the columns, all that this is data for creating ads, and we're not going to be creating ads. So what I want to do is just grab the keyword column, make it longer. Average monthly searches, just make it a little longer like this. These are the only two columns we're looking for. Then I'm going to click on average monthly searches here. So I get the top searches on top. Now, what we're looking for is keywords that we can potentially compete for and rank a certain part of our website. So what's going to happen from here is we are going to go through the different keywords until we find a keyword that's good. When we find a keyword that's really good, that we have a chance for competing, and I'm going to show you how to find those keywords, we are then going to create content based on that keyword. So this is important to understand. This is how we create content from now on. We will only create content that we can rank for and that can generate traffic to our website. So how do we know what is a good keyword and what isn't a good keyword? Now, the first thing we want to do here is make sure that the keyword we search has at least 1,000 monthly searches, and they all do here and probably a couple of pages back. However, let's say that I grab this one, filter blue light glasses. I'm going to copy it and then I go into Google and I simply search for it. Then we're gonna get these results, but these results don't really reveal anything to us, do they? We have no idea how strong these pages are that are ranking for this specific keyword. So in order to get more data on all of the websites and how strong they are ranking for this keyword, we are going to download something called the Moz bar. In order to find the Moz bar, you can search for Moz bar here, Moz bar, just like that, or go to the resources and paste the link in directly. And you're going to need to use Google Chrome to use this extension, but even if you don't have Google Chrome and maybe don't even like it, it's really worth to get Google Chrome, even if just to do this keyword research. So go ahead and click on add and add it to your extensions. And once you've added it, all we're gonna do is move over to the three dots here, go down to where it says more tools, extensions. We're going to find Moz bar, we're going to activate it, then go into details, and then allow in incognito. It's very important that this is activated because we are going to use incognito to do our research. Once this is all done, we're going to move over to the right here and then click on the three dots and then click on new incognito window. Now in incognito, I'm going to go to google.com. And in order to get global search results to really see how the keywords are ranking, I need to make sure that it's not being filtered through my history, which is why we use incognito, and through my location, which is why we need to set up Google quickly. So we're gonna go down to settings in the right, search settings, scroll all the way down, click on show more on region settings, scroll down and make sure that we are at United States if you're global. If you're not global, make sure that you are wherever locally you need to find the search results so you get the results of the other local businesses you will be competing on this keyword with. But if you're global, I recommend going for the United States primarily because that's usually where the majority of the high quality traffic comes from. Click on save. Okay, now headed back, we're gonna find our keyword again. Now I'm going to grab a keyword just like this, go back in here and paste it in. Move over to the upper right corner where I have my moss bar, and then I'm going to click on it. And the next thing you want to do is to create an account, and this is super quick and super effective and completely for free. I promise you it's gonna be worth it. So go ahead, click on create account, and in the meantime I'm gonna log in. And once you've logged in, this is blue and working, scrolling down you should start seeing results that look like this. You see your PA and DA. Now if you're having issues logging in, then just go out of incognito, go into a regular browser, that is the regular version of Chrome, log in to Moz there, and then come back to incognito. Now, the reason we are using this plugin is to understand how difficult it will be for us to rank for this keyword. And we are going to look at these metrics, PA and DA. That is why we're using the Moz bar, because they give us this insightful information. PA stands for page authority. It means how strong is this page specifically that is ranking. DA stands for domain authority. That is how strong is the domain itself that is ranking. So the difference is that here the page is warbyparker.com/bluelightglasses. That is a specific page on their website. The domain is warbyparker.com, the entire website in its entirety. What we're looking for is a page authority and a domain authority below 25. As a completely new website, we are gonna have difficulty competing with these established websites. So what we are gonna do is we're gonna search for keywords that are ranking on the first page with a page authority and domain authority below 25. So I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to look if there is any page here that ranks below 25. And there isn't. Now, a good thing to know here when you're doing Google searches based on the US is that when you reach related searches, this is what counts as a first page. Now, in the US, they have an infinity scroll on their search results. In Europe, they don't. So don't just scroll here mindlessly. Just scroll down until you reach the related searches, because we're only looking to compete for keywords where we can rank on the first page with our website. So as we could tell, filter blue light glasses just didn't work out for us. It was too difficult. So what I am going to do now is that I'm going to continue searching here until I find a keyword that has a page and domain authority that is below 25, because that means that our website can rank for it. A final thing to remember, we need to have at least 1,000 searches a month. That's important. And also generally, longer keywords called long tail keywords are easier to rank for than short. So for example, blue glasses, this is going to be very, very difficult. However, anti-blue light glasses, 4 keywords into one long tail keyword is going to be easier. So I'm going to go through these and I'm going to show you when I've found a proper result. So I've found an amazing keyword that I can rank for, and it is the keyword benefit of blue light glasses. Scrolling down, there are River Heights Eye Care. Their page authority is 25, so it's at the very threshold, but their domain authority is 10. So what that means is that this is probably a brand new website, or it's just a really poorly done and optimized website. It doesn't matter in either case because it is ranking on the top. Is the second search result for benefit of blue light glasses. Heading back, we can see that this specific keyword is getting 1,000 to 10,000 searches per month. Now imagine just getting a few percentages of that. That means you're gonna get potentially hundreds of visitors each month from this keyword alone. And that is absolutely amazing. This is how we start generating traffic. So make sure that you find one keyword that you can use in the next lecture. Once you find it, I want you to select it, copy it, head to the guidebook. In the guidebook, go into the part that says SEO-friendly blog article ideas. Click there. And then we're gonna click here, write keyword, double colon, paste it in. Benefit of blue light glasses. And now we have our keyword prepared. And in the next lecture, I'll show you how to use that keyword connected to ChatGPT to create content around it in order to start getting traffic to our website. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you're gonna learn how to create content around the keyword that we have found in order to start generating traffic to our website. And we're of course going to use ChatGPT for this. Now, as assuming you came with me from the previous lecture and you have a keyword saved down in here, we're just gonna go one page back until we get to the lecture called Create SEO Friendly Content. In here we have 2 prompts that we will be using. As always, we're going to select the first prompt, just like this, head into ChatGPT, and paste it in. So it says, act as an SEO expert. Generate 10 engaging and informative blog article ideas related to the, and for us, that is, gaming niche. The ideas should provide valuable insight, tips, and trends. Make them all vaguely related to blue light blocking glasses. Optimize for the keyword, and this is where we go grab our keyword. Find it, copy it, remove this section, paste it in, and there we go. And then I'm just gonna hit enter. So once you've gotten your titles along with the different sections, find one that you would like, and then we're just gonna grab it. So here's one that I really like, exploring the science behind blue light glasses and gaming. So all I'm gonna do is that I'm going to copy all of this information just like this, head back to the guidebook, and then hit enter, and I'm going to paste it in right below here. Now, if I just click away, it's going to format itself. Now, this is going to be very important. We only find one title along with its section per keyword because we don't want to compete with our articles for the same keyword. That is a total waste of your time and trying to rank. Instead, what you want to do when you create the next piece of content, you want to do your keyword research once again, find another keyword, put it in here, and then prompt the next title and then create content on those sections. So you keep using a new keyword for each new content in order to have more ranking opportunities for different keywords, which means more opportunity for more traffic, which means better business. This is a key principle to understand to succeed with the strategy. Now, the next thing we're gonna do is just scroll back in the guidebook, move to the second prompt here. I'm going to copy it. Head back to ChatGPT, I'm going to paste it in. Act as a blogger, write engaging post paragraph on the section, and now I'm just going to scroll up. I can do it either here or in the guidebook, it doesn't matter. Now remember, this is the one we chose, exploring the science behind blue light glasses and gaming. So this is the section, the first section, how blue light affects gamers. I'm going to copy it, exchange the section. And then at the bottom here, it says optimize towards the keyword, and now I'm gonna grab it again. Click in here, copy the keyword, head back, select the keyword part, remove it, paste it in. Now it also says don't overdo it as this is just one section out of 4. And then I'm just gonna hit enter. And once I've gotten the section written for me, you know the drill. Make sure to read it through. If there's something you are unsure about, fact check it because ChatGPT lies. It will give you misinformation at times. You need to make sure that you are producing value. So at this point, I'm gonna assume you've read it all through and you're ready to get started. So you know the drill. Let's head to our website. We're going to go to posts, add new. We're gonna start off with the title. And the title is right here, exploring the science behind blue light glasses and gaming. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy it, paste it in. Then I'm going to add in the written sections, head back to ChatGPT, copy all of this text. And I'm not going to include the subheader in the beginning, simply because starting off an article, the first thing we're gonna have is we're gonna have the header, and then we're gonna have an image, and we don't need a subheader the first thing. Those are gonna be important later on, but not for the first piece of text. So I'm just gonna paste it in. And there we have it. Now I'm gonna head back. I'm going to move up. I'm going to copy all of this text. I'm going to paste it in, scroll up. I'm gonna take the second section, copy it. I'm going to remove this section, paste it in, hit enter, and I'm gonna do this for all of the sections and paste it in there, and I'll meet you when I'm done, and you make sure that you do all of the sections as well. And then that's it. Now remember, once you pasted it all in, we want to go up here, which is document overview, click on outline, and make sure we have at least 1,500 words. Now we got 1,813 words here. That's going to be absolutely perfect. So remember, the new way that we are going to be creating all content starting from now on is going to be to first do our keyword research, find a keyword, paste it in here in your guidebook, and then we're going to be using these prompts in the section called Create SEO Friendly Content. Use these prompts that are designed to create content around the keyword, first to get headlines, then save one headline per keyword, and then use the second prompt in order to generate content on all of the sections included in that headline. And then it's going to be up to you to continue keyword researching, continue prompting, writing it down here, and expanding your blog, because that is where your traffic is going to come from. That is one of the foundational principles to success. Now, while the text itself might be SEO optimized, the article itself really isn't. It's missing proper subheaders, it's missing paragraphing, and also we're going to use a tool that is going to scan through the entire article and make sure that it really is SEO friendly, and then give us suggestions. So that is in the next lecture. See you there. Welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to do something called on-page SEO. And that is just like it sounds, doing SEO on everything included in this page. Now, this is a post, but it doesn't matter if it's a post or a page. There are more things than the text that needs to be SEO optimized. For example, the meta description, the alternate text, the URL, etc. We need to have proper subheaders. We need to make sure that everything is on point. And to do that, we're finally going to start using Yoast. So scrolling all the way down to the bottom here, we have something called Yoast SEO. So Yoast is a plugin that scans everything on this page for us and gives us advice on what needs to be SEO optimized in order to rank even better. And that goes for repeating the keyword enough and the readability, because the readability is an SEO factor. So the first thing we're going to do is head back to our guidebook. We are going to copy our keyword, head back, and then in Yoast SEO, where it says SEO, and focus key phrase, we're just going to put it in here and then start getting some feedback. Now, do notice that we have SEO and readability, and the idea is to turn this frown upside down. When they're green and happy, that means we've done a good job. Everything doesn't have to be perfect in the suggestions, but most of them do. So once we've added in our focus key phrase, we're just gonna scroll down and click on SEO analysis, and this is where we're gonna get all of our suggestions. So here we are, and here we know what sort of job we have ahead of us. So the first thing we're gonna take care of is outbound links. No outbound links appear on this page. So what is an outbound link? It is a link that is going to link to another website. This is important because this shows the search engines that you are credible and that you're using multiple sources. It's one of those ways to add in authority to your articles and make you look more trustworthy for the search engines. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up and look through this. And for example, here we have a section about melatonin. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to add in a link where they can read more about melatonin. So I'm going to search for Wikipedia, for example. I'm going to grab this melatonin article like this, head back. I'm going to head into this section, make a new paragraph, and then I'm going to write, click here to learn more about melatonin. I'm going to select all of this, hit the link, paste it in, and then hit enter. Now, this is for us having a new website. In the next lecture, we're going to be talking about backlinks, and that is really what you want to be using the outbound links for, trading backlinks with other websites, not just linking to, for example, Wikipedia or other information sources, but more about that in the next lecture. So let's head down. So outbound links, good job. Thank you. And next up, images. So I'm gonna scroll up once again. And let's find some part, digital eye strain and discomfort. I am going to move here, hit enter, click on this block, click on the plus here on the side, turn it into an image, select image, go to pixels. Now I'm going to search for something like digital eye strain. This seems like a suitable image. I'm going to click on select. I think it's a bit too big, so I'm going to make it smaller. Let's see, maybe 25% is good. Maybe 50. 50 is a bit big, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna do it like this. 25%. And when you add the image in, it's gonna say photo by who it is from on pixel.com. You don't need to keep this one here. You can go ahead and just remove it like that. And then you just have your image. It's copyright free anyway. You're able to use all the images on pixels. So let's scroll down. Images, good job. Next one, internal links. Now, an internal link is you linking to your own website. This is super important for multiple reasons. Number one, it tells the search engines that there's more value in your articles. And also number two, for user experience, that means that you can guide them to relevant sources on your own page. The question is always, when they have read your article, what should they do next? We want to make sure that that is very clear. So here are two suggestions. Number one, one link to your product. So at the bottom here, it says the bottom line, level up with blue light glasses. And then I could just edit this part and write something suitable, like instead of try them out for yourself. I'm going to remove this. Give our unique Game Guardian glasses a go. We think you'll love them. Something like this. And then we want to link this part to our product. So I'm going to click here, view post, open link in new tab. Go down to products, all products. And then where it says view, I'm simply going to right click and copy link address, head back. And then I'm going to select this part, click on link, paste the link in, hit enter. And now if they click here, they're going to be taken directly to our product, which is a genius move. Since this entire article basically talks about the value of reducing your eye strain from blue light and how glasses might help and improve their sleep, etc. The second thing you could do is look at relevant parts in your article to link to another relevant article. So for example, in this part, the subhead is called The Bigger Picture, Blue Light Glasses and Better Sleep. Here we could say something, if you want to learn more about getting a good night's sleep as a gamer, click here to learn more. So then what we could do is we could once again open this in a new tab and then go down to the post that says Improving Sleep Quality, the Gamer's Guide to Better Rest. View, right click there, copy link address. Head back in here, I'm going to copy all of this, or I could just copy this part, really doesn't matter. Let's do this part for now. Link, paste it in, hit enter, and now when they click here, they're going to be taken directly to this article. So we're guiding them to relevant areas. Now you want to be aware of how you're linking. If you use open link in a new tab, that means that when they click here, it's gonna open in a new tab and they still preserve this link. You should never use a no follow because that means that the search engines aren't allowed to follow it and it basically doesn't really show that you're linking internally, or if you're outbound, linking to someone else. And if it's a paid for link, a sponsor link, you should activate this one and let the search engines know about it. Also legally required, by the way, when you're using affiliate links. So I recommend almost never opening in a new tab unless you're beginning an article and you really want to keep them on this page. But generally, you should just let them go where they want to go. That is how you get the best engagement and the best relationship. So let's scroll down. Next part is key phrase in introduction. Your key phrase or synonyms do not appear in the first paragraph. So that is going to be benefit or blue light glasses. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, scroll up. This is the first paragraph. I'm going to read it through and just paste it in where it makes sense. I'm going to write, while this article isn't exclusively about the, and then paste it in, benefit of blue light glasses, it is an important part to understanding how to take your gaming to the next level. And then I'm gonna hit enter and make a new paragraph. So now I've added it in very early on in the first paragraph, just telling the search engine what this is about. Let's head down. And then it says, not all of the words in your key phrase benefit of blue light glasses appear in the SEO title. So we need to change that. Let's head back. Now, not everything we get from ChatGPT is just copy paste and then you're good. We have to do a lot of fine adjustments in order to make sure that we are SEO optimized and we can start generating traffic. So exploring the science behind blue light glasses and gaming, this is where we have to get a little creative. We want to get in the word benefit of blue light glasses. So we could write, for example, exploring the benefit of blue light glasses, gaming, and science. There we go. So now we actually got the keyword in here, benefit of blue light glasses, and we just changed it up a little. Let's head down. Next up is the meta description. No meta description has been specified. Search engines will display copy from the page instead. So what is a meta description? Well, this is a meta description. So when they find our website in the search engine, what is it going to say? We need to make sure that we have our keyword provided in here as well. But rather than us trying to sit down and optimize it for humans and for search engines, we can use ChatGPT to give us the best possible version here. So let's head back to the guidebook. And then I'm just going to move over to on-page SEO. I'm going to grab the first prompt, copy it, then I'm going to paste it in, and it says, act as an SEO expert. Write me a SEO optimized meta description based on the following article. Make it maximum 155, that is the maximum, characters, and optimize it for the keyword. And then I'm gonna add in the keyword. So first things first, let's grab the keyword. Just gonna head back here and grab the keyword, paste it in. and then the full article. So I'm going to remove this, make a space, head back. I'm going to grab all of this text, just like this, copy, and then paste it in, and then hit enter. So here's the result. Unlock the power of gaming with blue light glasses. Reduce eye strain, improve sleep, and boost performance. Discover the benefits of blue light glasses for gamers. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy all this, scroll all the way down, meta description, and paste it in. So the one thing we want to do now, as you can see, we're still getting that the meta description has been specified, but it does not contain the key phrase. And that is because it says discover the benefits. We're going to remove that and say benefits. So it is this sensitive when it comes to keywords, because there are going to be other pages ranking for benefits of blue light glasses, but we are aiming for benefit of blue light glasses. Very important to know that we need to be exactly word by word in order to get this to work. So ChatGPT is absolutely magical in generating high quality content quickly, but as always, we need to fact check and we need to make edits to get it into the best version for ourselves. So as we can see, we have turned that frown upside down, meaning that our SEO is right now really good, even though it might not be perfect. We still have some things, for example, SEO title width. So if we look at the mobile version, we can see that it does fit in here, but for the desktop, it starts facing out. So what we might want to do, even if it's not the most important thing, we can scroll up and we might change it to, for example, exploring the benefits of blue light glasses and gaming, rather than using the science word. So scrolling down, now we can see that it fits much better, even though our name doesn't fit in here. That's not the most important. What is important is that the title fits in. Now, we do have some additional suggestions for improvements, such as image key phrase. Images on this page do not have alternative attributes. So what we could do is scroll up, take an image just like this, see the alternative text in here, and it says person wearing silver framed eyeglasses. So what we're gonna want to do is make sure that our keyword is in here to make sure that we rank even better. So the keyword is, it's right here, benefit of blue light glasses. So we might click on this one, and it says person wearing silver framed eyeglasses, showcasing the added in benefit of blue light glasses. So now we've added in the keyword in there. Now one alternative text is going to be if this image disappears because it doesn't load, or there's someone who's visually impaired and needs to have a guidance of what it is. This is a way to guide them. Scrolling down, key phrase in SEO title. The exact match of the focus key phrase appears in the SEO title, but not in the beginning. So once again, scrolling up, what we can do is we can make sure that we add in the word benefit of blue light glasses more times in the first couple of paragraphs to make sure that we have an even higher chances of ranking. But remember, as long as this is green, we are all good. So we turn that frown upside down. Now let's talk about readability. Readability is super important because if text is not easy to read, your user experience will be lower, meaning the people, the visitors on your website are not gonna stay, but also the search engines are going to punish your rankings for having a low readability. So let's have a look at what we can do here. The first thing is subheading distribution. You are not using any subheadings, although your text is rather long. Try adding in some subheadings. Let me show you how to do this quickly. We're gonna scroll all the way up, and then we're gonna turn all of these that says subhead, and sometimes depending on the ChatGPT result, it doesn't even say subhead, you just get the subheader. And we're going to click here, we're going to remove where it says subhead, and then what we're going to do, we're going to make 3 hashtags, 1, 2, 3, space. When you do that, you turn it into a subheader, and that subheader has a different function for the search engines when they read your article. So make sure that when you paste it in, you make 3 hashtags and a space in order to turn all your subheads into actually formatted subheads. So if you want to do this quickly, you go into subhead and you do this 1, 2, 3, and then you copy these 3, and then all you need to do is hit space, and it's gonna turn into a subhead just like that. So now all I'm going to do is do this for all of my subheads very quickly. Now that I copied it, I'm just going to select it, paste it in, hit enter. Okay, same thing here. I'm going to mark it, paste it in, space, and it's just like that. And I'm gonna continue until I've turned all my subheads into actual subheads. And there we go, it's already much more readable and looking much better. So let's scroll down again. The readability is green already. We turned the frown upside down, but we do have another suggestion. It says sentence length. 30.6% of all the sentences retain more than 20 words, which is more than the recommended maximum of 25. Try to shorten your sentences. And if we scroll up and we look at this text, indeed it is a little bit clumped, but there is a very easy fix for this. All we need to do is look at the sentences here, and then after the dot, hit enter, and then we just make another paragraph. In here, we can click there, make another paragraph, continue along, make another paragraph, continue along, another paragraph, continue along, another paragraph, and then just continue like this until we've formatted the entire text. So while I'm technically all good to go because my SEO and readability is green, I've now formatted it, which means it's going to be much easier to read, though the sentences are probably still going to be a little too long. Scrolling down, we can see that the sentence length is still too long, even though I shortened some down. If you want to see exactly where there is an issue, you can click on the eye here, and it's going to highlight exactly where it thinks that the sentences are too long. And what you can do at this point, now remember, both of these are green, so this isn't something that is important to do, but that you can do if it wasn't green and you needed to do this to get your readability green, is to look at a sentence like this one here. Let's dive into how blue light specifically affect gamers and why blue light glasses can be beneficial for your gaming. So for example, we could look at this sentence, and instead of let's dive into, we could change let's dive into learn. So it says, let's learn how blue light specifically affects gamers and why blue light glasses can be beneficial for your gaming. And you can see now the purple strike over here disappears because now this isn't considered to be too long. Once again, the formatting to make it easier to read is something that I generally recommend that you do into multiple paragraphs, because users find it easier to read and it is better. But in my opinion, these aren't long sentences, but as long as your SEO and readability are green, that means that you are good to go. And as always, remember to move over to the right and go down and select a featured image. We're going to use Pixel this time, but remember, you can use any image you find. You can go to Unsplash, you can use one of your own, etc. Go to Pixels. I'm going to search for gamer, and let's see if we can find a nice image here. And I'm going to go ahead and use this one. Select. And then all there is to it is go ahead and click on publish, and we are done. Now you know exactly how to find the proper keywords, create content around it, and then SEO optimize the page that you've created the content on. This is how you start generating traffic. And in the next lecture, we're going to learn how to use backlinks in order to start generating even more traffic by telling the search engines that we are an authority on our subject and you should start sending more traffic here. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you are going to learn about backlinks and how to get backlinks. Well, first of all, what are they? A backlink is when another website is linking to your website. And while that might not sound like a big deal, when it comes to the search engines, it is a huge deal. Every single link that you have from another site linking to your website is seen as a vote of confidence. So you can imagine that when there are multiple websites trying to rank for the same keyword, the website that has the most votes, meaning the most backlinks, is most likely to rank on top. This is why it's so important to start making friends within your niche, cooperate with them, and get backlinks from them. It is one of the most effective ways to quickly start to rank better for all of your keywords. Now, it should also be noted that not all links from another website is worthwhile. The search engines are clever. So since we are selling blue light blocking glasses and our website is about gaming, high quality backlink is going to come from gaming websites and other product websites that are selling something that is similar. Now, if you're suddenly starting to get backlinks from casino websites or horse niched websites, that is going to be seen as low quality backlinks in the eyes of the search engine, and it's not going to work as effectively as if a backlink came from a similar niched website. So gathering high quality backlinks, super important to quickly start to rank higher for all of your keywords, which means more traffic. So how do we do this? Now, the first thing you want to do is make friends in your space. If you're in a niche that you're knowledgeable about and you have friends in there, start trading backlinks, start linking to each other's articles. This is going to boost your entire website. But if you don't know anyone within your niche, you can do this. Go to Google and search for something that is appropriate for your blog article. So for example, we wrote an article on blue light blocking glasses and gamers. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to search through the search results until I find a website that is writing about blue light blocking glasses but aren't selling it themselves, or is writing about blue light or gaming or something similar to our niche, where we could contact them and see if our article could benefit their readers. So I'm gonna start scrolling through here. So while scrolling through, I came across this website called Vault Cave, and it has an article called The Truth About Gaming Glasses. Do they really work? So clicking in here, we can see that this is a website that writes about gaming. If I look up the articles, we can see it's about PC hardware, gaming room, desk setup, and gaming. This article is from 2021. We can also see in our Moz bar up here that it has a domain rating of 35. And while that is not huge, that is definitely pretty good, well above 25. And our domain rating right now should be at around 0 to 1. So if we could get a backlink from here, that would be massive. Now, what I've done is I've scrolled through this article and I can see that this website works from affiliate marketing, meaning they have affiliate links in here that they make money from. They probably would be happy to get an additional article on their website completely for free, because that means they get content without doing any work and we get backlinks and more traffic without doing any work. And these are the sort of win-win situations that you want to create when you're asking for backlinks and trading it for content. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom, because that's almost where the contact is. It's gonna say contact us here. I'm gonna click there. And then I'm going to write my name, which is going to be Robin and Jesper. And now I need to send them a proper message explaining the benefit of getting content from us and the benefit that would be for us getting a backlink from them. So in order to get the best possible message, we're going to use ChatGPT. So heading into our guidebook again and moving over to the backlink section, we do have a prompt here. I'm going to select it, jump into ChatGPT, paste it in, and it says act as an outreach specialist, meaning someone who is really good at reaching out and connecting with other people for a certain purpose. Summarize the following article in maximum 8 sentences. Design it as an email to be sent to someone asking for backlinks in a relevant niche. Use a friendly and everyday tone of voice. Highlight the benefits the reader may get from the article. Provide a clear call to action and express gratitude for their consideration. The only thing we need to do is grab the article and paste it in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab the article. I'm gonna go in here, scroll down. I'm going to grab all of this text here. There's a lot of text for very little work, to be honest. Copy it. And I'm going to remove article, make some space and paste it in and hit enter. So here we're getting a nice mail summarized for us. First we get the subject, and since this is on a contact form, we don't actually need to use a subject. But if it was a classical email, we definitely would. It says, hi there, I recently came across your website and noticed how wonderfully you're engaging with your gaming community. I thought I'd share an article we recently published that I believe would really resonate with your audience. Then it goes ahead and summarizes the entire article and then says, would you consider linking to our article on your website? It could provide your readers with valuable insights, and we think it would be a great fit for your content. Thanks for considering this. Let me know if you have any questions or need further information. Amazing. Edit this as much as you want. Make sure the summary makes sense, but I'm gonna go ahead and just grab it like this. Go back in here, paste it in, and here where it says, let me know if you have any questions, then I'm going to write us, because it is Robin and Jesper. And with best, we like to end with love, Robin and Jesper. And then all I have to do is CAPTCHA. 2 + 7 = 9, and then click on submit. And then I've started cooperating and getting to know people and working towards backlinks. So make sure that you spend some time going to Facebook groups, connect with people on Instagram, do your Google searches, connect with people, trade the backlinks, and grow your website through increasing your domain authority. More backlinks, more domain authority. And if you get a really good cooperation, you could even offer them some affiliate sum for all of the sales that they're making for you. But that is a deeper cooperation coming up. And if you find some really good cooperation with some people, you could even offer them some affiliate commission for promoting your website and product. Amazingly well done. So now that we're gonna start getting visitors to our website, it's time to learn how to turn those visitors into email subscribers. And once you've made them into an email subscriber, you're gonna learn how to turn them from an email subscriber into a customer. All of this is a part of the strategy coming up next. See you in the next section and lecture. Welcome to the email marketing section of the strategy. In here, you will learn how to turn your visitors into email subscribers, where you then will turn your email subscribers into paying customers. First off, you will learn 2 ways in order to capture your visitors' emails using something called a lead capture. First, we're going to trade their email address for a 10% discount on our product. As soon as they sign up with their email and hit subscribe, they will be taken to a simple thank you page with a 10% off coupon. The second place we're going to capture their email is going to be at the checkout, where before they check out, they can click on this box and subscribe to our newsletter. Now that we've started building our email list, we need to learn how to contact them by creating email campaigns. You will learn how to take the latest SEO optimized blog post that you wrote and then turn it into an email in our email marketing program and then send it out to our subscribers. This is how we're going to build a relationship to everyone that has subscribed to us by showing authority and bringing them value. And finally, you will get access to 15 different types of emails that you can use in order to deepen your relationship with your subscribers and sell your products to turn them into paying customers. You will find them all as copy-paste ChatGPT prompts within the guidebook. We will go through what they are and when to use them. Remember, turning your visitors into email subscribers is your most direct form to communicate with your audience. Once you've deepened your relationship with your subscribers, you can be sure that any product launch you do or any promotional email is always going to get some amount of sales, which means that suddenly your emails are worth a lot of money. So successful email marketing is mandatory to make sure that your marketing strategy is profitable and long-term successful. Let's get started by capturing their emails. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to capture your visitors' emails and save them down to an email marketing service so that you can reach them anytime. That means being able to launch your new product directly to an audience. That means sending your audience to any new articles you write, which means that that article will also get an SEO boost because it gets high traffic instantly. Capturing your visitors' email addresses is your most direct line of communication to be able to reach them anytime, anywhere, and build a deep relationship with them to turn them from subscribers into customers. So no one wants to give away their email address. How are we going to capture them? Well, if you remember earlier on when we did our competitor analysis, which is in our guidebook, and then competitor analysis links. One of the suggestions here was offer promotions or discounts. Consider running special promotions or discounts to make the glasses more affordable and accessible to a wider audience. This is what ChatGPT recommended to us in order to beat our competitors. It also so happens that on our website, scrolling down, we already have a benefits section that says exclusive discounts for our subscribers. So what we're going to do is that we are going to trade a discount on our glasses for their email. They get the product cheaper, we get their email address, win-win. Just like with backlinks, you always want to create win-win situations. So first off, we need to gather an email marketing service, and then we need to install a lead capture on our website so we can save them down to that email marketing service. We're going to move over to MailChimp.com, which will also be in the resources. Then we're going to go and click on Start Free Trial. We are then going to sign up for free. Now, while this will only allow you to send 1,000 monthly emails, trust me, that is a lot of emails. When you have such a big subscriber list that you need to send more than 1,000 emails per month, that means you're already making money. So then starting to pay 11 euros, which is probably going to be around $9 or $10 per month, is going to be no cost for you because this is already making you much more money than that. But until it's making you money, we're going to use it for free. So we're going to click on sign up for free, and then we're just going to sign up here. And then I'm going to click on I don't want to receive emails about MailChimp, and then sign up. Then I'm going to go into my email and click on activate account. And now I'm just going to log in. And now I'm just going to sign up with all the information they need with my name and my business name. You need to write in a business address, but if you don't have a business, you just write in your personal address. This is required by law. So we need to make sure we do get this right. And then for all of the goals and everything, I'm just going to click on skip, skip, skip. I am going to click on our own website or online store next. Add in the website URL. This is going to allow us to get the logo, images, and colors and everything important. So that is why we want to add in our website, while all of the other things are just for their own market research. I'm going to click on next. I don't want their emails. Next. Definitely going for free. And then let's go. Amazing. So now that we're signed up, we have somewhere to save our email addresses. The next step is to connect MailChimp to our website. So let's head over at our website. And then we're going to go to the back end, go down to plugins, add new. And then we're going to search for MC4WP, MailChimp for WordPress. And there it is. Install now. Activate. Go down and click on Settings. And now we need the API key. This is what's going to connect our website to MailChimp directly. And this is going to allow us to save down their email addresses on our website, whether it is from a pop-up bar at the top or when someone is purchasing our product at the checkout. So let's head back to MailChimp. Then we're going to go to the upper right here, click there, and then click on Profile. We're going to go to Extras, API Keys. Scroll down and click on Create a Key. The key name is going to be MC4WP, so that we know it's MailChimp for WordPress, and then generate key. Copy to clipboard, heading back in here, paste it in, save changes. And now we are connected. So make sure that you're at the same step as me. We have a couple of more steps to go. So instead of you catching up, just pause the video as we go and follow my exact same steps here. So now the question is, how do we want to capture their leads? Now, for an e-commerce, a website selling products, the best and most effective way is usually to have a bar at the top that is offering the discount. It's very accessible, it's very visible. Everyone who's interested in your product is going to be interested in getting a discount on that product too. So we're gonna go back to plugins, add new. Then we're going to search for MailChimp top bar. And there it is, MailChimp top bar, install now. Activate, and then we're gonna find it. There it is, top bar. Go to settings, and the first thing we want to do is enable the bar, of course, and then select a list. Now our list is just going to be called Robin and Jesper. That is going to be, well, the list we have connected. We just have one list. If you're paying for the account, you can have multiple lists, but we don't need multiple lists. So, well, this is our list. And then what is the bar text going to be? I think it should be sign up now for a 10% discount. So it's that simple. Button text should say subscribe, and then the placeholder where they're gonna write it in should say your email address. I'm gonna click on Save Changes. Then we can move over to Appearance, and we're going to check this out in just a second. Because here we're able to change the colors and adapt it to our theme. Moving over to Messages, here's what it's going to say. For example, when they successfully subscribe, thanks, you're in. Please check your email inbox for a confirmation. Now we're gonna play around with redirecting them to a new page very soon. And then at the advanced, what we want to do is disable the double opt-in. Now a double opt-in is when they sign up and they get an email that says confirm your email. And once they have confirmed, then they'll be added to the list. Generally, I only recommend using a double opt-in when you're selling expensive products, maybe over $500 to $1,000. Otherwise, generally, the more subscribers, the merrier, because that increases your chances of turning more people into customers. But with more expensive products, it's harder to convert them, so you just want to filter out and only have the truly dedicated ones, and that's when a double opt-in is more recommended. Then I'm going to click on Save Changes. I'm gonna go up to my domain name and click on Visit Site. So here is the top bar. It says sign up now for a 10% discount, and then they sign up here and then hit subscribe, and then they're gonna be in. Now, what we're gonna want to do is adapt our colors. Maybe we wanna have this purple added in here and definitely a different color in here. Probably gonna be the color of one of our headers. So let's go ahead and fix that right away. I'm going to open a new tab in here that's gonna be in Customize, and then I'm going to go down to Colors. And then I'm going to go back, head back, Dashboard. And then at the bottom here, we have MailChimp for WordPress. Go in, click on top bar. Go over to Appearance. Now, the first thing I want to change is the bar color. What do I want the color to be? Currently, it's very yellow, but we do have some other headings in different colors. We don't want something that's going to be too strong. So let's try the color of our heading 1 and see where that leads us. So I'm just going to grab this hex code, copy it. Go back in here, click on Select Color, clear it, add it in, enter, save changes. Go back, and I'm going to update this. I'm not loving this color. You could make the text white and make it appear, but I'm gonna try something else. So I'm gonna go back to colors, and I'm going to try our heading 3 color instead. I'm going to select it, head back here, clear it, paste it in, save changes, update it. Still not very nice to my eyes. I'm gonna try another one. I'm gonna go into colors. I'm gonna try a heading 6. Grab this code, change this one once again, save changes, update. And there we go. Now this is really just fitting in here. It's a different color, but it doesn't really scream in my face, so I can really appreciate this one. So next up, I also want to change the color of the button here, and I want to match it with this color. So all I'm going to do is go and grab that color. I'm going to exit here, edit with Elementor, click on the button, style, go to this color, grab the code here, copy it, head back, and let's find button color. Going to exchange it. There we go. Save changes. Then I'm gonna head back and just exit, visit site. And this is already looking much better. Now, one problem you can see here is that the bars doesn't really match like this. So when people enter your website, they're going to see the discount. This isn't something that we need to have sticky. And in order for our design to not break like this, we're gonna make sure that the discount up here isn't sticky. It's only gonna be at the top. So in here in appearance, I'm just gonna go to the right where it says sticky bar, click on no, save changes. Head back, update. And now when I scroll, it's going to disappear, but at the top, it's going to appear. Now also understand we could put it at the bottom. By going into appearance, put it at the bottom, save changes, update, and then here we have it. So this is something that I can see is actually working with our design. It doesn't mess anything up, and it allows us to navigate through the site without any issue. And also on a mobile, if I go to customize and I click on mobile down here, you can see that it's gonna take up a lot of space. The bar isn't sticky on a mobile, but this one is taking up a lot of space, but they do have the ability to collapse it. So I think this is a very good idea in order to get more email subscribers. While it doesn't have to follow them, the fact that it can without breaking our designs with 2 sticky bars for a desktop, this would be a very suitable design here. So I'm gonna keep it at the bottom. If you prefer another design, for example, you could go into the header in here and you can remove this sticky and put this on the top. That's completely up to you, but I'm really liking this. So now when we've promised them 10%, we need to do 2 things. We need to actually create the coupon and then deliver the coupon. So let's go ahead and start off with creating it. I'm gonna close this one down. And then I'm gonna go into WooCommerce and go down to coupons. Go down and click on create your first coupon. And then I'm gonna start off by writing the coupon code, which is gonna be welcome 10. It could be anything really. Now, if you notice that, for example, 10% is eating too much on your profit margins, there's a simple fix for that, and that is simply to increase the price of your product. The perceived discount is really what is the driving value in this offer. They want to feel like they're making a great deal. So it's still worthwhile if you're not able to give them a 10% discount straight off to increase the price of the product and then apply the 10% discount and then even that price out so that you can still have a proper profit margin to have your business go around. I could write a description like 10% off site-wide. Going down, discount type is going to be a percentage discount. It's going to be 10%. This isn't a free shipping discount, and it won't expire at all. In here we can set usage restriction, but I'm not going to do that. Then I'm gonna hit publish. Okay, so now we have a coupon. The next thing we want to do is when they sign up, we want them to land on a page that says, thank you for signing up. Here's your discount code. So we're going to go to pages, add new, and we're going to call this page thank you. And it is very important that the page is actually called thank you, because we are going to use this in the next section called Google Analytics in order to find out how many people are actually signing up. More on that later. Just know that it's important that it is called thank you. Then I'm going to write thank you for signing up. Here is your discount. And then I'm going to write welcome 10. And then enjoy. And then I'm just going to bold this. Move over to the right, make the size a little bit bigger. There we go. That's all there is to it. Then I'm gonna hit publish, head back. Scroll down, we have the thank you page here. I am just going to move over to view, right click, copy link address. Move down to MailChimp for WordPress, top bar. And then go to messages. And then at the bottom it says redirect to URL after successful signups. Paste it in. So now when they successfully sign up, they will be taken to the thank you page where we later on can track them. And for now, they are going to get access to the discount code and then save changes. Now, just to make sure that everything is working, we could go ahead and click on visit store. Make sure that we have this added to cart, check out. And here's the price. Enter your code. I'm going to write welcome 10, apply coupon. And there is the 10% off. So we know this is working awesome. And now what we also want to do is to make sure that when they actually purchase something from us, they are able to check in that they want to sign up for our newsletter, so they have that ability too. So to do this, we need to connect MailChimp to WooCommerce. So let's head back. I'm gonna go into dashboard, go down to plugins, add new, write in MailChimp for WooCommerce. And there it is, MailChimp for WooCommerce, install, activate. I'm gonna click on connect account. I'm going to log in with the MailChimp account we just created and then allow. Make sure my email is set properly here. Click on next step once you have all of your important info signed up. And then the most important settings here is going to be who is it going to be from. It can say Blue Light Defenders, and it will now, but it could also say Robin and Jesper since that is our business name. Subject is store newsletter. It could be Blue Light Defenders newsletter, and it should be from email Blue Light Defenders. Like that. Scrolling down, it will auto subscribe all of the customers. And then we have the opt-in. Now, this is super important, very, very important. By default, the little check-in here at their checkout that says subscribe to our newsletter is visible and checked by default. This is not legal. By law, GDP or California Act, we need to have this box and we need to have it unchecked by default. Unless the visitor is checking it themselves, it is not valid and we're breaking the law and messing up our own privacy policy. So make sure that you keep it at unchecked by default. Then we're gonna scroll up and click on Start Sync. Amazing, so now it's going to sync everything together and we have connected our website and MailChimp and we've connected WooCommerce and MailChimp, meaning we now are able to capture their email address in two places. First, the top bar for their discount, and secondly, when they actually check out. So just in order to make sure that it works, what we can do is move over to our website, write in an email address in here and click on subscribe. It takes us to the right page, amazing. Go to MailChimp, go to audience dashboard, click on contacts, and make sure that the email you just added in adds to your audience. Then you know that it works. So your visitor signing up with their email is called a lead, and capturing their email is called a lead capture. And now you have two of them. Well done. In the next lecture, you are going to learn how to write effective emails in order to reach them. In other words, creating email campaigns in MailChimp. See you in the next lecture. Hello again and welcome back. So you've learned how to capture your visitors' emails. And in this lecture, you're going to learn how to reach them by creating email campaigns. And in this specific example, we're going to learn how to take the optimized blog post that we have and send it out to all of our email subscribers. So let's get started. So from inside our MailChimp account, we're going to move over to the left where it says create, then go to email, regular, and then we're going to give this campaign a name. We're going to call it Benefit of Blue Light Glasses and Gaming. And currently we're getting two options. We're getting the new build, the beta builder, and the classic builder. When you're watching this might not be in the beta version anymore because it's been in that version for a while, but we're going to select the new builder anyhow. And next up, there are a bunch of different templates that you can choose from, and you can use any one you're comfortable with. Me personally, I like my emails to be minimalistic and look like emails rather than having a lot of different colors and a lot of things going on. So I'm going to go with minimal and click on apply. Okay, so now we can start designing our email. Now, the first thing I'm gonna do is remove the logo here because I am not going to want a logo. So I'm gonna select this section and delete block. And then I'm going to delete this section as well. And then I'm going to keep the photo in here. And I'm going to add in a paragraph. I just want a piece of text. So I'm going to click and hold, drag and drop. It is this simple to use MailChimp and creating campaigns. And in fact, I'm going to want to have my image on the top. So I'm going to select the image, hover over here, and then just drag it up above the paragraph. There we go. So now I'm going to start designing. The first thing I want to do is I want to add in the image of my blog post. So in order to do that, all I need to do is move back to the back end of my website and go to the media library. So in here, dashboard, media library, click on this image, download file. Gonna head back here, click on add photo, click on add, upload image, and then I just select it from my download folder. There we go, awesome. And then I want an enticing piece of text down below here. So the question is, what should I write in order to make my subscribers interested in this blog post? Well, of course, we should ask our trusty friend ChatGPT. So let's head over to our guidebook and then move towards the email marketing section and click on create email campaign. So we're going to use this prompt called summarize article into email format. I'm going to select all of it, copy, head into ChatGPT and paste it in. So it says, act as an email marketer, summarize the following article in between 50 to 125 words for my business named, and then I'm going to set in Blue Light Defenders. Now, even though that's our website name, your business name could also be, in our case, for example, Robin and Jesper. So make sure that you present yourself in the way that you want to present yourself. Include a subject line that's less than 9 words long and uses a maximum of 1 emoji. So we're gonna set everything up here. Also include a short preview, design it as an email meant to promote and engage subscribers to read the full article. Use a friendly tone of voice and simple terms. And then again, if you don't want simple terms, you just remove this part. Highlight the benefits their readers may get from the article and provide a clear call to action at the end. And then here, we're supposed to add in the article. So let's go ahead and grab it. I'm going to go back here, close it down, go to site, blog, click on the article. I'm going to grab all of this, and then I'm going to remove this piece, jump down, paste it in, hit enter. So it gave me a nice piece of text here that I can use. So we have a subject and a preview, but this is the part we're looking for. So I'm going to grab all of this, copy it, head back in here, click there and just paste it in. And then I'm just going to format it. For example, hey there, and then I want a space. Are you passionate gamers? I'm going to do another paragraph, another paragraph, another paragraph, and then I'm going to remove this part because it says check out the full article here and explore our range of high quality blue light glasses. I don't want that in the email. I'm going to remove it. Remember, it's not just about winning the game, it's about winning it with good health and comfort. I'm loving this. Best blue light defenders team. Okay, so this is looking amazing so far. I'm going to scroll down now and I'm going to change this. I want this button to link directly to my blog post. So I'm going to head back and we're in the blog post. So that means that this is the URL. I'm going to copy, paste it in here. And I want to change the button text here as well. So I want it to say, read more. And it will take them directly to this blog article. Scrolling down, I haven't set up any social media, so I'm going to remove that. And then we have add your logo. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Once you've set and uploaded the logo, it's going to be by default the same logo on all of your emails if you decide to use it. So I'm gonna click on set logo, upload image, and there it is. And it's huge. I'm just gonna make it smaller. I'm gonna change the padding here, maybe 30, and left and right, maybe 100. Let's see, it's good, maybe 200. That's good. I don't want it to be too big. I just want it to be visible. And I also want to link it to the website. So I can just grab this first part of the URL here, copy it, and then paste it in. And then for the rest, there's nothing we need to do. It's going to be automatically added text here for the current year, the company that you have listed, and the email address with your address. And all of this is mandatory by law. So there's nothing more to do here. So then next up, we're going to go ahead and click on save and exit. I'm going to set the new builder as the default email. So where do I want to send it to? I want it to send it to all the subscribed contacts. We have one list. I want to send it to all of them from Blue Light Defenders. And that's going to be bluelightdefenders@gmail.com. And then the question is, what is going to be the subject? Well, we've gotten that from ChatGPT. So the subject is level up your gaming with blue light glasses. Going to copy it, click on add subject, paste it in. And then we want a preview text as well. I'm going to grab this, experience gaming without the strain, join the Blue Light Defenders. Paste it in. And rather than join the Blue Light Defenders, I'm gonna change this to check this out to learn more. So remember, this is going to be as a preview in the inbox. We want them to be enticed and click on the email. And then I'm gonna click on save. And then once we have everything set up, we can go ahead and click on schedule or send. I'm gonna click on send and then send it to all the subscribers. Amazing, well done. We've created our first email campaign and sent it out to all of our subscribers. So once you've sent your email campaign, it's gonna take anywhere from a couple of minutes to a couple of hours before it's sent to everyone. If it's a really big list, it might even take 24 hours. So then what you can do the next day is go and click on check email report. And then you're gonna get in here where you get all of this magical data, or rather reportings on how your email campaign actually performed. Now, the most important thing to know as a benchmark to compare your own performance towards is scrolling down until you see open rate and click rate. Now, it's gonna vary depending on what it is you're sending out, what niche you're in, etc. But generally, the average open rates for emails in email marketing is around 15 to 25%. And the average click rate is between 2 to 3%. So if you're anywhere around there, know that you're doing really good. If you're below, something is off that needs to be improved. And if you're above that, then you're doing really well. So congratulate yourself, but make sure that you are at least within that span. So open rate 15 to 25% and click rate 2 to 3%. And to be really clear, an open rate is how many percent that actually clicked and opened your mail. And the click rate is how many percent that clicked anywhere in your mail. So maybe a link to your website, a link to your product, or in our case, a link to the blog article. Well done. So now that you know how to create email campaigns, you might be wondering, besides promoting your blog post, what other sorts of email campaigns can you be creating? In the next lecture, I'm going to show you a ton of different types of emails that you can be creating. And you will also get access to the copy-paste prompts so that you can start creating those types of emails right away. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you will get access to a big toolbox with different emails to send to your subscribers using copy-paste ChatGPT prompts. So we're going to start off in our guidebook, move over to contents, and then go to email marketing, down to email prompts, and click there. Now here you're gonna have 15 highly valuable different types of emails that you can send to your subscribers during different occasions. And every single type of email has a ChatGPT prompt that you copy it, paste it in, and then you change the brackets, like add in your product, or you add in the topic, etc., just like we've been doing before. So the first type of email is a promotional email. This is a very important type of email whenever you're promoting any special discount, or perhaps Black Friday or Cyber Monday is coming up. Whenever you want to send something out that is promotional in nature to promote, that's when you should be using the promotional email. Next up, we have a product launch email, perfect for when you're releasing your next product or service to get all of your subscribers informed and excited about it. Then we have educational email. Depending on your niche, this might be one of the primary types of emails that you want to use in order to increase your engagement, build up your authority, and give a ton of value to your subscribers. Then we have blog post update, and I strongly recommend that you create a lot of SEO optimized blog content for your website. It's going to help you drive more traffic by making sure you use a blog post update email and send to your email list every time. Every single blog post that you make is going to have a big influx of traffic coming in, and the search engines are going to say, hey, this blog post is pretty popular, let's rank it a little higher. Take all the advantages you can and make sure you focus on value for your subscribers and for your future traffic coming in. Then we have re-engagement email. Now, re-engagement email means that you want to activate those subscribers that you have that are inactive, that aren't engaging with your emails, that aren't clicking on the links you're sending, that aren't even opening your emails. So if we head over to MailChimp, we go to audience, all contacts, you're gonna see all of your contacts in here. If we go to the right, we're gonna see something called contact rating. Now, this contact rating is MailChimp's estimate of how valuable a subscriber is and how likely they are to purchase something from you. Everyone that is newly subscribed is gonna have 2 stars, and everyone that is inactive is gonna have 1 star. So anything above 2 stars, you know that those are valuable, and everyone at 1 star, those are the ones that you want to try to re-engage. And it is important that you do, because once you start getting thousands and thousands of subscribers, MailChimp is going to charge you for the amount of subscribers that you have. And all the ones that are at 1 star, they're just gonna cost you money. So that means that we want to try to re-engage them first. And if they aren't re-engaging, we want to select them and unsubscribe them. So all we need to do in order to target them is go down to where it says new segment, contact match all, and then click here, move up to contact rating we're going to change to is less than, and then select 2 stars. And is less than 2 stars means we're targeting everyone that is just at 1 star. If I click at preview segment, I'm not gonna get any result because there's just 2 subscribers here and both of them are me. And since they're newly subscribers, they are at 2 stars. But then all I have to do is click on save segment, inactive subscribers, save. And then for my next email campaign, I would go to create, set it up just like before, and then the first part that says 2, we're gonna move to the right and click on edit recipients. Recipients, click here, and then down here is inactive subscribers, the segment that we created. We're gonna click on it, click on save, and now we're targeting all of them. And then we just go in, we grab this prompt, we put it into ChatGPT, we make our text attractive, and we send it out to them. It's that simple, but it is important to do once you start getting a lot of subscribers. Then we have cart abandoned emails. So once you start getting more and more customers, you will also get more and more data. A lot of your customers are going to be adding your product to cart, but not check out. Those are called abandoned cart customers. This is an email targeted specifically towards them to try to re-engage them and have them check out what they chose with their cart. Because if they added something to cart, they are interested, but for whatever reason, they decided not to proceed. This is an opportunity to target them and try to get them to check out. Customer appreciation email. This is amazing, especially for your loyal customers. So those with say 4 or 5 stars, you could send this type of email out to them, making your loyal customers super loyal. Event and webinar invitation. So whenever you're holding any of those, here is a copy-paste prompt that you can use to create those types of emails. Testimonial or case study, amazing, especially when you want to build up more authority and more social proof towards a product or towards your brand. Survey or feedback request. Now we've already done our market research, but remember, the more data, the better. So sending out this type of feedback request and then updating our target audience persona with it, that is an amazing way to get more accurate data. And this data is gonna get even more accurate in the upcoming section with Google Analytics. Nevertheless, if there is something that you really need an answer for, you can use this type of email template and make sure that you're getting the feedback and the data that you're specifically looking for. Then we have milestone or achievement emails. So whenever you're progressing towards a specific goal, maybe you're doing a funding for a product, or maybe you're celebrating 1 year, or maybe you reached a certain amount of visitors or a certain amount of sales, whatever it is that you want to celebrate it with your subscribers and increase the engagement and build that relationship deeper. Seasonal or holiday email, Christmas, Easter, whatever season that's coming up, use this email template. Cross-sell or upsell, meaning to sell an additional product. This could be automated down the road, meaning that for subscribers that have bought a certain product, you could try to upsell them another product or cross-sell them a different product that you know is going to bring a lot of value to them. So for example, if you have customers that bought our blue light blocking glasses, maybe we want to cross-sell them a blue screen filter for their mobile phones as well, or something similar. Contests or giveaways, amazing way to increase your engagement. And finally, behind the scenes and meet the team email, in order for all of your subscribers to get to know you deeper and better. So here are a ton of different emails that you can start using right away. Copy paste ChatGPT prompts, edit them to your liking, and then make sure that you stay in close contact with your subscribers. This is your most direct path of communication to your both customers and potential customers. And finally, how often should you be sending out an email? It totally depends on your brand and the niche you're in, but on average, at least once a week. And I also recommend that whenever you have a new product launch, send out an email about it. And whenever you write a new piece of content, which you should do probably around every second day or at least once to twice a week, you want to let them know about it. So with that said, now we have an amazing strategy built up. There's just one piece of the puzzle missing, and that is getting the data from that strategy, where it's working, where it's not working, where we're getting quality traffic, where we're not getting quality traffic, and then improving our strategy based on that data and constantly improving our target audience persona to make our targeting even more accurate. We're gonna learn all of that in the upcoming section on Google Analytics. See you in the next section. Welcome back. In this lecture, you're going to learn how to quickly and effectively use ChatGPT in order to create blog posts and articles. So to do this, you're gonna need two things. You're going to need ChatGPT, of course, and then also somewhere that you want to publish it. If you're writing an article, that could just be as simple as Google Documents. And if you're writing a blog post, you are going to want to be in a new post on your website, on your blog. So imagine that you are a startup founder and you are looking to write a blog post on the benefits of using AI for small businesses. So all I would do is use a prompt like this, write a blog post about the benefits of using AI in small businesses. And then I'm gonna hit enter. And the results are in. So we have a title, we have an introduction, and we have a bunch of different benefits, just what we're looking for. So all I need to do is start off by grabbing the title. I'm gonna copy it, paste in the title here, then head back. I'm not going to grab the introduction because it doesn't need to say introduction at the top. I'm just going to grab the text here and select all of it, copy, head back in here, click on the block and paste it in. So here we have the article copy pasted in no time, super quick, super effective. If we want to know how long it is, we can move up here and then go to outline and we can see that it has 516 words. Normally for a blog article, you want to be at about 1,500 to 2,500. So what we could do is head back and then we could write more benefits. Hit enter. And now we have even more benefits. I am going to go ahead and grab all of this text starting from number 1 all the way down. I'm not going to grab the conclusion in here. I'm going to copy it, head back, and I'm going to paste it in just before conclusion. I'm going to paste it in just like that. And as you can see, here we are at 6 and here it's starting over at 1. So what I want to do is that I want to change this numbered list by clicking here and making it into a paragraph. I'm going to go ahead and do the same things with the previous ones to show you how you can very quickly format your blog articles with subheaders to make it look even better. I'm gonna change this one to a paragraph and then move down and do the same on all of these. And then I'm gonna format them so they look the same. I'm gonna hit enter so that it moves down, and then I'm gonna remove these double colons like this, which is quick formatting. And once I've done that, I'm gonna turn them all into subheaders. And this is how you do that. You click your mouse just before where you want there to be a subheader, and then you're gonna write hashtag, 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 space, and that is going to turn it to a subheader 3. If you want a subheader 2, you make 2 hashtags. If you want a header 1, you just do a single hashtag. But 3 is usually a good idea, and depending on your color theme, of course 2 is going to have a different color, 4 is going to have yet another color, but for this one we're going to use 3, and I'm gonna do it on all of them. There we go. So let's check out the preview. And here we have the article. And as with any blog article, you want to make sure that you add a proper amount of images to it and make it look good. And keep sending away prompts until you have over 1,500 words. But now you know exactly how to do it, and it's very simple to do. If you want to learn the advanced version of creating blog posts using SEO and optimizing your entire blog post for a specific keyword in order to rank better with your blog post on the search engines, check out the SEO section in the course where I'll teach you the advanced techniques of doing just this with copy-paste prompts. But if not, if you're looking to make simpler articles or blog posts just like this, you will have more than enough. So to reiterate, all you need to do is write a blog post about the benefits of, and then whatever you want your blog post to be about, and then you'll have it right there. Well done. See you in the next lecture. I'll learn how to quickly and effectively create social media content using ChatGPT. So for this example, let's say that I am a fitness coach and I am looking to create and release content on Instagram. And I want to create and release motivational content. And the prompt is very simple and straightforward. It is create a motivational Instagram post for people who struggle to maintain a regular workout routine. So we want something motivating for them. I'm going to hit enter. So what we're getting here is that we're getting a suggestion for an image, which is a stunning sunrise peeping over a hill, casting an orange glow on a single lonely running track that winds up towards the horizon. Pretty detailed and impressive there, ChatGPT. And then we also have an amazing caption. I'm not gonna read all of it, but you can pause this lecture and read it through if you want to. So now that we have our caption, we just need to create our image. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna head over to canva.com. It will be in the resources. Create a free account here, super quick, super effective. Everything we need in here is completely for free. All I need to do is move over here and search for Instagram post. Now, if you were using some other type of social media, for example, a Facebook post, all you need to do is write Facebook post in here and you will get templates for a Facebook post. So it really doesn't matter that it's Instagram in this example. It works just as well for any other platform when you need to use an image on that platform. So again, I'm gonna write Instagram post, and then we're gonna go with square. Most of the time, square posts will perform better across the different devices. That is across a computer, a cell phone, and a tablet. So unless you have other data specifically, square tends to perform the best, and I recommend it. So we're gonna click there, and now we get a bunch of different templates down here. Most of them are going to be free, but some of them are gonna say pro, or they're gonna have a little dollar sign, but we're just gonna go with the free ones. So if you remember, we did get a recommendation from ChatGPT, and it says image, a stunning sunrise peeping over a hill casting an orange glow on a single lonely running track that winds up towards the horizon. There's a lone runner, tiny but determined, at the start of the track. So we're looking at something like this that is motivating, a person in the image that is doing some sort of fight, some sort of struggle, something inspiring and motivating. So let's go and see if we can find that. Down here, we can start by looking at these different subcategories that we can start using. So one thing that we might want to check out right away is the one that we saw over here called sports events. That might be something that can be motivational for people interested in working out. I'm gonna click there, and it's important that you use these different categories, because if you just search something here, they're not going to be specified for Instagram posts. So let's scroll down and see if we can find something similar to what we just read over there. So here's a nice image of a runner. We could go ahead and start editing this and see what we get. So I just click on it, and then I click on customize this template. Now everything here is completely customizable. Run your heart out is probably not the motivational text we're looking for. To get some inspiration, we can head back over to ChatGPT and just see if there's anything out of this caption that we can use in the text. It says, don't look at the whole journey ahead and feel overwhelmed. Instead, focus on today. So actually, that is something that we could be using. Focus on today. Just heading back, I'm gonna click here on this text, and I'm gonna select it, and I'm gonna write focus on today. That's pretty nice, isn't it? And then I'm going to just move it over. There we have it. And then I'm going to rename this to motivational Instagram post focus on today. I'm gonna go down, click on share, download, and here we have it. Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? I'm not a big fan of the little running thing down there, so I'm gonna head back, click on it, delete it, move up to share, and download a new version. Download, and here we have it without a little running thing down there. So let's go ahead and post this. I'm just gonna head over and click on create, select the image, click on next, head over to ChatGPT. I'm gonna grab this entire caption right here, head back, paste it in just like that, and then click on share. Your post has been shared. So that is how easy it is to create content on social media using ChatGPT and mixing it up with Canva if you need to use and post something that is image related. So remember, within ChatGPT, write what it is that you're looking for. In our case, being a fitness coach and looking to create motivational content, we wrote, create a motivational Instagram post for people who struggle to maintain a regular workout routine. Then we went to Canva. We found a template in here, saved it down, and posted it to Instagram. And if you want to do this for Facebook or for Twitter or for any other platform, just write what you're looking for here and for what platform it is, and ChatGPT will adapt and answer accordingly. It is this simple. Make sure that you make good use out of this, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you're gonna learn how to create ad copies and marketing materials using ChatGPT. So let's pretend that I am selling a yoga program and I want to target it at professionals, and it is an online course, and I want to promote this as a Facebook ad. So the first thing I'm gonna do is head over to ChatGPT, and then I'm gonna use the prompt, create a persuasive Facebook ad copy for a 60-day yoga online course targeted at busy professionals. Hit enter. And then we're getting this absolutely mind-boggling response that is formatted so beautifully. I'm gonna scroll through here. You can pause this lecture if you want to read it, but I'm going to assume for now that everything is true. Now, ironically, it's even added in a 20% off and written in the promo code in here. So again, for now, we're going to assume that all of this is true and existing. If you're doing this for yourself, make sure that everything in here is true and just remove what isn't. So now, of course, I need an actual ad ad copy, an image that I can use for Facebook. So I'm gonna head over to canva.com, make sure that you have an account here because everything we use here is free. I'm gonna write in Facebook ad, and we're gonna use this one. If you are doing an ad for an app, you would use the one below, but we're gonna look for these templates, the regular ads. So the first thing I'm gonna do is move over to the left where it says all filters. And the first thing we wanna do is move down to the bottom and make sure that we only get the free ones, because a lot of the templates in here are going to be paid, but we don't need those. So what sort of style am I looking for? So I can click on view more here to see what the different topics are that I could choose from. There's nothing really that screams yoga, but we do have fitness. So I'm gonna check out the fitness ones and the free ones and then hit apply. So assuming you're creating an ad copy and you have some form of image of yourself, for example, I might have an image of me or some student in a yoga pose, you could pick one of these that still have some paid element. For example, this one that says getting shape today. I could select this one, click on customize this template. And then as we can see, the only paid element is this one. So what I can do is that I can remove her, and then I could just upload an image of myself by going into uploads in here and then find an image of me and add it in here. And suddenly we have taken a template that has a cost to it and made it free. And we've also customized it more for ourselves. However, if you don't have any image at all, you need to find the completely free one. So let's head back and let's see that there's nothing in here that fits perfectly with what we're looking for. So we're gonna head back to filters, remove fitness, and then click on view more. And then let's try one like aesthetic and hit apply. So down here we have a nice one we could be using. I'm gonna click on it. It looks like this. We could customize it a little. It's right now designed for a clothing store, but we can make this focus towards our yoga online course. I'm gonna click on customize this template. And then the first thing I'm gonna do is just remove this that says new. Don't want that bubble. All of that is quite random. Now I'm gonna keep this lady in here since we are promoting a yoga program and it does look like she's doing some sort of yoga pose or meditation that really plays into what we have on offer here. And now for some inspiration in here, I'm gonna head back to ChatGPT. I'm gonna look at the text that was given. We know you're always on the go, meeting deadlines, winning deals, and exceeding expectations. It's time to take a pause and remember that your well-being matters too. With our 60-day yoga online course, you can weave balance and tranquility into your hectic lifestyle. So I'm gonna write something like yoga for busy professionals. And I'm gonna write up here 60 days of yoga online course. And then if you remember from earlier, in this example, we're actually giving 20% off. So I'm gonna add that as well, just like this. And then it's not gonna say shop now, it's gonna say learn more. And there we go. Now, naturally, if you have your own online course program, you should have an image of that course in here somewhere, or a picture of you in a certain pose, or some of your own designs. So all you would need to do is just go to uploads on the left here, upload them, and then you can start playing with the elements. For this example, I'm keeping it super simple and using all of the free stuff in here. So I'm gonna change the name, yoga online course Facebook ad, then move to share, download, and download. Now I'm gonna head into ads manager and I'm gonna start setting this up. Since this isn't specifically about Facebook ads, but rather about creating advertising and marketing material, I'm just gonna show you what it's gonna look like when it's all set up and all of the GPT results that we have gotten added in. So I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna keep this on my Facebook page, my Instagram account, the ad account gonna be at create ad, not gonna change anything. Creative source gonna be manual upload. I'm gonna use a single image for this. So scrolling down to media, add image, gonna upload it and then click on next. I'm gonna change this one to original, even though it doesn't use all placements. That's absolutely fine. We need it to look good. Click on next and then click on done. Fantastic, so let's start setting it up. First of all, we want a primary text. So I'm gonna head to ChatGPT and here's all of the nice primary text. I'm gonna go ahead and copy it, paste it in just like that. That is a really huge and impressive text. Scroll down, we need a headline. Here we have our headline. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy it, paste it in just like this. Now you can add in a description here as well, but on most of the placement, the description is not gonna show, but this is for sure going to show the primary text and the headline. So those are gonna be the most important. Make sure that we have our call to action button set. Make sure that we set the correct destination here, that it leads to our website. Make sure that we have our tracking set and everything is good to go. So this is how you use ChatGPT to create advertising and marketing material in combination with Canva and creating some quality content in no time. I hope you get a lot of enjoyment out of this. It's amazing how much quality material we can create in very little time. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you're gonna learn how to use ChatGPT for creative writing, both when it comes to creating a completely new story, but also, maybe most importantly for you creatives out there, what to do if you're stuck in a rut. So let's use this example. I'm writing a sci-fi story, and after a lot of writing, I find myself to be stuck and I don't know what to do next. Well, what I could do then is I could head over to ChatGPT, and then I could write a prompt such as continue a sci-fi story where the main character discovers they can communicate with machines. And then I hit enter. So once we get the result from ChatGPT, there are really two approaches we can take here. The first approach is to read through all of this, get inspired, because remember, there's no one who owns this text. ChatGPT doesn't own it. You are free to use it in any creative endeavor you want for your story. So you can use this text to get inspired, head back to your own creative writing, and then use it as a source of inspiration. That would be the first approach. The second approach would be to add in more context so that ChatGPT could really solve the rut for you. For example, so now I've added in some context and I've written the main character's name is Kylie. She lives on the planet Pythagoria and have noticed subtle yet emerging sensations within herself of feelings being developed for the robots. As she had discovered the robots were sentient beings, she couldn't help but set out on a mission to tell the world of her discovery. So the more context we give ChatGPT, the more accurate the answers will be, of course. So if you're looking for more than just an inspiration, maybe even getting a proper story, a continuation of your story put in your hand, you can add in enough context, hit enter, and see what's being generated. So we've gotten an amazing continuation of our story here. All I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna go ahead and select it all, copy, head back to where we were writing. I'm gonna paste it in. I'm going to select all of it, format, clear formatting, gonna turn it into Montserrat 12. Then I'm just going to format it a little better like this, make some paragraphs so that it's easier to read. And then I'm just gonna read through it, adapt it to my story, and continue on. And these are the two different methods that you can use to get out of a rut in your creative writing. Either you write in a simple prompt where you just describe the very main plot and you ask for a story where you get different names and different scenarios, but that inspire you to be creative with your story, or you give the whole shebang, the whole context, and you get a proper continuation of the story from ChatGPT. Either way works. And of course, if you want to create a new story completely from scratch and have the creative side in you take over, all you need to do is prompt write a story about, and then add in whatever. You can be very short and let more creatives go to ChatGPT, or you can add in a ton of context. The more context, the more accurate it's going to be according to what you have added in. So make sure that you have a lot of fun with this. I mean, if you were creative before and now you have access to ChatGPT, wow, endless possibilities. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you're going to learn how to use ChatGPT to summarize big pieces of text such as documents and articles so you can get a nice overview and save a ton of time. So the first thing we want to do is that we want to find our piece of text or document. And let's say that I'm reading something on Medium and I think this article looks really interesting. However, it's a decently long article and there are other articles I want to read as well. I want to understand the information, but I don't want to spend all this time reading it through. So what I can do is that I can copy the entire text starting from the very beginning here, select it all the way to the bottom, copy it, head back over to ChatGPT, and then write a prompt that says, summarize this article in 5 sentences in a list. I'm going to hold Shift, Enter, Enter, and here I'm just going to paste the entire article in and then hit Enter. And here we have all of the information summarized nicely and concisely. So this is one of the best techniques you can use whenever you need to understand large volumes of data and text in a very short time. And should you ever get an error that there's too much text, then just do it in segments. You take a piece of text, ask it to summarize, take the next piece of text, ask it to summarize that part, and then you grab all of those summaries and then you ask it to summarize all of the collected summaries. That way you can have massive amounts of text and data and take all those summaries into one larger summary. And we're talking about spending a couple of minutes at most, and then getting data and information that would normally take hours to understand otherwise. So this technique is amazing for quick learning of big volumes of data and texts. Amazing. Make sure that you play around with this yourself, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, you are gonna learn how to super quickly generate research ideas for whatever article or thesis that you need to be writing. And of course, we're going to be using the most creative tool in the entire world, ChatGPT. So let's say that I have my topic and I want to do my research for AI in education. The question is, what should the topic be? What should I be researching? Well, the first thing I can do is create a prompt for that. And the prompt looks like this: generate a list of research questions for a thesis on the use of AI in education. Hit enter. So amazingly, here I've gotten a list of 20 questions for my research on the use of AI in education. So what I could do now to get properly organized is that I could go to Trello.com and sign up. It's completely free. And if you use your Gmail or something, the setup is just, under 1 minute and you're in there. And you're gonna get to the Trello workspace that looks like this. Once you're in here, and I'm just calling my workspace ChatGPT workspace, we can call it whatever, doesn't matter. I'm gonna go down and click on create new board. I'm gonna give this board title AI in education. Visibility is going to be private because it's only for me. Of course, you can add multiple people and you could all work together on this. I'm gonna click on create. Now in here, we have 3 sections automatically set up: the to-do that we're supposed to do, the doing, and the done. And we can leave them like this, but we could also change them. So for example, for my research, I could change the to-do and I could call it ideas. Doing could be writing, that's currently in writing, and done could be completed. Now all I need to do is add in the ideas that ChatGPT just gave me. Just go in here, I grab the first one, copy, jump back, click on add card, paste it in, add card. And then the second one, copy, jump in, paste it in, add card. I'm gonna do this with all of them. And once we've added in our list of ideas, we can start segmenting all of our ideas and work based on the progress that we're making. So for example, let's say that I like this one. To what extent can AI replace or supplement the role of a human teacher? Well, that is something I want to be writing about. So all I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna click and hold and drag it under where it says writing here. So this way we can use ChatGPT to get a massive amount of research ideas, add in those ideas, and then check through them, add in the ones that we like into the writing section, write about them, and then when we're done, we just add them in completed. And eventually you're going to have gone through a lot of these. Maybe you're writing multiple, you're combining them, you're adding into your completed list, and before you know it, your thesis will be completed. And of course, if you're adding in all of your ideas here and you're finding that, hey, this is a pretty bad idea. Let's say this one, potential implications for AI for special education. Maybe that doesn't fit your thesis. You can click on the right button up there and then just move down and click on archive, and it's gone. It's that simple. Now, of course, there's a lot more we can do with Trello, but this isn't really about Trello. This is about how to use ChatGPT to get a lot of research ideas quickly, and then how to organize them and start putting them into practice. So in this way, writing my thesis on AI in education is gonna be no problem, thanks to ChatGPT and thanks to organizing them in Trello. So make sure that you do this yourself when you need to generate research ideas, because it's so quick and it's so effective. And organizing is a key point when ChatGPT gives you so much good information. See you in the next lecture.